You fool! Warren is dead.
Welcome to HorrorBabble. Throughout the year, behind the scenes, we've been slowly categorizing our content. If you visit the main channel page, you'll see a section called Categorized Playlists. There's a lot of work yet to be done, but this categorization process has resulted in many new collections, all of which we'll be releasing across numerous platforms over the coming months and years. In them, you might see some stories in a new light, or discover something previously overlooked. As well as adding playlists here on YouTube, we'll be uploading the collections in single videos, as we know many of you like to have access to longer, themed compilations. It's also a great opportunity for us to remaster some of the oldies. With all that in mind, we're pleased to present the first of these, Mysterious Forces, a collection of 10 stories focusing on curious, elemental forces of nature. See the video description for chapter times and story synopses. We hope you enjoy it, folks. HorrorBabble's Mysterious Forces, 10 Weird Tales of the Elements. The Swooping Wind by Wilford Allen. The grey little old man sitting so lonely on the rustic bench under the great oaks interested me. He seemed so out of place there at first glance, yet as one drew close enough to note the details of his action, there was a peculiar, indescribable something about him which one learns to recognize about such places. It is always found in certain types, a rather aimless air of gentle contentment. So I sat down beside him, for I knew he wanted to talk. "A very pleasant day, sir," he began at once, politely. "Yes, indeed," I responded. "Rather unusual at this time of year, is it not?" "Not at all, sir, not at all. I venture to say that the temperature today is about 82 degrees, not more than a degree from the normal at this time. And all the meteorological conditions, wind, sky, humidity, all are quite normal, abnormally normal, sir, if I may use the expression." His assertions, while quite dogmatic, were belied by the gentleness of his voice and expression as he spoke. "You're well acquainted with the weather here, I see," I put in. "Rather," he smiled. "I ought to be. Pardon me for speaking without introducing myself, sir. I am William Estridge, Dr. William Estridge. Yes, I know you know me now. And you are?" "Charles Fritwell," I supplied. "I am certainly pleased to know you, sir," he assured me, and I knew he spoke the truth. "It is a pleasure to meet someone with whom I can talk. These people around here," with a shrug, "oh, they mean all right, but one really can't talk to them. I have to do all my thinking myself, and I really miss the exchange of ideas which I should have. Tomorrow I start on my greatest work. But there, I mustn't bore you with that," he finished deprecatingly. I hastened to assure him that I should be most happy to hear him tell of his work, but for the time he had switched off. Then, as suddenly, he began on another tack. "Do you know, sir, there is something that I must tell you. I've never told anyone before, for, well, they always laugh at me. But I know that you will not laugh, so I will tell you. It is surprising how little the run of people can understand when it is outside of the little whirl of their search for the pleasure of the moment," I said. "I shall be very interested in listening to you." I knew you would. He was quiet a minute, several minutes. I had begun to think he had turned off on still another tangent, when suddenly his whole manner changed, and he turned toward me, almost fiercely. "You know me! You know me!" he repeated huskily. I nodded, for since he had introduced himself I knew him, if not before. "Yes, you know me. Every educated person does. I am Dr. William Estridge. It is through my studies that we are able to predict the movement of storms. You were prescient, sir, in grasping as you did, without my speaking of it, that I am acquainted with the weather. I should be, for I was born, put into this world for a purpose, although I was a stupidly long time in learning that fact. And that is what I must tell you." I was just a child when it happened the first time, too young to be expected to realize its meaning. For that matter, who would have read the meaning in a single happening? I shall never forget that day. Never. We lived in the country, and several of us were on our way home after school, across the fields. Crossing the fields was forbidden to me, for a bull of uncertain, perhaps I should say of certain reputation, made that field his stamping ground. But we were going along, singing or talking or playing in the way of children, and altogether forgetful of danger. I think it was I who saw it first, and it was not 50 yards away, displaying all the symptoms of anger. Suddenly terrified, I screamed and began to run, and the others likewise. I think I forgot to say I was the smallest of all, and I was soon outdistanced. The fence was still far ahead, and I lost still more ground by looking over my shoulder continually. It was that which almost was my undoing, for while my gaze was behind me, I stepped into a gopher hole and went down with a turned ankle. Providence had been with me up till then, as the bull, for some reason, although obviously angry and pursuing us, was not doing so with a great deal of speed. But there I lay, unable to do anything but crawl along, screaming, and the sight seemed to stir the animal into swifter motion. Then the thing happened. Until that time there had not been a cloud in the sky, not a breath of air that I can recall. But at the instant that the bull began purposely to set after me as I crawled, helpless, along the ground, there was a sudden roar, and from nowhere there was a sudden swoop of wind which enveloped the charging animal in a cloud of whirling dust. In a moment it had gone, and the bull was dashing madly across the field, away from me. Now, sudden whirlwinds can develop, but naturally they cannot develop in such force with such suddenness. They must develop. They cannot spring into being in full force without being preceded by the lesser stages of development. Now that is that, and you can say, as I would say, that such things might happen, a fortunate coincidence that it happened as it did. In fact, I forgot the occurrence for years. I next recalled it after the second occurrence, which was even more vivid. I was past 30 then. In fact, I had done much of my work, and was on a trip through the high passes of the Andes, when it occurred. I was engaged, in fact, on a meteorological reconnaissance for my university. We had reached the summit of the pass, and seeing a level-topped peak of considerable size to the side, I was on the point of turning toward it. Ahead of us, not more than a quarter of a mile, was a party of about 15 men approaching us. My guide seemed a bit worried, and I was on the point of asking them what was the matter when it happened. The sky had been cloudless, though in this case there was a strong wind blowing through the pass at our backs. With the suddenness of a clap of thunder, I again heard the roar, but where the first time it had seemed to have only terrifying force, this time it was of destructive intensity. The sky was as black as though an ash cloud had passed over the sun, and with the roar the wind swooped down. Where we were, there was a strong wind. Ahead of us we could not see. Then, but after the wind had subsided as suddenly and inexplicably as it had descended, and we went ahead to investigate, we could see the effects of its force. Now, I know, I have calculated the strength of the tornadic winds which in the Great Plains can drive a splinter of wood through a tree trunk. It is in the neighborhood of 400 miles an hour. But I tell you that wind, where it struck in force at the spot which had been occupied by the approaching party, did things which no air moving less than thousands of miles an hour could do. Did it, and was gone, and there was no trace left of that party. Still, the precise similarity did not show up at once. My guides were terrified, and ran, and I, fearing to be left there alone, went after them with a gun. I was, in fact, surprised when they returned so meekly at my command, and still more surprised at what they told me. The approaching band were robbers. More, they were murderers, and my guides had notified them, in the way they have, beyond understanding, of sending messages ahead in those mountains, that I was coming. In short, it was to be an ambush, and if they had come up to me, I should have been dead within a few moments. The swoop of the tremendous wind had seemed to my men like the direct intervention of heaven on my behalf. In fact, it was that belief which brought their confession. Now you will see the similarity between that occurrence and the first. In each case my life was saved, when in the natural order of events it should have been lost. He stopped speaking, and I thought he had finished, and started some remark about it, but he interrupted me, and whereas his speech before had been controlled, he now surprised me with a vehemence I did not look for in the quiet-natured little man. "You see now?" He leaned forward, and his face worked convulsively. "You see? Each time to save me. Each time it was the wind which saved me, and my life work was the study of the wind. There could be but one conclusion. I am to make great discoveries in meteorological science, and the elements themselves will protect my life until I have accomplished my work. It must be a great work, to interest nature herself, to set aside her laws in my favor. No other man has had that done for him." "That is a most fascinating thought," I put in, but he waved me into quietude as he continued. "But the last time, God, there you will forgive me if I seem to blaspheme. If I had my way, I'd damn it all for the mockery it is. But I can't. My God, I'm helpless, just an instrument denied its own life, its own happiness." Soon after that second time of which I spoke, I met a girl. You can guess what happened. Temporarily, I told myself it would be only temporarily, my scientific interests were forced into second place. A second place so far out of mind as to be almost non-existent, for I had already achieved a position in the world. I had already done work which many could not equal in a lifetime, and if I had found the new interest of a real love which should drive that other interest from my heart, well, I could afford to, very well. So we were married, and on our wedding trip went down along the coast of South America, down the west side, intending to return up the other side. But we never reached it. My God, Fritwell!" The tears stood in his eyes as he turned to me, although his voice did not reach. "Fritwell, I can never forget that night, and that is the reason that in all the years since then I have never been able to concentrate on the work I must do before I'm allowed to die. But tomorrow I think I will manage to start again. But that night, it was a perfect evening of the Chilean summer, and the soft chords of thrumming Spanish melodies floated over the ship as we sat about or paraded the decks. Inside of the dancing salon there was the gleam of eager faces, alight with colour and animation, as the dancers swung to the orchestra strains. We had danced and were outside, looking over the water, with the stars shining down on us from above, and reflected back at us by the smooth black water. We talked low, listening at the same time to each other's voices and to the waltz. It was Sobre las Olas, the prettiest piece in the world when a Spanish orchestra plays it over Spanish waters on a summer evening. If there was trouble in the world, we had forgotten it. There was nothing on the boat save joyousness and youth and love. We were planning. They always plan on their honeymoon, if it's the real thing. And we were planning softly together, and I was drinking in the musical sound of her voice, more wrapped up in it than in the meaning of her words, when it struck. It struck, damn it! It struck! And she knew what it meant to do. For, as all the world seemed to be whirling in the one tremendous swoop of the wind, literally tearing the ship and the sea to pieces and mixing them until only God himself could tell which was sea and which was ship, I tried to clutch her to me. But she struggled to break away, and through the roar of all the gales that ever blew, concentrated at that one point in that moment, somehow, I can't say how, I heard her words. "Let me go, Will, let me go. Can't you see, don't you know? You can't have me and your work both. It has come for me. Let me go, oh, let me go." My God, she was right. Right out of my arms it snatched her, and then all was still again. But where there had been 100 hearts, throbbing to life and love, there was now only one, and it was throbbing to hate. It still does. I hate it. I hate it. What do I want of life now? But I can't die. I am its slave. Later, I spoke of him in the office. Oh, Estridge? Yes, he is a nice fellow. What he told you is partly true. At least he was a scientist, and the only survivor of a boat which was lost in a sudden storm with his bride of a few weeks. The rest of it was, well, you could see for yourself he was quite crazy, though harmless. I did not tell my informant, nor had I told Estridge of my experience in the Andes the previous year. We had come to a point in the pass where a cloudburst seemed to have scooped the rock bare of earth, and I noted that my friends crossed themselves. I remarked on it. Yes, senor, was the response, but this is the place of the wrath of heaven. It must of necessity be, then, that there is a legend about this place, I said, expecting to draw out another of the place tales one meets with. My friend who was answering laughed nervously, but for the once I must decline to tell the legend. For you see, I believe it, and to your ears should I tell it, it would be unbelievable. You would laugh. Do I not know that the tongue of Don Pico speaks nothing but truth? I answered. That is truth. Well, I take the chance. You saw that the ground was swept bare completely, and perhaps you think a most terrible storm of rain caused it. You would be wrong. It was the wind, senor, and with the dirt it took away 12 men, puff, and no one ever found a coat from their backs. It was 15 years ago, senor. A scientist, an American, was going over the pass as are we, and his rascally guides thought to arrange an ambush with some robbers to share the loot. But for once, senor, heaven in these degenerate days saw fit to perform a miracle like those of the good book. When the meeting was almost at hand of God, it was dark, though there had been no cloud, and a wind such as never the Andes had seen came and struck the robbers and destroyed even the ground they stood on. And, hand of God, in the next moment it was clear and quiet, but the robbers were vanished completely. And the guides were changed men, senor. They confessed and were punished, and now they work in the garden of the church at Lima, doing the work of God. The Spirit's Mountain by Gustavo Adolfo Bécquer. On All Souls' Night I was awakened, I knew not at what hour, by the tolling of bells. Their monotonous, unceasing sound brought to mind this tradition which I heard a short time ago in Soria. I tried to sleep again. Impossible! The imagination, once roused, is a horse that runs wild and cannot be reined in. To pass the time, I decided to write the story out, and so in fact I did. I had heard it in the very place where it originated, and, as I wrote, I sometimes glanced behind me with sudden fear, when, smitten by the cold night air, the glass of my balcony crackled. Make of it what you will. Here it goes loose, like the mounted horseman in a Spanish pack of cards. Leash the dogs, blow the horns to call the hunters together, and let us return to the city. Night is at hand, the night of All Souls, and we're on the Spirit's Mountain.
So soon?
Were it any day but this, I would not give up till I had made an end of that pack of wolves which the snows of the Moncayo have driven from their dens. But today it is impossible. Very soon the Angelus will sound in the monastery of the Knights Templars, and the souls of the dead will commence to toll their bell in the chapel on the mountain.
In that ruined chapel? Bah! Would you frighten me?
No, fair cousin, but you are not aware of all that happens hereabout, for it is not yet a year since you came hither from a distant part of Spain. Rein in your mare. I will keep mine at the same pace and tell you this story on the way. The pages gathered together in merry, boisterous groups. The Counts of Borges and Alcudel mounted their noble steeds, and the whole company followed after the son and daughter of those great houses, Alonso and Beatriz, who rode at some little distance in advance of the company. As they went, Alonso related in these words the promised tradition. This mountain, which is now called the Spirit's Mountain, belonged to the Knights Templars, whose monastery you see yonder on the river bank. The Templars were both monks and warriors. After Soria had been wrested from the Moors, the king summoned the Templars here from foreign lands to defend the city on the side next to the bridge, thus giving deep offence to his Castilian nobles, who, as they had won Soria alone, would alone have been able to defend it. Between the knights of the new and powerful order and the nobles of the city there fermented for some years an animosity which finally developed into a deadly hatred. The Templars claimed for their own this mountain, where they reserved an abundance of game to satisfy their needs and contribute to their pleasures. The nobles determined to organize a great hunt within the bounds, notwithstanding the rigorous prohibitions of the clergy with spurs, as their enemies called them. The news of the projected invasion spread fast, and nothing availed to check the rage of the hunt on the one side and the determination to break it up on the other. The proposed expedition came off. The wild beasts did not remember it, but it was never to be forgotten by the many mothers mourning for their sons. That was not a hunting trip, but a frightful battle. The mountain was strewn with corpses, and the wolves, whose extermination was the end in view, had a bloody feast. Finally, the authority of the king was brought to bear. The mountain, the accursed cause of so many bereavements, was declared abandoned, and the chapel of the Templars, situated on this same wild steep, friends and enemies buried together in its cloister, began to fall into ruins. They say that ever since, on All Souls' Night, the chapel bell is heard tolling all alone, and the spirits of the dead, wrapped in the tatters of their shrouds, run, as in a fantastic chase through the bushes and brambles. The deer trumpet in terror, wolves howl, snakes hiss horribly, and on the following morning there have been seen clearly marked in the snow the prints of the fleshless feet of the skeletons. This is why we call it in Soria the Spirit's Mountain, and this is why I wish to leave it before nightfall." Alonso's story was finished just as the two young people arrived at the end of the bridge, which admits to the city from that side. There they waited for the rest of the company to join them, and then the whole cavalcade was lost to sight in the dim and narrow streets of Soria. The servants had just cleared the tables. The high Gothic fireplace of the palace of the Counts of Alcadil was shedding a vivid glow over the groups of lords and ladies who were chatting in friendly fashion, gathered about the blaze, and the wind shook the leaded glass of the ogive windows. Two persons only seemed to hold aloof from the general conversation, Beatrice and Alonso. Beatrice, absorbed in a vague reverie, followed with her eyes the capricious dance of the flames. Alonso watched the reflection of the fire sparkling in the blue eyes of Beatrice. Both maintained for some time an unbroken silence. The duennas were telling gruesome stories, appropriate to the Night of All Souls, stories in which ghosts and spectres played the principal roles, and the church bells of Soria were tolling in the distance with a monotonous and mournful sound. "Fair cousin," finally exclaimed Alonso, breaking the long silence between them. "Soon we are to separate, perhaps forever. I know you do not like the arid plains of Castile, its rough soldier customs, its simple patriarchal ways. At various times I have heard you sigh, perhaps for some lover in your far-away domain." Beatrice made a gesture of cold indifference. The whole character of the woman was revealed in that disdainful contraction of her delicate lips. "Or perhaps for the grandeur and gaiety of the French capital, where you have lived hitherto," the young man hastened to add. "In one way or another, I foresee that I shall lose you before long. When we part, I would like to have you carry hence a remembrance of me. Do you recollect the time when we went to church to give thanks to God for having granted you that restoration to health which was your object in coming to this region? The jewel that fastened the plume of my cap attracted your attention. How well it would look clasping a veil over your dark hair. It has already been the adornment of a bride. My father gave it to my mother, and she wore it to the altar. Would you like it?"
"I do not know how it may be in your part of the country,"
replied the beauty.
"but in mine, to accept a gift is to incur an obligation. Only on a holy day may one receive a present from a kinsman, though he may go to Rome without returning empty-handed."
The frigid tone in which Beatrice spoke these words troubled the youth for a moment, but Clearing his brow, he replied sadly, "I know it, cousin, but today is the festival of All Saints, and yours among them, a holiday on which gifts are fitting. Will you accept mine?" Beatrice slightly bit her lip and put out her hand for the jewel, without a word. The two again fell silent, and again heard the quavering voices of the old women telling of witches and hobgoblins, the whistling wind which shook the ogive windows, and the mournful, monotonous tolling of the bells. After the lapse of some little time, the interrupted dialogue was thus renewed. "And before All Saints' Day ends, which is holy to my saint as well as to yours, so that you can, without compromising yourself, give me a keepsake, will you not do so?" pleaded Alonso, fixing his eyes on his cousin's, which flashed like lightning, gleaming with a diabolical thought.
"Why not?"
she exclaimed, raising her hand to her right shoulder, as though seeking for something amid the folds of her wide velvet sleeve, embroidered with gold. Then, with an innocent air of disappointment, she added,
"Do you recollect the blue scarf I wore today to the hunt? The scarf which you said, because of something about the meaning of its colour, was the emblem of your soul?"
"Yes."
"Well, it is lost. It is lost, and I was thinking of letting you have it for a souvenir."
"Lost? Where?" asked Alonso, rising from his seat with an indescribable expression of mingled fear and hope.
"I do not know. Perhaps on the mountain."
"On the Spirit's Mountain," he murmured, paling and sinking back into his seat. "On the Spirit's Mountain." Then he went on in a voice choked and broken. "You know, if you have heard it 1,000 times, that I am called in the city, in all Castile, the King of the Hunters, not having yet had a chance to try, like my ancestors, my strength in battle, I have brought to bear on this pastime the image of war, or the energy of my youth, or the hereditary ardour of my race. The rugs your feet tread on are the spoils of the chase, the hides of the wild beasts I have killed with my own hand. I know their haunts and their habits. I have fought them by day and by night, on foot and on horseback, alone and with hunting parties, and there is not a man will say that he has ever seen me shrink from danger. On any other night I would fly for that scarf, fly as joyously as to a festival. But tonight, this one night, why disguise it? I am afraid. Do you hear? The bells are tolling. The Angelus is sounded in San Juan del Duero. The ghosts of the mountain are now beginning to lift their yellowing skulls from amid the brambles that cover their graves. The ghosts! The mere sight of them is enough to curdle with horror the blood of the bravest, turn his hair white, or sweep him away in the stormy whirl of their fantastic chase as a leaf, unwitting whither, is carried by the wind." While the young man was speaking, an almost imperceptible smile curled the lips of Beatrice, who, when he had ceased, exclaimed in an indifferent tone, while she was stirring the fire on the hearth, where the wood blazed and snapped, throwing off sparks of 1,000 colours,
"Oh, by no means. What folly, to go to the mountain at this hour for such a trifle. On so dark a night, too, with ghosts abroad, and the road beset by wolves."
As she spoke this closing phrase, she emphasized it with so peculiar an intonation that Alonso could not fail to understand all her bitter irony. As moved by a spring, he leapt to his feet, passed his hand over his brow as if to dispel the fear which was in his brain, not in his breast, and with firm voice he said, addressing his beautiful cousin, who was still leaning over the hearth, amusing herself by stirring the fire, "Farewell, Beatrice, farewell. If I return, it will be soon."
"Alonso, Alonso!"
she called, turning quickly, but now that she wished, or made show of wishing, to detain him, the youth had gone. In a few moments she heard the beat of a horse's hoofs departing at a gallop. The beauty, with a radiant expression of satisfied pride flushing her cheeks, listened attentively to the sound which grew fainter and fainter until it died away. The old dames, meanwhile, were continuing their tales of ghostly apparitions. The wind was shrilling against the balcony glass, and far away the bells of the city tolled on. An hour had passed. 2, 3. Midnight would soon be striking, and Beatrice withdrew to her chamber. Alonso had not returned. He had not returned, though less than an hour would have sufficed for his errand.
He must have been afraid,
exclaimed the girl, closing her prayer book and turning toward her bed after a vain attempt to murmur some of the prayers that the church offers for the dead on the day of All Souls. After putting out her light and drawing the double silken curtains, she fell asleep, but her sleep was restless, light, uneasy. The postigo clock struck midnight. Beatrice heard through her dreams the slow, dull, melancholy strokes, and half opened her eyes. She thought she had heard, at the same time, her name spoken, but far, far away, and in a faint, suffering voice. The wind groaned outside her window.
"It must have been the wind,"
she said, and pressing her hand above her heart, she strove to calm herself, but her heart beat ever more wildly. The larchwood doors of the chamber grated on their hinges with a sharp creak, prolonged and strident. First these doors, and the more distant ones. All the doors which led to her room opened, one after another, some with a heavy, groaning sound, some with a long wail that set the nerves on edge. Then silence, a silence full of strange noises, the silence of midnight, with a monotonous murmur of far-off water, the distant barking of dogs, confused voices, unintelligible words, echoes of footsteps going and coming, the rustle of trailing garments, half-suppressed sighs, laboured breathing almost felt upon the face, involuntary shudders that announced the presence of something not seen, though its approach is felt in the darkness. Beatrice, stiffening with fear, yet trembling, thrust her head out from the bed curtains and listened a moment. She heard 1,000 diverse noises. She passed her hand across her brow and listened again. Nothing. Silence. She saw, with that dilation of the pupils common in nervous crises, dim shapes moving hither and thither all about the room, but when she fixed her gaze on any one point, there was nothing but darkness and impenetrable shadows.
"Bah!"
she exclaimed, again resting her beautiful head upon her blue satin pillow.
"Am I as timid as these poor kinsfolk of mine, whose hearts thump with terror under their armour when they hear a ghost story?"
And closing her eyes, she tried to sleep, but her effort to compose herself was in vain. Soon she started up again, paler, more uneasy, more terrified. This time it was no illusion. The brocade hangings of the door had rustled as they were pushed to either side, and slow footsteps were heard upon the carpet. The sound of those footsteps was muffled, almost imperceptible, but continuous, and she heard, keeping measure with them, a creaking as of dry wood or bones, and the footfalls came nearer, nearer. The prayer stool by the side of her bed moved. Beatrice uttered a sharp cry, and burying herself under the bedclothes, hid her head and held her breath. The wind beat against the balcony glass. The water of the far-off fountain was falling, falling with a monotonous, unceasing sound. The barking of the dogs was borne upon the gusts, and the church bells in the city of Soria, some near, some remote, tolled sadly for the souls of the dead. So passed an hour, 2, the night, a century, for that night seemed to Beatrice eternal. At last, the day began to break. Putting fear from her, she half opened her eyes to the first silver rays. How beautiful, after a night of wakefulness and terrors, is the clear white light of dawn. She parted the silken curtains of her bed, and was ready to laugh at her past alarms, when suddenly a cold sweat covered her body. Her eyes seemed starting from their sockets, and a deadly pallor overspread her cheeks, for on her prayer stool she had seen, torn and blood-stained, the blue scarf she lost on the mountain, the blue scarf Alonso went to seek. When her attendants rushed in, aghast, to tell her of the death of the heir of Alcadil, whose body, partly devoured by wolves, had been found that morning among the brambles on the Spirit's Mountain, they discovered her motionless, convulsed, clinging with both hands to one of the ebony bedposts, her eyes staring, her mouth open, the lips white, her limbs rigid, dead, dead of fright. They say that some time after this event, a hunter who, having lost his way, had been obliged to pass the night of the dead on the Spirit's Mountain, and who in the morning, before he died, was able to relate what he had seen, told a tale of horror. Among other awful sights, he avowed he beheld the skeletons of the ancient Knights Templars and of the nobles of Soria, buried in the cloister of the chapel, rise at the hour of the Angelus with a horrible rattle and, mounted on their bony steeds, chase as a wild beast a beautiful woman, pallid, with streaming hair, who, uttering cries of terror and anguish, had been wandering, with bare and bloody feet, about the tomb of Alonso. The Glamour of the Snow, by Algernon Blackwood. 1. Hibbert, always conscious of 2 worlds, was in this mountain village conscious of 3. It lay on the slopes of the Valais Alps, and he had taken a room in the little post office, where he could be at peace to write his book, yet at the same time enjoy the winter sports and find companionship in the hotels when he wanted it. The 3 worlds that met and mingled here seemed to his imaginative temperament very obvious, though it is doubtful if another mind, less intuitively equipped, would have seen them so well defined. There was the world of tourist English, civilized, quasi-educated, to which he belonged by birth, at any rate. There was the world of peasants, to which he felt himself drawn by sympathy, for he loved and admired their toiling, simple life. And there was this other, which he could only call the world of nature. To this last, however, in virtue of a vehement poetic imagination and a tumultuous pagan instinct fed by his very blood, he felt that most of him belonged. The others borrowed from it, as it were, for visits. Here, with the soul of nature, hid his central life. Between all 3 was conflict, potential conflict. On the skating rink each Sunday, the tourists regarded the natives as intruders. In the church, the peasants plainly questioned, "Why do you come? We are here to worship. You stare and whisper." For neither of these 2 worlds accepted the other, and neither did nature accept the tourists, for it took advantage of their least mistakes, and indeed, even if the peasant world accepted only those who were strong and bold enough to invade her savage domain with sufficient skill to protect themselves from several forms of death. Now, Hibbert was keenly aware of this potential conflict and want of harmony. He felt outside, yet caught by it, torn in the 3 directions because he was partly of each world, but wholly in only one. There grew in him a constant, subtle effort, or at least desire, to unify them and decide positively to which he should belong and live in. The attempt, of course, was largely subconscious. It was the natural instinct of a richly imaginative nature seeking the point of equilibrium, so that the mind could feel at peace and his brain be free to do good work. Among the guests, no one especially claimed his interest. The men were nice but undistinguished, athletic schoolmasters, doctors snatching a holiday, good fellows all. The women, equally various, the clever, the would-be-fast, the dare-to-be-dull, the women who understood, and the usual pack of jolly dancing girls and flappers. And Hibbert, with his 40-odd years of thick experience behind him, got on well with the lot. He understood them all. They belonged to definite, predigested types that are the same the world over, and that he had met the world over long ago. But to none of them did he belong. His nature was too multiple to subscribe to the set of shibboleths of any one class. And since all liked him and felt that somehow he seemed outside of them, spectator, looker-on, all sought to claim him. In a sense, therefore, the 3 worlds fought for him, natives, tourists, nature. It was thus began the singular conflict for the soul of Hibbert. In his own soul, however, it took place. Neither the peasants nor the tourists were conscious that they fought for anything, and nature, they say, is merely blind and automatic. The assault upon him of the peasants may be left out of account, for it is obvious that they stood no chance of success. The tourist world, however, made a gallant effort to subdue him to themselves, but the evenings in the hotel, when dancing was not in order, were English. The provincial imagination was set upon a throne and worshipped heavily through incense of the stupidest conventions possible. Hibbert used to go back early to his room in the post office to work. It is a mistake on my part to have realized that there is any conflict at all, he thought, as he crunched home over the snow at midnight after one of the dances. It would have been better to have kept outside it all and done my work. Better, he added, looking back down the silent village street to the church tower, and safer. The adjective slipped from his mind before he was aware of it. He turned with an involuntary start and looked about him. He knew perfectly well what it meant, this thought that had thrust its head up from the instinctive region. He understood, without being able to express it fully, the meaning that betrayed itself in the choice of the adjective. For if he had ignored the existence of this conflict, he would, at the same time, have remained outside the arena. Whereas now he had entered the lists. Now this battle for his soul must have issue, and he knew that the spell of nature was greater for him than all other spells in the world combined, greater than love, revelry, pleasure, greater even than study. He had always been afraid to let himself go. His pagan soul dreaded her terrific powers of witchery, even while he worshipped. The little village already slept. The world lay smothered in snow. The chalet roofs shone white beneath the moon, and pitch-black shadows gathered against the walls of the church. His eyes rested a moment on the square stone tower with its frosted cross that pointed to the sky, then travelled with a leap of many thousand feet to the enormous mountains that brushed the brilliant stars. Like a forest rose the huge peaks above the slumbering village, measuring the night and heavens. They beckoned him, and something born of the snowy desolation, born of the midnight and the silent grandeur, born of the great listening hollows of the night, something that lay twixt terror and wonder, dropped from the vast wintry spaces down into his heart and called him. Very softly, unrecorded in any word or thought his brain could compass, it laid its spell upon him. Fingers of snow brushed the surface of his heart. The power and quiet majesty of the winter's night appalled him. Fumbling a moment with the big unwieldy key, he let himself in and went upstairs to bed. Two thoughts went with him, apparently quite ordinary and sensible ones. What fools these peasants are to sleep through such a night! And the other, those dances tire me. I'll never go again. My work only suffers in the morning. The claims of peasants and tourists upon him seemed thus in a single instant weakened. The clash of battle troubled half his dreams. Nature had sent her beauty of the night and won the first assault. The others, rooted and dismayed, fled far away. 2. Don't go back to your dreary old post office. We're going to have supper in my room, something hot. Come and join us. Hurry up. There had been an ice carnival, and the last party, tailing up the snow slope to the hotel, called him. The Chinese lanterns smoked and sputtered on the wires. The band had long since gone. The cold was bitter, and the moon came only momentarily between high, driving clouds. From the shed where the people changed from skates to snow boots, he shouted something to the effect that he was following, but no answer came. The moving shadows of those who had called were already merged high up against the village darkness. The voices died away. Doors slammed. Hibbert found himself alone on the deserted rink. And it was then, quite suddenly, the impulse came to stay and skate alone. The thought of the stuffy hotel room, and of those noisy people with their obvious jokes and laughter, oppressed him. He felt a longing to be alone with the night, to taste her wonder all by himself there beneath the stars, gliding over the ice. It was not yet midnight, and he could skate for half an hour. That supper party, if they noticed his absence at all, would merely think he had changed his mind and gone to bed. It was an impulse, yes, and not an unnatural one. Yet even at the time it struck him that something more than impulse lay concealed behind it. More than invitation, yet certainly less than command. There was a vague, queer feeling that he stayed because he had to, almost as though there was something he had forgotten, overlooked, left undone. Imaginative temperaments are often thus, and impulse is ever weakness. For with such ill-considered opening of the doors to hasty action may come an invasion of other forces at the same time, forces merely waiting their opportunity, perhaps. He caught the fugitive warning even while he dismissed it as absurd, and the next minute he was whirling over the smooth ice in delightful curves and loops beneath the moon. There was no fear of collision. He could take his own speed and space as he willed. The shadows of the towering mountains fell across the rink, and a wind of ice came from the forests, where the snow lay 10 feet deep. The hotel lights winked and went out. The village slept. The high wire netting could not keep out the wonder of the winter night that grew about him like a presence. He skated on and on, keen exhilarating pleasure in his tingling blood, and weariness all forgotten. And then, midway in the delight of rushing movement, he saw a figure gliding behind the wire netting, watching him. With a start that almost made him lose his balance, for the abruptness of the new arrival was so unlooked for, he paused and stared. Although the light was dim, he made out that it was the figure of a woman, and that she was feeling her way along the netting, trying to get in. Against the white background of the snowfield, he watched her rather stealthy efforts as she passed with a silent step over the banked-up snow. She was tall and slim and graceful. He could see that even in the dark. And then, of course, he understood. It was another adventurous skater like himself, stolen down unawares from hotel or chalet and searching for the opening. At once, making a sign and pointing with one hand, he turned swiftly and skated over to the little entrance on the other side. But even before he got there was a sound on the ice behind him, and, with an exclamation of amazement he could not suppress, he turned to see her swerving up to his side across the width of the rink. She had somehow found another way in. Hibbert, as a rule, was punctilious, and in these free and easy places, perhaps especially so. If only for his own protection, he did not seek to make advances, unless some kind of introduction paved the way. But for these two to skate together, in the semi-darkness, without speech, often of necessity brushing shoulders almost, was too absurd to think of. Accordingly, he raised his cap and spoke. His actual words he seems unable to recall, nor what the girl said in reply, except that she answered him in accented English with some commonplace about doing figures at midnight on an empty rink. Quite natural it was, and right. She wore grey clothes of some kind, though not the customary long gloves or sweater, for indeed her hands were bare, and presently when he skated with her, he wondered with something like astonishment at their dry and icy coldness. And she was delicious to skate with, supple, sure and light, fast as a man, yet with the freedom of a child, sinuous and steady at the same time. Her flexibility made him wonder, and when he asked where she had learned, she murmured. He caught the breath against his ear, and recalled later that it was singularly cold, that she could hardly tell, for she had been accustomed to the ice ever since she could remember. But her face he never properly saw. A muffler of white fur buried her neck to the ears, and her cap came over the eyes. He only saw that she was young. Nor could he gather her hotel or chalet, for she pointed vaguely when he asked her up the slopes.
Just over there,
she said, quickly taking his hand again. He did not press her. No doubt she wished to hide her escapade, and the touch of her hand thrilled him more than anything he could remember. Even through his thick glove he felt the softness of that cold and delicate softness. The clouds thickened over the mountains. It grew darker. They talked very little and did not always skate together. Often they separated, curving about in corners by themselves, but always coming together again in the center of the rink. And when she left him thus, Hibbert was conscious of missing her. He found a peculiar satisfaction, almost a fascination, in skating by her side. It was quite an adventure, these two strangers with the ice and snow and night. Midnight had long since sounded from the old church tower before they parted. She gave the sign, and he skated quickly to the shed, meaning to find a seat and help her take her skates off. Yet when he turned, she had already gone. He saw her slim figure gliding away across the snow, and hurrying for the last time around the rink alone, he searched in vain for the opening she had twice used in this curious way. How very queer, he thought, referring to the wire netting. She must have lifted it and wriggled under. Wondering how in the world she managed it, what in the world had possessed him to be so free with her, and who in the world she was, he went up the steep slope to the post office, and so to bed, her promise to come again another night, still ringing delightfully in his ears. And curious were the thoughts and sensations that accompanied him. Most of all, perhaps, was the half-suggestion of some dim memory that he had known this girl before, had met her somewhere, more, that she knew him. For in her voice, a low, soft, windy little voice it was, tender and soothing for all its quiet coldness, there lay some faint reminder of two others he had known, both long since gone, the voice of the woman he had loved, and the voice of his mother. But this time through his dreams there ran no clash of battle. He was conscious, rather, of something cold and clinging that made him think of sifting snowflakes climbing slowly with entangling touch and thickness round his feet. The snow, coming without noise, each flake so light and tiny, none can mark the spot whereon it settles, yet the mass of it able to smother whole villages, wove through the very texture of his mind. Cold, bewildering, deadening effort with its clinging network of 10 million feathery touches. 3. In the morning, Hibbert realized he had done, perhaps, a foolish thing. The brilliant sunshine that drenched the valley made him see this, and the sight of his work table with its typewriter, books, papers, and the rest brought additional conviction. To have skated with a girl alone at midnight, no matter how innocently the thing had come about, was unwise, unfair, especially to her. Gossip in these little winter resorts was worse than in a provincial town. He hoped no one had seen them. Luckily, the night had been dark. Most likely none had heard the ring of skates. Deciding that in future he would be more careful, he plunged into work, and sought to dismiss the matter from his mind. But in his times of leisure, the memory returned persistently to haunt him. When he skied, loosed, or danced in the evenings, and especially when he skated on the little rink, he was aware that the eyes of his mind forever sought this strange companion of the night. 100 times he fancied that he saw her, but always sight deceived him. Her face he might not know, but he could hardly fail to recognize her figure. Yet nowhere among the others did he catch a glimpse of that slim young creature he had skated with alone beneath the clouded stars. He searched in vain. Even his inquiries as to the occupants of the private chalets brought no results. He had lost her. But the queer thing was that he felt as though she were somewhere close. He knew she had not really gone. While people came and left with every day, it never once occurred to him that she had left. On the contrary, he felt assured that they would meet again. This thought he never quite acknowledged. Perhaps it was the wish that fathered it, only. And even when he did meet her, it was a question how he would speak and claim acquaintance, or whether she would recognize himself. It might be awkward. He almost came to dread a meeting, though dread, of course, was far too strong a word to describe an emotion that was half delight, half wondering anticipation. Meanwhile, the season was in full swing. Hibbert felt in perfect health, worked hard, skied, skated, loosed, and at night danced fairly often, in spite of his decision. This dancing was, however, an act of subconscious surrender. It really meant he hoped to find her among the whirling couples. He was searching for her without quite acknowledging it to himself, and the hotel world, meanwhile thinking it had won him over, teased and chaffed him. He made excuses in a similar vein, but all the time he watched and searched and waited. For several days the sky held clear and bright and frosty, bitterly cold, everything crisp and sparkling in the sun. But there was no sign of fresh snow, and the skiers began to grumble. On the mountains was an icy crust that made running dangerous. They wanted the frozen, dry, and powdery snow that makes for speed, renders steering easier, and falling less severe. But the keen east wind showed no signs of changing for a whole 10 days. Then, suddenly, there came a touch of softer air, and the weatherwise began to prophesy. Hibbert, who was delicately sensitive to the least change in earth or sky, was perhaps the first to feel it. Only he did not prophesy. He knew through every nerve in his body that moisture had crept into the air, was accumulating, and that presently a fall would come. For he responded to the moods of nature like a fine barometer. And the knowledge, this time, brought into his heart a strange little wayward emotion that was hard to account for, a feeling of unexplained uneasiness and disquieting joy. For behind it, woven through it rather, ran a faint exhilaration that connected remotely somewhere with that touch of delicious alarm, that tiny anticipating dread that so puzzled him when he thought of his next meeting with his skating companion of the night. It lay beyond all words, all telling, this queer relationship between the two, but somehow the girl and snow ran in a pair across his mind. Perhaps for imaginative writing men, more than for other workers, the smallest change of mood betrays itself at once. His work at any rate revealed this slight shifting of emotional values in his soul. Not that his writing suffered, but that it altered, subtly as those changes of sky or sea or landscape that come with the passing of afternoon into evening, imperceptibly. A subconscious excitement sought to push outwards and express itself, and, knowing the uneven effects such moods produced in his work, he laid his pen aside and took instead to reading that he had to do. Meanwhile the brilliance passed from the sunshine. The sky grew slowly overcast. By dusk the mountain tops came singularly close and sharp. The distant valley rose into absurdly near perspective. The moisture increased, rapidly approaching saturation point, when it must fall in snow. Hibbert watched and waited. And in the morning the world lay smothered beneath its fresh white carpet. It snowed heavily till noon, thickly, incessantly, chokingly, a foot or more. Then the sky cleared, the sun came out in splendor, the wind shifted back to the east, and frost came down upon the mountains with its keenest and most biting tooth. The drop in the temperature was tremendous, but the skiers were jubilant. Next day, the running would be fast and perfect. Already the mass was settling, and the surface freezing into those moss-like, powdery crystals that make the ski run almost of their own accord, with a faint sishing, as of a bird's wings through the air. 4. That night there was excitement in the little hotel world, first because there was a bal costume, but chiefly because the new snow had come, and Hibbert felt drawn to go. He did not go in costume, but he wanted to talk about the slopes and skiing with the other men, and at the same time... there was the truth, the deeper necessity that called. For the singular connection between the stranger and the snow again betrayed itself, utterly beyond explanation as before, but vital and insistent. Some hidden instinct in his pagan soul, heaven knows how he phrased it even to himself, if he phrased it at all, whispered that with the snow the girl would be somewhere about, would emerge from her hiding place, would even look for him. Absolutely unwarranted it was. He laughed while he stood before the little glass and trimmed his moustache, tried to make his black tie sit straight, and shook down his dinner jacket so that it should lie upon the shoulders without a crease. His brown eyes were very bright. I look younger than I usually do, he thought. It was unusual, even significant, in a man who had no vanity about his appearance and certainly never questioned his age or tried to look younger than he was. Affairs of the heart, with one tumultuous exception that left no fuel for lesser subsequent fires, had never troubled him. The forces of his soul and mind, not called upon for work and obvious duties, all went to nature. The desolate, wild places of the earth were what he loved, night, and the beauty of the stars and snow. And this evening he felt their claims upon him mightily stirring. A rising wildness caught his blood, quickened his pulse, woke longing and passion too. But chiefly snow. The snow whirred softly through his thoughts like white, seductive dreams, for the snow had come, and she, it seemed, had somehow come with it into his mind. And yet he stood before that twisted mirror and pulled his tie and coat askew a dozen times, as though it mattered. What in the world is up with me? He thought. Then, laughing a little, he turned before leaving the room to put his private papers in order. The green morocco desk that held them he took down from the shelf and laid upon the table. Tied to the lid was the visiting card with his brother's London address, in case of accident. On the way down to the hotel, he wondered why he had done this, for though imaginative, he was not the kind of man who dealt in presentiments. Moods with him were strong, but ever held in leash. It's almost like a warning, he thought, smiling. He drew his thick coat tightly round the throat as the freezing air bit at him. Those warnings one reads of in stories sometimes. A delicious happiness was in his blood. Over the edge of the hills, across the valley, rose the moon. He saw her silver sheet the world of snow. Snow covered all. It smothered sound and distance. It smothered houses, streets, and human beings. It smothered life. 5. In the hall there was light and bustle. People were already arriving from the other hotels and chalets, their costumes hidden beneath many wraps. Groups of men in evening dress stood about smoking, talking snow and skiing. The band was tuning up. The claims of the hotel world clashed about him faintly as of old. At the big glass windows of the veranda, peasants stopped a moment on their way home from the cafe to peer. Hibbert thought laughingly of that conflict he used to imagine. He laughed because it suddenly seemed so unreal. He belonged so utterly to nature and the mountains, and especially to those desolate slopes, where now the snow lay thick and fresh and sweet, that there was no question of a conflict at all. The power of the newly fallen snow had caught him, proving it without effort. Out there, upon those lonely reaches of the moonlit ridges, the snow lay ready, masses and masses of it, cool, soft, inviting. He longed for it. It awaited him. He thought of the intoxicating delight of skiing in the moonlight. Thus, somehow, in vivid flashing vision, he thought of it while he stood there smoking with the other men and talking all the shop of skiing. And, ever mysteriously blended with this power of the snow, poured also through his inner being the power of the girl. He could not disabuse his mind of the insinuating presence of the two together. He remembered that queer skating impulse of 10 days ago, the impulse that had let her in. That any mind, even an imaginative one, could pass beneath the sway of such a fancy was strange enough, and Hibbert, while fully aware of the disorder, yet found a curious joy in yielding to it. This insubordinate centre that drew him towards old pagan beliefs had assumed command. With a kind of sensuous pleasure, he let himself be conquered. And snow that night seemed in everybody's thoughts. The dancing couples talked of it. The hotel proprietors congratulated one another. It meant good sport and satisfied their guests. Everyone was planning trips and expeditions, talking of slopes and telemarks, of flying speed and distance, of drifts and crust and frost. Vitality and enthusiasm pulsed in the very air. All were alert and active, positive, radiating currents of creative life, even into the stuffy atmosphere of that crowded ballroom. And the snow had caused it. The snow had brought it. All this discharge of eager, sparkling energy was due primarily to the snow. But in the mind of Hibbert, by some swift alchemy of his pagan yearnings, this energy became transmuted. It rarefied itself, gleaming in white and crystal currents of passionate anticipation, which he transferred, as by a species of electrical imagination, into the personality of the girl of the snow. She somewhere was waiting for him, expecting him, calling to him softly from those leagues of moonlit mountain. He remembered the touch of that cool, dry hand, the soft and icy breath against his cheek, the hush and softness of her presence, and the way she came, and the way she had gone again, like a flurry of snow the wind sent gliding up the slopes. She, like himself, belonged out there. He fancied that he heard her little windy voice come sifting to him through the snowy branches of the trees, calling his name. That haunting little voice that dived straight to the center of his life as once, long years ago, 2 other voices used to do. But nowhere among the costumed dancers did he see her slender figure. He danced with one and all, distrait and absent, a stupid partner, as each girl discovered, his eyes ever turning towards the door and windows, hoping to catch the luring face, the vision that did not come, and at length hoping even against hope. For the ballroom thinned, groups left one by one, going home to their hotels and chalets. The band tired, obviously. People sat drinking lemon squashes at the little tables, the men mopping their foreheads, everybody ready for bed. It was close on midnight. As Hibbert passed through the hall to get his overcoat and snow boots, he saw men in the passage by the sport room, greasing their ski against an early start. Knapsack luncheons were being ordered by the kitchen swing doors. He sighed. Lighting a cigarette a friend offered him, he returned a confused reply to some question as to whether he could join their party in the morning. It seemed he did not hear it properly. He passed through the outer vestibule between the double-glass doors and went into the night. The man who asked the question watched him go, an expression of anxiety momentarily in his eyes. "Don't think he heard you," said another, laughing. "You've got to shout to Hibbert. His mind's so full of his work." "He works too hard," suggested the first, "full of queer ideas and dreams." But Hibbert's silence was not rudeness. He had not caught the invitation, that was all. The call of the hotel world had faded. He no longer heard it. Another, wilder call was sounding in his ears. For up the street he had seen a little figure moving. Close against the shadows of the baker's shop it glided, white, slim, enticing. 6. And at once into his mind passed the hush and softness of the snow, yet with it a searching, crying wildness for the heights. He knew by some incalculable swift instinct she would not meet him in the village street. It was not there, amid crowding houses, she would speak to him. Indeed, already she had disappeared, melted from view up the white vista of the moonlit road. Yonder, he divined, she waited where the highway narrowed abruptly into the mountain path beyond the chalets. It did not even occur to him to hesitate, mad though it seemed, and was, the sudden craving for the heights with her, at least for open spaces where the snow lay thick and fresh. It was too imperious to be denied. He does not remember going up to his room, putting the sweater over his evening clothes, and getting into the fur gauntlet gloves and the helmet cap of wool. Most certainly, he has no recollection of fastening on his ski. He must have done it automatically. Some faculty of normal observation was in abeyance, as it were. His mind was out beyond the village, out with the snowy mountains and the moon. Henri de Fago, putting up the shutters over his cafe windows, saw him pass and wondered mildly, "A gentleman who is skiing at this time. He is English, so—" He shrugged his shoulders as though a man had the right to choose his own way of death. And Marta Perotti, the hunchback wife of the shoemaker, looking by chance from her window, caught his figure moving swiftly up the road. She had other thoughts, for she knew and believed the old traditions of the witches and snow beings that steal the souls of men. She had even heard, 'twas said, the dreaded synagogue pass roaring down the street at night, and now, as then, she hid her eyes.
"They've called to him, and he must go,"
she murmured, making the sign of the cross. But no one sought to stop him. Hibbert recalls only a single incident until he found himself beyond the houses, searching for her along the fringe of forest where the moonlight met the snow in a bewildering frieze of fantastic shadows. And the incident was simply this, that he remembered passing the church. Catching the outline of its tower against the stars, he was aware of a faint sense of hesitation. A vague uneasiness came and went, jarred unpleasantly across the flow of his excited feelings, chilling exhilaration. He caught the instant's discord, dismissed it, and passed on. The seduction of the snow smothered the hint before he realized that it had brushed the skirts of warning. And then he saw her. She stood there waiting in a little clear space of shining snow, dressed all in white, part of the moonlight and the glistening background, her slender figure just discernible.
"I waited, for I knew you would come."
The silvery little voice of windy beauty floated down to him.
"You had to come."
"I'm ready," he answered. I knew it too. The world of nature caught him to its heart in those few words, the wonder and the glory of the night and snow. Life leaped within him. The passion of his pagan soul exulted, rose in joy, flowed out to her. He neither reflected nor considered, but let himself go like the veriest schoolboy in the wildness of first love. "Give me your hand," he cried. "I'm coming."
"A little farther on, a little higher,"
came her delicious answer.
"Here it is too near the village and the church."
And the words seemed wholly right and natural. He did not dream of questioning them. He understood that, with this little touch of civilization in sight, the familiarity he suggested was impossible. Once out upon the open mountains, mid the freedom of huge slopes and towering peaks, the stars and moon to witness and the wilderness of snow to watch, they could taste an innocence of happy intercourse free from the dead conventions that imprison literal minds. He urged his pace, yet did not quite overtake her. The girl kept always just a little bit ahead of his best efforts, and soon they left the trees behind and passed on to the enormous slopes of the sea of snow that rolled in mountainous terror and beauty to the stars. The wonder of the white world caught him away. Under the steady moonlight, it was more than haunting. It was a living, white, bewildering power that deliciously confused the senses and laid a spell of wild perplexity upon the heart. It was a personality that cloaked and yet revealed itself through all the sheeted whiteness of snow. It rose, went with him, fled before and followed after. Slowly it dropped lithe, gleaming arms about his neck, gathering him in. Certainly some soft persuasion coaxed his very soul, urging him ever forwards, upwards, on towards the higher, icy slopes. Judgment and reason left their throne, it seemed, completely, as in the madness of intoxication. The girl, slim and seductive, kept always just ahead, so that he never quite came up with her. He saw the white enchantment of her face and figure, something that streamed about her neck flying like a wreath of snow in the wind, and heard the alluring accents of her whispering voice that called from time to time.
A little farther on, a little higher, then we'll run home together.
Sometimes he saw her hand stretched out to find his own, but each time, just as he came up with her, he saw her still in front, the hand and arm withdrawn. They took a gentle angle of ascent. The toil seemed nothing. In this crystal, wine-like air, fatigue vanished. The sishing of the ski through the powdery surface of the snow was the only sound that broke the stillness. This, with his breathing and the rustle of her skirts, was all he heard. Cold moonshine, snow and silence held the world. The sky was black, and the peaks beyond cut into it like frosted wedges of iron and steel. Far below the valley slept, the village long since hidden out of sight. He felt that he could never tire. The sound of the church clock rose from time to time faintly through the air, more and more distant. "Give me your hand. It's time now to turn back."
Just one more slope,
she laughed.
That ridge above us, then we'll make for home.
And her low voice mingled pleasantly with the purring of their ski. His own seemed harsh and ugly by comparison. "But I have never come so high before. It's glorious, this world of silent snow and moonlight, and you're a child of the snow, I swear. Let me come up, closer, to see your face, and touch your little hand." Her laughter answered him.
Come on, a little higher. Here we're quite alone together.
"It's magnificent," he cried. "But why did you hide away so long? I've looked and searched for you in vain ever since we skated." He was going to say 10 days ago, but the accurate memory of time had gone from him. He was not sure whether it was days or years or minutes. His thoughts of earth were scattered and confused.
You looked for me in the wrong places,
he heard her murmur just above him.
You looked in places where I never go. Hotels and houses kill me. I avoid them.
She laughed, a fine, shrill, windy little laugh. "I loathe them too." He stopped. The girl had suddenly come quite close. A breath of ice passed through his very soul. She had touched him. "But this awful cold," he cried out sharply. "This freezing cold that takes me. The wind is rising. It's a wind of ice. Come, let us turn." But when he plunged forward to hold her, or at least to look, the girl was gone again, and something in the way she stood there a few feet beyond and stared down into his eyes so steadfastly in silence made him shiver. The moonlight was behind her, but in some odd way he could not focus sight upon her face, although so close. The gleam of eyes he caught, but all the rest seemed white and snowy, as though he looked beyond her, out into space. The sound of the church bell came up faintly from the valley far below, and he counted the strokes. 5. A sudden, curious weakness seized him as he listened. Deep within it was, deadly yet somehow sweet and hard to resist. He felt like sinking down upon the snow and lying there. They had been climbing for 5 hours. It was, of course, the warning of complete exhaustion. With a great effort, he fought and overcame it. It passed away as suddenly as it came. "We'll turn," he said, with a decision he hardly felt. "It will be dawn before we reach the village again. Come at once, it's time for home." The sense of exhilaration had utterly left him. An emotion that was akin to fear swept coldly through him. But her whispering answer turned it instantly to terror, a terror that gripped him horribly and turned him weak and unresisting.
"Our home is here!"
A burst of wild, high laughter, loud and shrill, accompanied the words. It was like a whistling wind. The wind had risen, and clouds obscured the moon.
"A little higher, where we cannot hear the wicked bells!"
she cried, and for the first time seized him deliberately by the hand. She moved, was suddenly close against his face. Again she touched him. And Hibbert tried to turn away and escape, and so trying, found for the first time that the power of the snow, that other power which does not exhilarate but deadens effort, was upon him. The suffocating weakness that it brings to exhausted men, luring them to the sleep of death in her clinging soft embrace, lulling the will and conquering all desire for life. This was awfully upon him. His feet were heavy and entangled. He could not turn or move. The girl stood in front of him, very near. He felt her chilly breath upon his cheeks. Her hair passed blindingly across his eyes, and that icy wind came with her. He saw her whiteness close. Again, it seemed, his sight passed through her into space, as though she had no face. Her arms were round his neck. She drew him softly downwards to his knees. He sank. He yielded utterly. He obeyed. Her weight was upon him, smothering, delicious. The snow was to his waist. She kissed him softly on the lips, the eyes, all over his face. And then she spoke his name in that voice of love and wonder, the voice that held the accent of 2 others, both taken over long ago by death, the voice of his mother and of the woman he had loved. He made one more feeble effort to resist. Then, realizing, even while he struggled, that this soft weight about his heart was sweeter than anything life could ever bring, he let his muscles relax and sank back into the soft oblivion of the covering snow. Her wintry kisses bore him into sleep. 7. They say that men who know the sleep of exhaustion in the snow find no awakening on the hither side of death. The hours passed, and the moon sank down below the white world's rim. Then, suddenly, there came a little crash upon his breast and neck, and Hibbert woke. He slowly turned bewildered, heavy eyes upon the desolate mountains, stared dizzily about him, tried to rise. At first, his muscles would not act. A numbing, aching pain possessed him. He uttered a long, thin cry for help, and heard its faintness swallowed by the wind. And then he understood vaguely why he was only warm, not dead. For this very wind that took his cry had built up a sheltering mound of driven snow against his body while he slept. Like a curving wave it ran beside him. It was the breaking of its overtoppling edge that caused the crash, and the coldness of the mass against his neck that woke him. Dawn kissed the eastern sky. Pale gleams of gold shot every peak with splendor, but ice was in the air, and the dry and frozen snow blew like powder from the surface of the slopes. He saw the points of his ski projecting just below him. Then he remembered. It seems he had just strength enough to realize that, could he but rise and stand, he might fly with terrific impetus towards the woods and village far beneath. The ski would carry him. But if he failed and fell? How he contrived it, Hibbert never knew. This fear of death somehow called out his whole available reserve force. He rose slowly, balanced a moment, then, taking the angle of an immense zigzag, started down the awful slopes like an arrow from a bow. And automatically, the splendid muscles of the practiced skier and athlete saved and guided him, for he was hardly conscious of controlling either speed or direction. The snow stung face and eyes like fine steel shot. Ridge after ridge flew past. The summits raced across the sky. The valley leaped up with bounds to meet him. He scarcely felt the ground beneath his feet, as the huge slopes and distance melted before the lightning speed of that descent from death to life. He took it in 4-mile-long zigzags, and it was the turning at each corner that nearly finished him, for then the strain of balancing taxed to the verge of collapse the remnants of his strength. Slopes that have taken hours to climb can be descended in a short half-hour on ski, but Hibbert had lost all count of time. Quite other thoughts and feelings mastered him, in that wild, swift dropping through the air that was like the flight of a bird. Forever close upon his heels came following forms and voices with the whirling snow dust. He heard that little silvery voice of death and laughter at his back, shrill and wild, with a whistling of the wind past his ears. He caught its pursuing tones, but in anger now, no longer soft and coaxing. And it was accompanied. She did not follow alone. It seemed a host of these flying figures of the snow chased madly just behind him. He felt them furiously smite his neck and cheeks, snatch at his hands, and try to entangle his feet and ski in drifts. His eyes they blinded, and they caught his breath away. The terror of the heights and snow and winter desolation urged him forward in the maddest race with death a human being ever knew. And so terrific was the speed that before the gold and crimson had left the summits to touch the ice lips of the lower glaciers, he saw the friendly forest far beneath swing up and welcome him. And it was then, moving slowly along the edge of the woods, he saw a light. A man was carrying it. A procession of human figures was passing in a dark line laboriously through the snow, and he heard the sound of chanting. Instinctively, without a second's hesitation, he changed his course. No longer flying at an angle as before, he pointed his ski straight down the mountainside. The dreadful steepness did not frighten him. He knew full well it meant a crashing tumble at the bottom, but he also knew it meant a doubling of his speed, with safety at the end. For, though no definite thought passed through his mind, he understood that it was the village curé who carried that little gleaming lantern in the dawn, and that he was taking the host to a chalet on the lower slopes, to some peasant in extremis. He remembered her terror of the church and bells. She feared the holy symbols. There was one last wild cry in his ears as he started, a shriek of the wind before his face, and a rush of stinging snow against closed eyelids, and then he dropped through empty space. Speed took sight from him. It seemed he flew off the surface of the world. Indistinctly he recalls the murmur of men's voices, the touch of strong arms that lifted him, and the shooting pains as the ski were unfastened from the twisted ankle. For when he opened his eyes again to normal life, he found himself lying in his bed at the post office, with the doctor at his side. But for years to come, the story of Mad Hibbert skiing at night is recounted in that mountain village. He went, it seems, up slopes and to a height that no man in his senses ever tried before. The tourists were agog about it for the rest of the season, and the very same day 2 of the bolder men went over the actual ground and photographed the slopes. Later, Hibbert saw these photographs. He noticed one curious thing about them, though he did not mention it to anyone. There was only a single track. The Transfer by Algernon Blackwood. The child first began to cry in the early afternoon, about 3 o'clock to be exact. I remember the hour because I had been listening with secret relief to the sound of the departing carriage. Those wheels fading into distance down the gravel drive with Mrs. Friend and her daughter Gladys, to whom I was governess, meant for me some hours' welcome rest, and the June day was oppressively hot. Moreover, there was this excitement in the little country household that had told upon us all, but especially upon myself. This excitement, running delicately behind all the events of the morning, was due to some mystery, and the mystery was of course kept concealed from the governess. I had exhausted myself with guessing and keeping on the watch. For some deep and unexplained anxiety possessed me, so that I kept thinking of my sister's dictum that I was really much too sensitive to make a good governess, and that I should have done far better as a professional clairvoyant. Mr. Friend, Senior, Uncle Frank, was expected for an unusual visit from town about tea-time. That I knew. I also knew that his visit was concerned somehow with the future welfare of little Jamie, Gladys's 7-year-old brother. More than this, indeed, I never knew, and this missing link makes my story in a fashion incoherent, an important bit of the strange puzzle left out. I only gathered that the visit of Uncle Frank was of a condescending nature, that Jamie was told he must be upon his very best behaviour to make a good impression, and that Jamie, who had never seen his uncle, dreaded him horribly already in advance. Then, trailing thinly through the dying crunch of the carriage wheels this sultry afternoon, I heard the curious little wail of the child's crying, with the effect, wholly unaccountable, that every nerve in my body shot its bolt electrically, bringing me to my feet with a tingling of unequivocal alarm. Positively, the water ran into my eyes. I recalled his white distress that morning when told that Uncle Frank was motoring down for tea, and that he was to be very nice indeed to him. It had gone into me like a knife. All through the day, indeed, had run this nightmare quality of terror and vision. "The man with the enormous face?" he had asked in a little voice of awe, and then gone speechless from the room in tears that no amount of soothing management could calm. That was all I saw, and what he meant by the enormous face gave me only a sense of vague presentiment. But it came as anticlimax somehow, a sudden revelation of the mystery and excitement that pulsed beneath the quiet of the stifling summer day. I feared for him, for of all that commonplace household I loved Jamie best, though professionally I had nothing to do with him. He was a high-strung, ultra-sensitive child, and it seemed to me that no one understood him, least of all his honest, tender-hearted parents, so that his little wailing voice brought me from my bed to the window in a moment, like a call for help. The haze of June lay over that big garden like a blanket. The wonderful flowers, which were Mr. Friend's delight, hung motionless. The lawns, so soft and thick, cushioned all other sounds. Only the limes and huge clumps of guelder roses hummed with bees. Through this muted atmosphere of heat and haze, the sound of the child's crying floated faintly to my ears, from a distance. Indeed, I wonder now that I heard it at all, for the next moment I saw him down beyond the garden, standing in his white sailor suit alone, 200 yards away. He was down by the ugly patch where nothing grew, the forbidden corner. A faintness then came over me at once, a faintness as of death, when I saw him there, of all places, where he never was allowed to go, and where, moreover, he was usually too terrified to go. To see him standing solitary in that singular spot, above all to hear him crying there, bereft me momentarily of the power to act. Then, before I could recover my composure sufficiently to call him in, Mr. Friend came round the corner from the lower farm with the dogs, and, seeing his son, performed that office for me. In his loud, good-natured, hearty voice he called him, and Jamie turned and ran as though some spell had broken just in time, ran into the open arms of his fond but uncomprehending father, who carried him indoors on his shoulder, while asking what all this hubbub was about. And, at their heels, the tailless sheepdogs followed, barking loudly, and performing what Jamie called their gravel dance, because they ploughed up the moist, rolled gravel with their feet. I stepped back swiftly from the window, lest I should be seen. Had I witnessed the saving of the child from fire or drowning, the relief could hardly have been greater. Only Mr. Friend, I felt sure, would not say and do the right thing quite. He would protect the boy from his own vain imaginings, yet not with the explanation that could really heal. They disappeared behind the rose trees, making for the house. I saw no more till later, when Mr. Friend Senior arrived. To describe the ugly patch as singular is hard to justify, perhaps, yet some such word is what the entire family sought, though never, never used. To Jamie and myself, though equally we never mentioned it, that treeless, flowerless spot was more than singular. It stood at the far end of the magnificent rose garden, a bold, sore place, where the black earth showed uglily in winter, almost like a piece of dangerous bog, and in summer baked and cracked with fissures where green lizards shot their fire in passing. In contrast to the rich luxuriance of the whole amazing garden, it was like a glimpse of death amid life, a centre of disease that cried for healing, lest it spread. But it never did spread. Behind it stood the thick wood of silver birches, and, glimmering beyond, the orchard meadow, where the lambs played. The gardeners had a very simple explanation of its barrenness, that the water all drained off it, owing to the lie of the slopes immediately about it, holding no remnant to keep the soil alive. I cannot say. It was Jamie who felt its spell and haunted it, who spent whole hours there, even while afraid, and for whom it was finally labelled strictly out of bounds, because it stimulated his already big imagination, not wisely but too darkly. It was Jamie who buried ogres there, and heard it crying in an earthy voice, swore that it shook its surface sometimes while he watched it, and secretly gave it food in the form of birds or mice or rabbits he found dead upon his wanderings. And it was Jamie who put so extraordinarily into words the feeling that the horrid spot had given me from the moment I first saw it. "It's bad, Miss Gould," he told me. "But, Jamie, nothing in nature is bad exactly, only different from the rest sometimes. Miss Gould, if you please, then it's empty. It's not fed. It's dying because it can't get the food it wants." And when I stared into the little pale face where the eyes shone so dark and wonderful, seeking within myself for the right thing to say to him, he added with an emphasis and conviction that made me suddenly turn cold, "Miss Gould," he always used my name like this in all his sentences, "it's hungry, don't you see? But I know what would make it feel all right." Only the conviction of an earnest child, perhaps, could have made so outrageous a suggestion worth listening to for an instant. But for me, who felt that things an imaginative child believed were important, it came with a vast disquieting shock of reality. Jamie, in this exaggerated way, had caught at the edge of a shocking fact. A hint of dark, undiscovered truth had leaped into that sensitive imagination. Why there lay horror in the words, I cannot say, but I think some power of darkness trooped across the suggestion of that sentence at the end. I know what would make it feel all right. I remember that I shrank from asking explanation. Small groups of other words, veiled fortunately by his silence, gave life to an unspeakable possibility that hitherto had lain at the back of my own consciousness. The way it sprang to life proves, I think, that my mind already contained it. The blood rushed from my heart as I listened. I remember that my knees shook. Jamie's idea had been all along, my own as well. And now, as I lay down on my bed and thought about it all, I understood why the coming of his uncle involved somehow an experience that wrapped terror at its heart. with a sense of nightmare certainty that left me too weak to resist the preposterous idea, too shocked indeed to argue or reason it away. This certainty came with its full black blast of conviction. And the only way I can put it into words, since nightmare horror really is not properly tellable at all, seems this, that there was something missing in that dying patch of garden, something lacking that it ever searched for, something once found and taken that would turn it rich and living as the rest. More, that there was some living person who could do this for it. Mr. Friend Senior, in a word, Uncle Frank, was this person who out of his abundant life could supply the lack unwittingly. For this connection between the dying, empty patch and the person of this vigorous, wealthy and successful man had already lodged itself in my subconsciousness before I was aware of it. Clearly it must have lain there all along, though hidden. Jamie's words, his sudden pallor, his vibrating emotion of fearful anticipation had developed the plate, but it was his weeping alone there in the forbidden corner that had printed it. The photograph shone framed before me in the air. I hid my eyes. But for the redness, the charm of my face goes to pieces unless my eyes are clear. I could have cried. Jamie's words that morning about the enormous face came back upon me like a battering ram. Mr. Friend Senior had been so frequently the subject of conversation in the family since I came. I had so often heard him discussed, and had then read so much about him in the papers, his energy, his philanthropy, his success with everything he laid his hand to, that a picture of the man had grown complete within me. I knew him as he was, within, or, as my sister would have said, clairvoyantly. And the only time I saw him, when I took Gladys to a meeting where he was chairman, and later felt his atmosphere and presence while for a moment he patronizingly spoke with her, had justified the portrait I had drawn. The rest, you may say, was a woman's wild imagining, but I think rather it was that kind of divining intuition which women share with children. If souls could be made visible, I would stake my life upon the truth and accuracy of my portrait. For this, Mr. Friend was a man who drooped alone, but grew vital in a crowd, because he used their vitality. He was a supreme, unconscious artist in the science of taking the fruits of others' work and living for his own advantage. He vampired, unknowingly no doubt, everyone with whom he came in contact, left them exhausted, tired, listless. Others fed him, so that while in a full room he shone. Alone by himself, and with no life to draw upon, he languished and declined. In the man's immediate neighborhood you felt his presence draining you. He took your ideas, your strength, your very words, and later used them for his own benefit and aggrandizement. Not evilly, of course. The man was good enough, but you felt that he was dangerous, owing to the facile way he absorbed into himself all loose vitality that was to be had. His eyes and voice and presence devitalized you. Life, it seemed, not highly organized enough to resist, must shrink from his too near approach and hide away for fear of being appropriated, for fear, that is, of death. Jamie, unknowingly, put in the finishing touch to my unconscious portrait. The man carried about with him some silent, compelling trick of drawing out all your reserves, then swiftly pocketing them. At first, you would be conscious of taut resistance. This would slowly shade off into weariness. The will would become flaccid. Then you either moved away or yielded, agreed to all he said with a sense of weakness pressing ever closer upon the edges of collapse. With a male antagonist it might be different, but even then the effort of resistance would generate force that he absorbed, and not the other. He never gave out. Some instinct taught him how to protect himself from that. To human beings, I mean, he never gave out. This time it was a very different matter. He had no more chance than a fly before the wheels of a huge, what Jamie used to call, a traction engine. So this was how I saw him, a great human sponge, crammed and soaked with the life, or proceeds of life, absorbed from others, stolen. My idea of a human vampire was satisfied. He went about carrying these accumulations of the life of others. In this sense, his life was not really his own. For the same reason, I think, it was not so fully under his control as he imagined. And in another hour, this man would be here. I went to the window. My eye wandered to the empty patch, dull black there amid the rich luxuriance of the garden flowers. It struck me as a hideous bit of emptiness yawning to be filled and nourished. The idea of Jamie playing round its bare edge was loathsome. I watched the big summer clouds above, the stillness of the afternoon, the haze. The silence of the overheated garden was oppressive. I had never felt a day so stifling, motionless. It lay there waiting. The household, too, was waiting for the coming of Mr. Friend from London in his big motor car. And I shall never forget the sensation of icy shrinking and distress with which I heard the rumble of the car. He had arrived. Tea was already on the lawn beneath the lime trees, and Mrs. Friend and Gladys, back from their drive, were sitting in wicker chairs. Mr. Friend, Jr., was in the hall to meet his brother, but Jamie, as I learned afterwards, had shown such hysterical alarm, offered such bold resistance, that it had been deemed wiser to keep him in his room. Perhaps, after all, his presence might not be necessary. The visit clearly had to do with something on the uglier side of life, money, settlements, or what not. I never knew exactly, only that his parents were anxious, and that Uncle Frank had to be propitiated. It does not matter. That has nothing to do with the affair. What has to do with it, or I should not be telling the story, is that Mrs. Friend sent for me to come down, in my nice white dress, if I didn't mind, and that I was terrified yet pleased, because it meant that a pretty face would be considered a welcome addition to the visitor's landscape. Also, most odd it was, I felt my presence was somehow inevitable, that in some way it was intended that I should witness what I did witness. And the instant I came upon the lawn, I hesitate to set it down, it sounds so foolish, disconnected. I could have sworn, as my eyes met his, that a kind of sudden darkness came, taking the summer brilliance out of everything, and that it was caused by troops of small black horses that raced about us from his person to attack. After a first momentary approving glance, he took no further notice of me. The tea and talk went smoothly. I helped to pass the plates and cups, filling in pauses with little undertalk to Gladys. Jamie was never mentioned. Outwardly all seemed well, but inwardly everything was awful, skirting the edge of things unspeakable, and so charged with danger that I could not keep my voice from trembling when I spoke. I watched his hard, bleak face. I noticed how thin he was, and the curious, oily brightness of his steady eyes. They did not glitter, but they drew you with a sort of soft, creamy shine like Eastern eyes. And everything he said or did announced what I may dare to call the suction of his presence. His nature achieved this result automatically. He dominated us all, yet so gently that until it was accomplished, no one noticed it. Before 5 minutes had passed, however, I was aware of one thing only. My mind focused exclusively upon it, and so vividly that I marveled the others did not scream or run or do something violent to prevent it. And it was this, that, separated merely by some dozen yards or so, this man, vibrating with the acquired vitality of others, stood within easy reach of that spot of yawning emptiness, waiting and eager to be filled. Earth scented her prey. These two active centres were within fighting distance, he so thin, so hard, so keen, yet really spreading large with the loose surround of others' life he had appropriated, so practised and triumphant, that other so patient, deep, with so mighty a draw of the whole earth behind it, and, so obviously aware that its opportunity at last had come. I saw it all as plainly as though I watched two great animals prepare for battle, both unconsciously. Yet, in some inexplicable way, I saw it, of course, within me, and not externally. The conflict would be hideously unequal. Each side had already sent out emissaries. How long before, I could not tell. For the first evidence he gave that something was going wrong with him was when his voice grew suddenly confused. He missed his words, and his lips trembled a moment and turned flabby. The next second his face betrayed that singular and horrid change, growing somehow loose about the bones of the cheek, and larger, so that I remembered Jamie's miserable phrase. The emissaries of the two kingdoms, the human and the vegetable, had met, I make it out, in that very second. For the first time in his long career of battening on others, Mr. Friend found himself pitted against a vaster kingdom than he knew, and, so finding, shook inwardly in that little part that was his definite, actual self. He felt the huge disaster coming. "Yes, John," he was saying, in his drawling, self-congratulating voice. "Sir George gave me that car, gave it to me as a present. Wasn't it sharp?" And then broke off abruptly, stammered, drew breath, stood up, and looked uneasily about him. For a second, there was a gaping pause. It was like the click which starts some huge machinery moving, that instant's pause before it actually starts. The whole thing, indeed, then went with the rapidity of machinery running down and beyond control. I thought of a giant dynamo working silently and invisible. "What's that?" he cried, in a soft voice charged with alarm. "What's that horrid place? And someone's crying there. Who is it?" He pointed to the empty patch. Then, before anyone could answer, he started across the lawn towards it, going every minute faster. Before anyone could move, he stood upon the edge. He leaned over, peering down into it. It seemed a few hours passed, but really they were seconds, for time is measured by the quality and not the quantity of sensations it contains. I saw it all with merciless, photographic detail, sharply etched amid the general confusion. Each side was intensely active, but only one side, the human, exerted all its force in resistance. The other merely stretched out a feeler, as it were, from its vast potential strength. No more was necessary. It was such a soft and easy victory. Oh, it was rather pitiful. There was no bluster or great effort, on one side at least. Close by his side I witnessed it, for I, it seemed, alone, had moved and followed him. No one else stirred, though Mrs. Friend clattered noisily with the cups, making some sudden impulsive gesture with her hands, and Gladys, I remember, gave a cry. It was like a little scream. "Oh, Mother, it's the heat, isn't it?" Mr. Friend, her father, was speechless, pale as ashes. But the instant I reached his side, it became clear what had drawn me there thus instinctively. Upon the other side, among the silver birches, stood little Jamie. He was watching. I experienced, for him, one of those moments that shake the heart. A liquid fear ran all over me, the more effective because unintelligible, really. Yet I felt that if I could know all and what lay actually behind, my fear would be more than justified, that the thing was awful, full of awe. And then it happened, a truly wicked sight, like watching a universe in action, yet all contained within a small square foot of space. I think he understood vaguely that if someone could only take his place, he might be saved, and that was why, discerning instinctively the easiest substitute within reach, he saw the child and called aloud to him across the empty patch, "James, my boy, come here." His voice was like a thin report, but somehow flat and lifeless, as when a rifle misses fire, sharp, yet weak. It had no crack in it. It was really supplication. And, with amazement, I heard my own ring out imperious and strong, though I was not conscious of saying it. "Jamie, don't move. Stay where you are." But Jamie, the little child, obeyed neither of us. Moving up nearer to the edge, he stood there, laughing. I heard that laughter, but could have sworn it did not come from him. The empty, yawning patch gave out that sound. Mr. Friend turned sideways, throwing up his arms. I saw his hard, bleak face grow somehow wider, spread through the air, and downwards. A similar thing I saw was happening at the same time to his entire person, for it drew out into the atmosphere in a stream of movement. The face for a second made me think of those toys of green India rubber that children pull. It grew enormous, but this was an external impression only. What actually happened, I clearly understood, was that all this vitality and life he had transferred from others to himself for years was now in turn being taken from him and transferred elsewhere. One moment on the edge he wobbled horribly. Then, with that queer sideways motion, rapid yet ungainly, he stepped forward into the middle of the patch and fell heavily upon his face. His eyes, as he dropped, faded shockingly, and across the countenance was written plainly what I can only call an expression of destruction. He looked utterly destroyed. I caught a sound from Jamie, but this time not of laughter. It was like a gulp. It was deep and muffled, and it dipped away into the earth. Again I thought of a troop of small black horses galloping away down a subterranean passage beneath my feet, plunging into the depths, their tramping growing fainter and fainter into buried distance. In my nostrils was a pungent smell of earth. And then all passed. I came back into myself. Mr. Friend, Jr., was lifting his brother's head from the lawn, where he had fallen from the heat, close beside the tea-table. He had never really moved from there, and Jamie, I learned afterwards, had been the whole time asleep upon his bed upstairs, worn out with his crying and unreasoning alarm. Gladys came running out with cold water, sponge and towel, brandy too, all kinds of things. "Mother, it was the heat, wasn't it?" I heard her whisper, but I did not catch Mrs. Friend's reply. From her face it struck me that she was bordering on collapse herself. Then the butler followed, and they just picked him up and carried him into the house. He recovered even before the doctor came. But the queer thing to me is that I was convinced the others all had seen what I saw, only that no one said a word about it, and to this day no one has said a word. And that was perhaps the most horrid part of all. From that day to this, I have scarcely heard a mention of Mr. Friend, Sr. It seemed as if he dropped suddenly out of life. The papers never mentioned him. His activities ceased, as it were. His afterlife, at any rate, became singularly ineffective. Certainly, he achieved nothing worth public mention. But it may be only that, having left the employ of Mrs. Friend, there was no particular occasion for me to hear anything. The afterlife of that empty patch of garden, however, was quite otherwise. Nothing, so far as I know, was done to it by gardeners, or in the way of draining it or bringing in new earth, but even before I left in the following summer, it had changed. It lay untouched, full of great, luscious, driving weeds and creepers, very strong, full-fed, and bursting thick with life. The Willows by Algernon Blackwood. 1. After leaving Vienna, and long before you come to Budapest, the Danube enters a region of singular loneliness and desolation, where its waters spread away on all sides, regardless of a main channel, and the country becomes a swamp for miles upon miles, covered by a vast sea of low willow bushes. On the big maps, this deserted area is painted in a fluffy blue, growing fainter in colour as it leaves the banks, and across it may be seen in large straggling letters the word Sumpf, meaning marshes. In high flood, this great acreage of sand, shingle beds, and willow-grown islands is almost topped by the water, but in normal seasons the bushes bend and rustle in the free winds, showing their silver leaves to the sunshine in an ever-moving plain of bewildering beauty. These willows never attain to the dignity of trees. They have no rigid trunks. They remain humble bushes with rounded tops and soft outline, swaying on slender stems that answer to the least pressure of the wind, supple as grasses, and so continually shifting that they somehow give the impression that the entire plain is moving and alive. For the wind sends waves rising and falling over the whole surface, waves of leaves instead of waves of water, green swells like the sea too, until the branches turn and lift, and then silvery white as their underside turns to the sun. Happy to slip beyond the control of the stern banks, the Danube here wanders about at will, among the intricate network of channels intersecting the islands everywhere, with broad avenues down which the waters pour with a shouting sound, making whirlpools, eddies, and foaming rapids, tearing at the sandy banks, carrying away masses of shore and willow clumps, and forming new islands innumerably, which shift daily in size and shape, and possess at best an impermanent life, since the flood time obliterates their very existence. Properly speaking, this fascinating part of the river's life begins soon after leaving Pressburg, and we, in our Canadian canoe, with gypsy tent and frying pan on board, reached it on the crest of a rising flood about mid-July. That very same morning, when the sky was reddening before sunrise, we had slipped swiftly through still-sleeping Vienna, leaving it a couple of hours later a mere patch of smoke against the blue hills of the Wienerwald on the horizon. We had breakfasted below Fischerabend, under a grove of birch trees roaring in the wind, and had then swept on the tearing current past Ort, Heinberg, Petronell, the old Roman Carnuntum of Marcus Aurelius, and so under the frowning heights of Thelsen on a spur of the Carpathians, where the march steals in quietly from the left, and the frontier is crossed between Austria and Hungary. Racing along at 12 kilometers an hour soon took us well into Hungary, and the muddy waters, sure sign of flood, sent us aground on many a shingle bed, and twisted us like a cork in many a sudden belching whirlpool, before the towers of Pressburg, Hungarian Pozionia, showed against the sky, and then the canoe, leaping like a spirited horse, flew at top speed under the grey walls, negotiated safely the sunken chain of the Fliegendebrücke ferry, turned the corner sharply to the left, and plunged on yellow foam into the wilderness of islands, sandbanks, and swampland beyond, the land of the Willows. The change came suddenly, as when a series of bioscope pictures snaps down on the streets of a town and shifts without warning into the scenery of lake and forest. We entered the land of desolation on wings, and in less than half an hour there was neither boat nor fishing hut, nor red roof, nor any single sign of human habitation and civilization within sight. The sense of remoteness from the world of humankind, the utter isolation, the fascination of this singular world of willows, winds, and waters instantly laid its spell upon us both, so that we allowed laughingly to one another that we ought by rights to have held some special kind of passport to admit us, and that we had, somewhat audaciously, come without asking leave into a separate little kingdom of wonder and magic, a kingdom that was reserved for the use of others who had a right to it, with everywhere unwritten warnings to trespassers for those who had the imagination to discover them. Though still early in the afternoon, the ceaseless buffetings of a most tempestuous wind made us feel weary, and we at once began casting about for a suitable camping ground for the night. But the bewildering character of the islands made landing difficult. The swirling flood carried us inshore and then swept us out again. The willow branches tore our hands as we seized them to stop the canoe, and we pulled many a yard of sandy bank into the water before at length we shot with a great sideways blow from the wind into a backwater and managed to beach the bows in a cloud of spray. Then we lay panting and laughing after our exertions on the hot yellow sand, sheltered from the wind, and in the full blaze of a scorching sun, a cloudless blue sky above, and an immense army of dancing, shouting willow bushes closing in from all sides, shining with spray and clapping their 1,000 little hands as though to applaud the success of our efforts. "What a river!" I said to my companion, thinking of all the way we had travelled from the source in the Black Forest, and how we had often been obliged to wade and push in the upper shallows at the beginning of June. "Won't stand much nonsense now, will it?" he said, pulling the canoe a little farther into safety up the sand, and then composing himself for a nap. I lay by his side, happy and peaceful in the bath of the elements, water, wind, sand, and the great fire of the sun, thinking of the long journey that lay behind us, and of the great stretch before us to the Black Sea, and how lucky I was to have such a delightful and charming travelling companion as my friend, the Swede. We had made many similar journeys together, but the Danube, more than any other river I knew, impressed us from the very beginning with its aliveness. From its tiny bubbling entry into the world among the pinewood gardens of Donau-Eschingen, until this moment when it began to play the great river game of losing itself among the deserted swamps, unobserved, unrestrained, it had seemed to us like following the groan of some living creature, sleepy at first, but later developing violent desires. As it became conscious of its deep soul, it rolled like some huge fluid being through all the countries we had passed, holding our little craft on its mighty shoulders, playing roughly with us sometimes, yet always friendly and well-meaning, till at length we had come inevitably to regard it as a great personage. How, indeed, could it be otherwise, since it told us so much of its secret life? At night we heard it singing to the moon as we lay in our tent, uttering that odd sibilant note peculiar to itself and said to be caused by the rapid tearing of the pebbles along its bed, so great is its hurrying speed. We knew, too, the voice of its gurgling whirlpools, suddenly bubbling up on a surface previously quite calm, the roar of its shallows and swift rapids, its constant steady thundering below all mere surface sounds, and that ceaseless tearing of its icy waters at the banks. How it stood up and shouted when the rains fell flat upon its face, and how its laughter roared out when the wind blew upstream and tried to stop its growing speed. We knew all its sounds and voices, its tumblings and foamings, its unnecessary splashing against the bridges, that self-conscious chatter when there were hills to look on, the affected dignity of its speech when it passed through the little towns, far too important to laugh, and all these faint, sweet whisperings when the sun caught it fairly in some slow curve and poured down upon it till the steam rose. It was full of tricks, too, in its early life before the great world knew it. There were places in the upper reaches among the Swabian forests, when yet the first whispers of its destiny had not reached it, where it elected to disappear through holes in the ground, to appear again on the other side of the porous limestone hills, and start a new river with another name, leaving, too, so little water in its own bed that we had to climb out and wade and push the canoe through miles of shallows. And a chief pleasure, in those early days of its irresponsible youth, was to lie low, like Brer Fox, just before the little turbulent tributaries came to join it from the Alps, and to refuse to acknowledge them when in, but to run for miles side by side, the dividing line well marked, the very levels different, the Danube utterly declining to recognize the newcomer. Below Passau, however, it gave up this particular trick, for there the Inn comes in with a thundering power impossible to ignore, and so pushes and incommodes the parent river that there is hardly room for them in the long twisting gorge that follows, and the Danube is shoved this way and that against the cliffs, and forced to hurry itself with great waves and much dashing to and fro in order to get through in time. And during the fight, our canoe slipped down from its shoulder to its breast and had the time of its life among the struggling waves. But the inn taught the old river a lesson, and after Passau, it no longer pretended to ignore new arrivals. This was many days back, of course, and since then we had come to know other aspects of the great creature, and across the Bavarian wheat plain of Straubing she wandered so slowly under the blazing June sun that we could well imagine only the surface inches were water, while below there moved, concealed as by a silken mantle, a whole army of undines, passing silently and unseen down to the sea, and very leisurely too, lest they be discovered. Much, too, we forgave her because of her friendliness to the birds and animals that haunted the shores. Cormorants lined the banks in lonely places in rows, like short black palings. Grey crows crowded the shingle beds. Storks stood fishing in the vistas of shallower water that opened up between the islands, and hawks, swans, and marsh birds of all sorts filled the air with glinting wings and singing petulant cries. It was impossible to feel annoyed with the river's vagaries after seeing a deer leap with a splash into the water at sunrise and swim past the bows of the canoe. And often we saw fawns peering at us from the underbrush, or looked straight into the brown eyes of a stag as we charged full tilt round a corner and entered another reach of the river. Foxes, too, everywhere haunted the banks, tripping daintily among the driftwood, and disappearing so suddenly that it was impossible to see how they managed it. But now, after leaving Pressburg, everything changed a little, and the Danube became more serious. It ceased trifling. It was halfway to the Black Sea, within seeming distance almost of other, stranger countries where no tricks would be permitted or understood. It became suddenly grown up, and claimed our respect and even our awe. It broke out into 3 arms, for one thing, that only met again 100 kilometers farther down, and for a canoe there were no indications which one was intended to be followed. "If you take a side channel," said the Hungarian officer we met in the Pressburg shop while buying provisions, "you may find yourselves, when the flood subsides, 40 miles from anywhere, high and dry, and you may easily starve. There are no people, no farms, no fishermen. I warn you not to continue. The river, too, is still rising, and this wind will increase." The rising river did not alarm us in the least, but the matter of being left high and dry by a sudden subsidence of the waters might be serious, and we had consequently laid in an extra stock of provisions. For the rest, the officer's prophecy held true, and the wind, blowing down a perfectly clear sky, increased steadily till it reached the dignity of a westerly gale. It was earlier than usual when we camped, for the sun was a good hour or 2 from the horizon, and leaving my friend still asleep on the hot sand, I wandered about in desultory examination of our hotel. The island, I found, was less than an acre in extent, a mere sandy bank standing some 2 or 3 feet above the level of the river. The far end, pointing into the sunset, was covered with flying spray which the tremendous wind drove off the crests of the broken waves. It was triangular in shape, with the apex upstream. I stood there for several minutes, watching the impetuous crimson flood bearing down with a shouting roar, dashing in waves against the bank as though to sweep it bodily away, and then swirling by in 2 foaming streams on either side. The ground seemed to shake with the shock and rush, while the furious movement of the willow bushes as the wind poured over them increased the curious illusion that the island itself actually moved. Above, for a mile or 2, I could see the great river descending upon me. It was like looking up the slope of a sliding hill, white with foam, and leaping up everywhere to show itself to the sun. The rest of the island was too thickly grown with willows to make walking pleasant, but I made the tour nevertheless. From the lower end the light, of course, changed, and the river looked dark and angry. Only the backs of the flying waves were visible, streaked with foam, and pushed forcibly by the great puffs of wind that fell upon them from behind. For a short mile it was visible, pouring in and out among the islands, and then disappearing with a huge sweep into the Willows, which closed about it like a herd of monstrous antediluvian creatures crowding down to drink. They made me think of gigantic sponge-like growths that sucked the river up into themselves. They caused it to vanish from sight. They herded there together in such overpowering numbers. Altogether, it was an impressive scene, with its utter loneliness, its bizarre suggestion, and as I gazed, long and curiously, a singular emotion began to stir somewhere in the depths of me. Midway in my delight of the wild beauty, there crept, unbidden and unexplained, a curious feeling of disquietude, almost of alarm. A rising river, perhaps, always suggests something of the ominous. Many of the little islands I saw before me would probably have been swept away by the morning. This resistless, thundering flood of water touched the sense of awe. Yet I was aware that my uneasiness lay deeper, far than the emotions of awe and wonder. It was not that I felt, nor had it directly to do with the power of the driving wind, the shouting hurricane that might almost carry up a few acres of willows into the air and scatter them like so much chaff over the landscape. The wind was simply enjoying itself, for nothing rose out of the flat landscape to stop it, and I was conscious of sharing its great game with a kind of pleasurable excitement. Yet this novel emotion had nothing to do with the wind. Indeed, so vague was the sense of distress I experienced that it was impossible to trace it to its source and deal with it accordingly, though I was aware somehow that it had to do with my realization of our utter insignificance before this unrestrained power of the elements about me. The huge-grown river had something to do with it too, a vague, unpleasant idea that we had somehow trifled with these great elemental forces in whose power we lay helpless every hour of the day and night. For here, indeed, they were gigantically at play together, and the sight appealed to the imagination. But my emotion, so far as I could understand it, seemed to attach itself more particularly to the willow bushes, to these acres and acres of willows, crowding, so thickly growing there, swarming everywhere the eye could reach, pressing upon the river as though to suffocate it, standing in dense array mile after mile beneath the sky, watching, waiting, listening. And, apart quite from the elements, the willows connected themselves subtly with my malaise, attacking the mind insidiously somehow, by reason of their vast numbers, and contriving, in some way or other, to represent to the imagination a new and mighty power, a power, moreover, not altogether friendly to us. Great revelations of nature, of course, never failed to impress in one way or another, and I was no stranger to moods of the kind. Mountains overawe and oceans terrify, while the mystery of great forests exercises a spell peculiarly its own. But all these, at one point or another, somewhere link on intimately with human life and human experience. They stir comprehensible, even if alarming, emotions. They tend on the whole to exalt. With this multitude of willows, however, it was something far different, I felt. Some essence emanated from them that besieged the heart. A sense of awe awakened, true, but of awe touched somewhere by a vague terror. Their serried ranks, growing everywhere darker about me as the shadows deepened, moving furiously yet softly in the wind, woke in me the curious and unwelcome suggestion that we had trespassed here upon the borders of an alien world, a world where we were intruders, a world where we were not wanted or invited to remain, where we ran grave risks, perhaps. The feeling, however, though it refused to yield its meaning entirely to analysis, did not at the time trouble me by passing into menace. Yet it never left me quite, even during the very practical business of putting up the tent in a hurricane of wind and building a fire for the stew-pot. It remained just enough to bother and perplex, and to rob a most delightful camping ground of a good portion of its charm. To my companion, however, I said nothing, for he was a man I considered devoid of imagination. In the first place, I could never have explained to him what I meant, and in the second, he would have laughed stupidly at me if I had. There was a slight depression in the center of the island, and here we pitched the tent. The surrounding willows broke the wind a bit. "A poor camp," observed the imperturbable Swede when at last the tent stood upright. "No stones and precious little firewood. I'm for moving on early tomorrow, eh? This sand won't hold anything." But the experience of a collapsing tent at midnight had taught us many devices, and we made the cosy gypsy house as safe as possible, and then set about collecting a store of wood to last till bedtime. Willow bushes dropped no branches, and driftwood was our only source of supply. We hunted the shores pretty thoroughly. Everywhere the banks were crumbling as the rising flood tore at them and carried away great portions with a splash and a gurgle. "The island's much smaller than when we landed," said the accurate Swede. "It won't last long at this rate. We'd better drag the canoe close to the tent and be ready to start at a moment's notice. I shall sleep in my clothes." He was a little distance off, climbing along the bank, and I heard this rather jolly laugh as he spoke. "By Jove!" I heard him call a moment later, and turned to see what had caused his exclamation, but for the moment he was hidden by the willows, and I could not find him. "What in the world's this?" I heard him cry again, and this time his voice had become serious. I ran up quickly and joined him on the bank. He was looking over the river, pointing at something in the water. "Good heavens, it's a man's body!" he cried excitedly. "Look!" A black thing, turning over and over in the foaming waves, swept rapidly past. It kept disappearing and coming up to the surface again. It was about 20 feet from the shore, and just as it was opposite to where we stood, it lurched round and looked straight at us. We saw its eyes reflecting the sunset and gleaming an odd yellow as the body turned over. Then it gave a swift, gulping plunge and dived out of sight in a flash. "An otter, by gad!" we exclaimed in the same breath, laughing. It was an otter, alive, and out on the hunt, yet it had looked exactly like the body of a drowned man, turning helplessly in the current. Far below it came to the surface once again, and we saw its black skin, wet and shining in the sunlight. Then, too, just as we turned back, our arms full of driftwood, another thing happened to recall us to the riverbank. This time, it really was a man, and what was more, a man in a boat. Now, a small boat on the Danube was an unusual sight at any time, but here in this deserted region and at flood time, it was so unexpected as to constitute a real event. We stood and stared. Whether it was due to the slanting sunlight or the refraction from the wonderfully illumined water, I cannot say, but whatever the cause, I found it difficult to focus my sight properly upon the flying apparition. It seemed, however, to be a man standing upright in a sort of flat-bottomed boat, steering with a long oar, and being carried down the opposite shore at a tremendous pace. He apparently was looking across in our direction, but the distance was too great, and the light too uncertain for us to make out very plainly what he was about. It seemed to me that he was gesticulating and making signs at us. His voice came across the water to us, shouting something furiously, but the wind drowned it so that no single word was audible. There was something curious about the whole appearance, man, boat, signs, voice, that made an impression on me out of all proportion to its cause. "He's crossing himself," I cried. "Look, he's making the sign of the cross." "I believe you're right," the Swede said, shading his eyes with his hand and watching the man out of sight. He seemed to be gone in a moment, melting away down there into the sea of willows, where the sun caught them in the bend of the river and turned them into a great crimson wall of beauty. Mist, too, had begun to ruse, so that the air was hazy. "But what in the world is he doing at nightfall on this flooded river?" I said, half to myself. "Where is he going at such a time, and what did he mean by his signs and shouting? Do you think he wished to warn us about something?" "He saw our smoke, and thought we were spirits, probably," laughed my companion. "These Hungarians believe in all sorts of rubbish. You remember the shopwoman at Pressburg warning us that no one ever landed here because it belonged to some sort of beings outside man's world. I suppose they believe in fairies and elementals, possibly demons too. That peasant in the boat saw people on the islands for the first time in his life," he added, after a slight pause, "and it scared him, that's all." The Swede's tone of voice was not convincing, and his manner lacked something that was usually there. I noted the change instantly while he talked, though without being able to label it precisely. "If they had enough imagination," I laughed loudly. I remember trying to make as much noise as I could. "They might well people a place like this with the old gods of antiquity. The Romans must have haunted all this region more or less with their shrines and sacred groves and elemental deities." The subject dropped and we returned to our stew pot, for my friend was not given to imaginative conversation, as a rule. Moreover, just then I remember feeling distinctly glad that he was not imaginative. His stolid, practical nature suddenly seemed to me welcome and comforting. It was an admirable temperament, I felt. He could steer down rapids like a red Indian, shoot dangerous bridges and whirlpools better than any white man I ever saw in a canoe. He was a grand fellow for an adventurous trip, a tower of strength when untoward things happened. I looked at his strong face and light curly hair as he staggered along under his pile of driftwood, twice the size of mine, and I experienced a feeling of relief. Yes, I was distinctly glad just then that the Swede was what he was, and that he never made remarks that suggested more than they said. "The river's still rising, though," he added, as if following out some thoughts of his own, and dropping his load with a gasp. "This island will be under water in 2 days if it goes on." "I wish the wind would go down," I said. "I don't care a fig for the river." The flood, indeed, had no terrors for us. We could get off at 10 minutes' notice, and the more water the better we liked it. It meant an increasing current, and the obliteration of the treacherous shingle beds that so often threatened to tear the bottom out of our canoe. Contrary to our expectations, the wind did not go down with the sun. It seemed to increase with the darkness, howling overhead and shaking the willows round us like straws. Curious sounds accompanied it sometimes, like the explosion of heavy guns, and it fell upon the water in the island in great flat blows of immense power. It made me think of the sounds a planet must make, could we only hear it driving along through space. But the sky kept wholly clear of clouds, and soon after supper the full moon rose up in the east and covered the river and the plain of shouting willows with a light like the day. We lay on the sandy patch beside the fire, smoking, listening to the noises of the night round us, and talking happily of the journey we had already made, and of our plans ahead. The map lay spread in the door of the tent, but the high wind made it hard to study, and presently we lowered the curtain and extinguished the lantern. The firelight was enough to smoke and see each other's faces by, and the sparks flew about overhead like fireworks. A few yards beyond, the river gurgled and hissed, and from time to time a heavy splash announced the falling away of further portions of the bank. Our talk, I noticed, had to do with the faraway scenes and incidents of our first camps in the Black Forest, or of other subjects altogether remote from the present setting, for neither of us spoke of the actual moment more than was necessary, almost as though we had agreed tacitly to avoid discussion of the camp and its incidents. Neither the otter nor the boatman, for instance, received the honour of a single mention, though ordinarily these would have furnished discussion for the greater part of the evening. They were, of course, distinct events in such a place. The scarcity of wood made it a business to keep the fire going, for the wind that drove the smoke in our faces wherever we sat helped at the same time to make a forced draught. We took it in turn to make some foraging expeditions into the darkness, and the quantity the Swede brought back always made me feel that he took an absurdly long time finding it, for the fact was I did not care much about being left alone, and yet it always seemed to be my turn to grub about among the bushes or scramble along the slippery banks in the moonlight. The long day's battle with wind and water, such wind and such water, had tired us both, and an early bed was the obvious programme. Yet neither of us made the move for the tent. We lay there, tending the fire, talking in desultory fashion, peering about us into the dense willow bushes, and listening to the thunder of wind and river. The loneliness of the place had entered our very bones, and silence seemed natural, for after a bit the sound of our voices became a trifle unreal and forced. Whispering would have been the fitting mode of communication, I felt, and the human voice, always rather absurd amid the roar of the elements, now carried with it something almost illegitimate. It was like talking out loud in church, or in some place where it was not lawful, perhaps not quite safe to be overheard. The eeriness of this lonely island, set among a million willows, swept by a hurricane, and surrounded by hurrying deep waters, touched us both, I fancy. Untrodden by man, almost unknown to man, it lay there beneath the moon, remote from human influence, on the frontier of another world, an alien world, a world tenanted by willows only, and the souls of willows. And we, in our rashness, had dared to invade it, even to make use of it. Something more than the power of its mystery stirred in me as I lay on the sand, feet to fire, and peered up through the leaves at the stars. For the last time, I rose to get firewood. "When this is burnt up," I said firmly, "I shall turn in," and my companion watched me lazily as I moved off into the surrounding shadows. For an unimaginative man, I thought he seemed unusually receptive that night, unusually open to suggestion of things other than sensory. He too was touched by the beauty and loneliness of the place. I was not altogether pleased, I remember, to recognize this slight change in him, and instead of immediately collecting sticks, I made my way to the far point of the island, where the moonlight on plain and river could be seen to better advantage. The desire to be alone had come suddenly upon me. My former dread returned in force. There was a vague feeling in me I wished to face and probe to the bottom. When I reached the point of sand jutting out among the waves, the spell of the place descended upon me with a positive shock. No mere scenery could have produced such an effect. There was something more here, something to alarm. I gazed across the waste of wild waters. I watched the whispering willows. I heard the ceaseless beating of the tireless wind, and, one and all, each in its own way, stirred in me the sensation of a strange distress, but the willows especially, for ever they went on chattering and talking among themselves, laughing a little, shrilly crying out, sometimes sighing. But what it was they made so much to do about belonged to the secret life of the great plain they inhabited, and it was utterly alien to the world I knew, or to that of the wild yet kindly elements. They made me think of a host of beings from another plane of life, another evolution altogether, perhaps, all discussing a mystery known only to themselves. I watched them moving busily together, oddly shaking their big bushy heads, twirling their myriad leaves even when there was no wind. They moved of their own will as though alive, and they touched, by some incalculable method, my own keen sense of the horrible. There they stood in the moonlight, like a vast army surrounding our camp, shaking their innumerable silver spears defiantly, formed all ready for an attack. The psychology of places, for some imaginations at least, is very vivid. For the wanderer, especially, camps have their note, either of welcome or rejection. At first it may not always be apparent, because the busy preparations of tent and cooking prevent, but with the first pause, after supper usually, it comes and announces itself. And the note of this willow camp now became unmistakably plain to me. We were interlopers, trespassers. We were not welcomed. The sense of unfamiliarity grew upon me as I stood there watching. We touched the frontier of a region where our presence was resented. For a night's lodging we might perhaps be tolerated, but for a prolonged and inquisitive stay, no, by all the gods of the trees and wilderness, no. We were the first human influences upon this island, and we were not wanted. The willows were against us. Strange thoughts like these, bizarre fancies, born I know not whence, found lodgment in my mind as I stood listening. What, I thought, if after all these crouching willows proved to be alive? If suddenly they should rise up like a swarm of living creatures marshalled by the gods whose territory we had invaded, sweep towards us off the vast swamps, booming overhead in the night, and then settle down. As I looked, it was so easy to imagine they actually moved, crept nearer, retreated a little, huddled together in masses, hostile, waiting for the great wind that should finally start them a-running. I could have sworn their aspect changed a little, and their ranks deepened and pressed more closely together. The melancholy, shrill cry of a night bird sounded overhead, and suddenly I nearly lost my balance as the piece of bank I stood upon fell with a great splash into the river, undermined by the flood. I stepped back, just in time, and went on hunting for firewood again, half laughing at the odd fancies that crowded so thickly into my mind and cast their spell upon me. I recalled the Swede's remark about moving on next day, and I was just thinking that I fully agreed with him when I turned with a start and saw the subject of my thoughts standing immediately in front of me. He was quite close. The roar of the elements had covered his approach. 2. "You've been gone so long," he shouted above the wind. "I thought something must have happened to you." But there was that in his tone, and a certain look in his face as well, that conveyed to me more than his usual words, and in a flash I understood the real reason for his coming. It was because the spell of the place had entered his soul too, and he did not like being alone. "River still rising," he cried, pointing to the flood in the moonlight. "And the wind simply awful." He always said the same things, but it was the cry for companionship that gave the real importance to his words. "Lucky," I cried back. "Our tent's in the hollow. I think it'll hold all right." I added something about the difficulty of finding wood in order to explain my absence, but the wind caught my words and flung them across the river, so that he did not hear, but just looked at me through the branches, nodding his head. "Lucky if we get away without disaster," he shouted, or words to that effect, and I remember feeling half angry with him for putting the thought into words, for it was exactly what I felt myself. There was disaster impending somewhere, and the sense of presentiment lay unpleasantly upon me. We went back to the fire and made a final blaze, poking it up with our feet. We took a last look round, but for the wind the heat would have been unpleasant. I put this thought into words, and I remember my friend's reply struck me oddly, that he would rather have the heat, the ordinary July weather, than this diabolical wind. Everything was snug for the night, the canoe lying turned over beside the tent, with both yellow paddles beneath her, the provision sack hanging from a willow stem, and the washed-up dishes removed to a safe distance from the fire, all ready for the morning meal. We smothered the embers of the fire with sand, and then turned in. The flap of the tent door was up, and I saw the branches and the stars and the white moonlight. The shaking willows and the heavy buffetings of the wind against our taut little house were the last things I remembered as sleep came down and covered all with its soft and delicious forgetfulness. Suddenly, I found myself lying awake, peering from my sandy mattress through the door of the tent. I looked at my watch pinned against the canvas, and saw by the bright moonlight that it was past 12 o'clock, the threshold of a new day, and I had therefore slept a couple of hours. The Swede was asleep still beside me. The wind howled as before. Something plucked at my heart and made me feel afraid. There was a sense of disturbance in my immediate neighborhood. I sat up quickly and looked out. The trees were swaying violently to and fro as the gusts smote them, but our little bit of green canvas lay snugly safe in the hollow, for the wind passed over it without meeting enough resistance to make it vicious. The feeling of disquietude did not pass, however, and I crawled quietly out of the tent to see if our belongings were safe. I moved carefully, so as not to waken my companion. A curious excitement was on me. I was halfway out, kneeling on all fours, when my eye first took in that the tops of the bushes opposite, with their moving tracery of leaves, made shapes against the sky. I sat back on my haunches and stared. It was incredible, surely, but there, opposite and slightly above me, were shapes of some indeterminate sort among the willows, and as the branches swayed in the wind, they seemed to group themselves about these shapes, forming a series of monstrous outlines that shifted rapidly beneath the moon. Close, about 50 feet in front of me, I saw these things. My first instinct was to waken my companion, that he too might see them, but something made me hesitate, the sudden realization, probably, that I should not welcome corroboration, and meanwhile I crouched there staring in amazement with smarting eyes. I was wide awake. I remember saying to myself that I was not dreaming. They first became properly visible, these huge figures, just within the tops of the bushes, immense, bronze-coloured, moving, and wholly independent of the swaying of the branches. I saw them plainly, and noted, now I came to examine them more calmly, that they were much larger than human, and indeed that something in their appearance proclaimed them to be not human at all. Certainly they were not merely the moving tracery of the branches against the moonlight. They shifted independently. They rose upwards in a continuous stream from earth to sky, vanishing utterly as soon as they reached the dark of the sky. They were interlaced one with another, making a great column, and I saw their limbs and huge bodies melting in and out of each other, forming this serpentine line that bent and swayed and twisted spirally with the contortions of the wind-tossed trees. They were nude, fluid shapes, passing up the bushes, within the leaves almost, rising up in a living column into the heavens. Their faces I never could see. Unceasingly they poured upwards, swaying in great bending curves, with a hue of dull bronze upon their skins. I stared, trying to force every atom of vision from my eyes. For a long time, I thought they must every moment disappear and resolve themselves into the movements of the branches and prove to be an optical illusion. I searched everywhere for proof of reality, when all the while I understood quite well that the standard of reality had changed. For the longer I looked, the more certain I became that these figures were real and living, though perhaps not according to the standards that the camera and the biologist would insist upon. Far from feeling fear, I was possessed with a sense of awe and wonder such as I have never known. I seemed to be gazing at the personified elemental forces of this haunted and primeval region. Our intrusion had stirred the powers of the place into activity. It was we who were the cause of the disturbance, and my brain filled to bursting with stories and legends of the spirits and deities of places that have been acknowledged and worshipped by men in all ages of the world's history. But before I could arrive at any possible explanation, something impelled me to go farther out, and I crept forward on the sand and stood upright. I felt the ground still warm under my bare feet. The wind tore at my hair and face, and the sound of the river burst upon my ears with a sudden roar. These things, I knew, were real, and proved that my senses were acting normally. Yet the figures still rose from earth to heaven, silent, majestically, in a great spiral of grace and strength that overwhelmed me at length with a genuine, deep emotion of worship. I felt that I must fall down and worship, absolutely worship. Perhaps in another minute I might have done so, when a gust of wind swept against me with such force that it blew me sideways, and I nearly stumbled and fell. It seemed to shake the dream violently out of me. At least it gave me another point of view somehow. The figure still remained, still ascended into heaven from the heart of the night, but my reason at last began to assert itself. It must be a subjective experience, I argued, none the less real for that, but still subjective. The moonlight and the branches combined to work out these pictures upon the mirror of my imagination, and for some reason I projected them outwards and made them appear objective. I knew this must be the case, of course. I took courage and began to move forward across the open patches of sand. By Jove, though, was it all hallucination? Was it merely subjective? Did not my reason argue in the old futile way from the little standard of the known? I only know that great column of figures ascended darkly into the sky for what seemed a very long period of time, and with a very complete measure of reality, as most men are accustomed to gauge reality. Then suddenly they were gone. And, once they were gone, and the immediate wonder of their great presence had passed, fear came down upon me with a cold rush. The esoteric meaning of this lonely and haunted region suddenly flamed up within me, and I began to tremble dreadfully. I took a quick look round, a look of horror that came near to panic, calculating vainly ways of escape, and then, realizing how helpless I was to achieve anything really effective, I crept back silently into the tent and lay down again upon my sandy mattress, first lowering the door curtain to shut out the sight of the willows and the moonlight, and then burying my head as deeply as possible beneath the blankets to deaden the sound of the terrifying wind. As though further to convince me that I had not been dreaming, I remember that it was a long time before I fell again into a troubled and restless sleep, and even then only the upper crust of me slept, and underneath there was something that never quite lost consciousness, but lay alert and on the watch. But this second time I jumped up with a genuine start of terror. It was neither the wind nor the river that woke me, but the slow approach of something that caused the sleeping portion of me to grow smaller and smaller, till at last it vanished altogether, and I found myself sitting bolt upright, listening. Outside there was a sound of multitudinous little patterings. They had been coming, I was aware, for a long time, and in my sleep they had first become audible. I sat there nervously wide awake, as though I had not slept at all. It seemed to me that my breathing came with difficulty, and that there was a great weight upon the surface of my body. In spite of the hot night, I felt clammy with cold and shivered. Something surely was pressing steadily against the sides of the tent and weighing down upon it from above. Was it the body of the wind? Was this the pattering rain, the dripping of the leaves, the spray blown from the river by the wind and gathering in big drops? I thought quickly of a dozen things. Then suddenly the explanation leaped into my mind. A bough from the poplar, the only large tree on the island, had fallen with the wind. Still half caught by the other branches, it would fall with the next gust and crush us, and meanwhile its leaves brushed and tapped upon the tight canvas surface of the tent. I raised a loose flap and rushed out, calling to the Swede to follow. But when I got out and stood upright, I saw that the tent was free. There was no hanging bough. There was no rain or spray. Nothing approached. A cold, grey light filtered down through the bushes and lay on the faintly gleaming sand. Stars still crowded the sky directly overhead, and the wind howled magnificently, but the fire no longer gave out any glow, and I saw the east reddening in streaks through the trees. Several hours must have passed since I stood there before, watching the ascending figures, and the memory of it now came back to me horribly, like an evil dream. Oh, how tired it made me feel, that ceaseless, raging wind! Yet, though the deep lassitude of a sleepless night was on me, my nerves were tingling with the activity of an equally tireless apprehension, and all idea of repose was out of the question. The river I saw had risen further. Its thunder filled the air, and a fine spray made itself felt through my thin sleeping shirt. Yet nowhere did I discover the slightest evidence of anything to cause alarm. This deep, prolonged disturbance in my heart remained wholly unaccounted for. My companion had not stirred when I called him, and there was no need to waken him now. I looked about me carefully, noting everything: the turned-over canoe, the yellow paddles, 2 of them, I'm certain, the provision sack and the extra lantern hanging together from the tree, and, crowding everywhere about me, enveloping all, the willows, those endless, shaking willows. A bird uttered its morning cry, and a string of duck passed with whirring flight overhead in the twilight. The sand whirled, dry and stinging, about my bare feet in the wind. I walked round the tent and then went out a little way into the bush, so that I could see across the river to the farther landscape, and the same profound yet indefinable emotion of distress seized upon me again, as I saw the interminable sea of bushes stretching to the horizon, looking ghostly and unreal in the one light of dawn. I walked softly here and there, still puzzling over that odd sound of infinite pattering, and of that pressure upon the tent that had wakened me. It must have been the wind, I reflected, the wind bearing upon the loose, hot sand, driving the dry particles smartly against the taut canvas, the wind dropping heavily upon our fragile roof. Yet all the time my nervousness and malaise increased appreciably. I crossed over to the farther shore and noted how the coastline had altered in the night, and what masses of sand the river had torn away. I dipped my hands and feet into the cool current, and bathed my forehead. Already there was a glow of sunrise in the sky, and the exquisite freshness of coming day. On my way back, I passed purposely beneath the very bushes where I had seen the column of figures rising into the air, and midway among the clumps I suddenly found myself overtaken by a sense of vast terror. From the shadows, a large figure went swiftly by. Someone passed me, as sure as ever man did. It was a great staggering blow from the wind that helped me forward again, and once out in the more open space, the sense of terror diminished strangely. The winds were about and walking, I remember saying to myself, for the winds often move like great presences under the trees, and altogether the fear that hovered about me was such an unknown and immense kind of fear, so unlike anything I had ever felt before, that it woke a sense of awe and wonder in me that did much to counteract its worst effects, and when I reached a high point in the middle of the island from which I could see the wide stretch of river crimson in the sunrise, the whole magical beauty of it all was so overpowering that a sort of wild yearning woke in me, and almost brought a cry up into the throat. But this cry found no expression, for as my eyes wandered from the plain beyond to the island round me, and noted our little tent half hidden among the willows, a dreadful discovery leaped out at me, compared to which my terror of the walking wind seemed as nothing at all. For a change, I thought, had somehow come about in the arrangement of the landscape. It was not that my point of vantage gave me a different view, but that an alteration had apparently been effected in the relation of the tent to the willows, and of the willows to the tent. Surely the bushes now crowded much closer, unnecessarily, unpleasantly close. They had moved nearer. Creeping with silent feet over the shifting sands, drawing imperceptibly nearer by soft, unhurried movements, the willows had come closer during the night. But had the wind moved them, or had they moved of themselves? I recalled the sound of infinite small patterings, and the pressure upon the tent and upon my own heart that caused me to wake in terror. I swayed for a moment in the wind like a tree, finding it hard to keep my upright position on the sandy hillock. There was a suggestion here of personal agency, of deliberate intention, of aggressive hostility, and it terrified me into a sort of rigidity. Then the reaction followed quickly. The idea was so bizarre, so absurd, that I felt inclined to laugh. But the laughter came no more readily than the cry, for the knowledge that my mind was so receptive to such dangerous imaginings brought the additional terror that it was through our minds, and not through our physical bodies, that the attack would come, and was coming. The wind buffeted me about, and, very quickly it seemed, the sun came up over the horizon, for it was after 4 o'clock, and I must have stood on that little pinnacle of sand longer than I knew, afraid to come down to close quarters with the willows. I returned quietly, creepily to the tent, first taking another exhaustive look round and, yes, I confess it, making a few measurements. I paced out on the warm sand the distances between the willows and the tent, making a note of the shortest distance particularly. I crawled stealthily into my blankets. My companion, to all appearances, still slept soundly, and I was glad that this was so. Provided my experiences were not corroborated, I could find strength somehow to deny them, perhaps. With the daylight, I could persuade myself that it was all a subjective hallucination, a fantasy of the night, a projection of the excited imagination. Nothing further came in to disturb me, and I fell asleep almost at once, utterly exhausted, yet still in dread of hearing again that weird sound of multitudinous pattering, or of feeling the pressure upon my heart that had made it difficult to breathe. The sun was high in the heavens when my companion woke me from a heavy sleep and announced that the porridge was cooked and there was just time to bathe. The grateful smell of frizzling bacon entered the tent door. "River still rising," he said, "and several islands out in midstream have disappeared altogether. Our own island's much smaller." "Any wood left?" I asked sleepily. "The wood in the island will finish tomorrow in a dead heat," he laughed. "But there's enough to last us till then." I plunged in from the point of the island, which had indeed altered a lot in size and shape during the night, and was swept down in a moment to the landing place opposite the tent. The water was icy, and the banks flew by like the country from an express train. Bathing under such conditions was an exhilarating operation, and the terror of the night seemed cleansed out of me by a process of evaporation in the brain. The sun was blazing hot, not a cloud showed itself anywhere. The wind, however, had not abated one little jot. Quite suddenly then, the implied meaning of the Swede's words flashed across me, showing that he no longer wished to leave post-haste and had changed his mind. Enough to last till tomorrow. He assumed we should stay on the island another night. It struck me as odd. The night before, he was so positive the other way. How had the change come about? Great crumblings of the banks occurred at breakfast, with heavy splashings and clouds of spray, which the wind brought into our frying pan, and my fellow traveller talked incessantly about the difficulty the Vienna pest steamers must have to find the channel in flood. But the state of his mind interested and impressed me far more than the state of the river or the difficulties of the steamers. He had changed somehow since the evening before. His manner was different, a trifle excited, a trifle shy, with a sort of suspicion about his voice and gestures. I hardly know how to describe it now in cold blood, but at the time I remember being quite certain of one thing, that he had become frightened. He ate very little breakfast, and for once omitted to smoke his pipe. He had the map spread open beside him, and kept studying its markings. "We'd better get off sharp in an hour," I said presently, feeling for an opening that must bring him indirectly to a partial confession, at any rate. And his answer puzzled me uncomfortably. "Rather, if they'll let us." "Who'll let us? The elements?" I asked quickly, with affected indifference. "The powers of this awful place, whoever they are," he replied, keeping his eyes on the map. "The gods are here, if they are anywhere at all in the world." "The elements are always the true immortals," I replied, laughing as naturally as I could manage, yet knowing quite well that my face reflected my true feelings, when he looked up gravely at me and spoke across the smoke. "We shall be fortunate if we get away without further disaster." This was exactly what I had dreaded, and I screwed myself up to the point of the direct question. It was like agreeing to allow the dentist to extract the tooth. It had to come anyhow in the long run, and the rest was all pretense. "Further disaster? Why? What's happened?" "For one thing, the steering paddle's gone," he said quietly. "The steering paddle gone?" I repeated, greatly excited, for this was our rudder, and the Danube in flood without a rudder was suicide. "But what—" "And there's a tear in the bottom of the canoe," he added, with a genuine little tremor in his voice. I continued staring at him, able only to repeat the words in his face somewhat foolishly. There, in the heat of the sun, and on this burning sand, I was aware of a freezing atmosphere descending round us. I got up to follow him, for he merely nodded his head gravely and led the way towards the tent a few yards on the other side of the fireplace. The canoe still lay there as I had last seen her in the night, ribs uppermost, the paddles, or rather the paddle, on the sand beside her. "There's only one," he said, stooping to pick it up, "and here's the rent in the baseboard." It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him that I had clearly noticed 2 paddles a few hours before, but a second impulse made me think better of it, and I said nothing. I approached to see. There was a long, finely made tear in the bottom of the canoe, where a little slither of wood had been neatly taken clean out. It looked as if the tooth of a sharp rock or snag had eaten down her length, and investigation showed that the hole went through. Had we launched out in her without observing it, we must inevitably have foundered. At first, the water would have made the wood swell so as to close the hole, but once out in midstream, the water must have poured in, and the canoe, never more than 2 inches above the surface, would have filled and sunk very rapidly. "There, you see an attempt to prepare a victim for the sacrifice," I heard him saying, more to himself than to me. "2 victims, rather," he added, as he bent over and ran his fingers along the slit. I began to whistle, a thing I always do unconsciously when utterly nonplussed, and purposely paid no attention to his words. I was determined to consider them foolish. "It wasn't there last night," he said presently, straightening up from his examination and looking anywhere but at me. "We must have scratched her in landing, of course," I stopped whistling to say. "The stones are very sharp." I stopped abruptly, for at that moment he turned round and met my eye squarely. I knew just as well as he did how impossible my explanation was. There were no stones to begin with. "And then there's this to explain too," he added quietly, handing me the paddle and pointing to the blade. A new and curious emotion spread freezingly over me as I took and examined it. The blade was scraped down all over, beautifully scraped, as though someone had sandpapered it with care, making it so thin that the first vigorous stroke must have snapped it off at the elbow. "One of us walked in his sleep and did this thing," I said feebly, or it has been filed by the constant stream of sand particles blown against it by the wind, perhaps. "Ah," said the Swede, turning away, laughing a little. "You can explain everything. The same wind that caught the steering paddle and flung it so near the bank that it fell in with the next lump that crumbled," I called out after him, absolutely determined to find an explanation for everything he showed me. "I see," he shouted back, turning his head to look at me, before disappearing among the willow bushes. Once alone with these perplexing evidences of personal agency, I think my first thoughts took the form of, one of us must have done this thing, and it certainly was not I. But my second thought decided how impossible it was to suppose, under all the circumstances, that either of us had done it. That my companion, the trusted friend of a dozen similar expeditions, could have knowingly had a hand in it, was a suggestion not to be entertained for a moment. Equally absurd seemed the explanation that this imperturbable and densely practical nature had suddenly become insane, and was busied with insane purposes. Yet the fact remained that what disturbed me most, and kept my fear actively alive even in this blaze of sunshine and wild beauty, was the clear certainty that some curious alteration had come about in his mind, that he was nervous, timid, suspicious, aware of goings-on he did not speak about, watching a series of secret and hitherto unmentionable events, waiting, in a word, for a climax that he expected, and, I thought, expected very soon. This grew up in my mind intuitively. I hardly knew how. I made a hurried examination of the tent and its surroundings, but the measurements of the night remained the same. There were deep hollows formed in the sand I now noticed for the first time, basin-shaped, and of various depths and sizes, varying from that of a teacup to a large bowl. The wind, no doubt, was responsible for these miniature craters, just as it was for lifting the paddle and tossing it towards the water. The rent in the canoe was the only thing that seemed quite inexplicable, and, after all, it was conceivable that a sharp point had caught it when we landed. The examination I made of the shore did not assist this theory, but all the same I clung to it with that diminishing portion of my intelligence which I called my reason. An explanation of some kind was an absolute necessity, just as some working explanation of the universe is necessary, however absurd, to the happiness of every individual who seeks to do his duty in the world and face the problems of life. This simile seemed to me at the time an exact parallel. I at once set the pitch melting, and presently the Swede joined me at the work, though under the best conditions in the world the canoe could not be safe for travelling till the following day. I drew his attention casually to the hollows in the sand. "Yes," he said, "I know. They're all over the island, but you can explain them, no doubt." "Wind, of course," I answered without hesitation. "Have you never watched those little whirlwinds in the street that twist and twirl everything into a circle? This sand's loose enough to yield, that's all." He made no reply, and we worked on in silence for a bit. I watched him surreptitiously all the time, and I had an idea he was watching me. He seemed, too, to be always listening attentively to something I could not hear, or perhaps for something that he expected to hear, for he kept turning about and staring into the bushes, and up into the sky, and out across the water, where it was visible through the openings among the willows. Sometimes he even put his hand to his ear and held it there for several minutes. He said nothing to me, however, about it, and I asked no questions. And meanwhile, as he mended that torn canoe with the skill and address of a Red Indian, I was glad to notice his absorption in the work, for there was a vague dread in my heart that he would speak of the changed aspect of the willows. And, if he had noticed that, my imagination could no longer be held a sufficient explanation of it. 3. At length, after a long pause, he began to talk. "Queer thing," he added, in a hurried sort of voice, as though he wanted to say something and get it over. queer thing. I mean about that otter last night. I had expected something so totally different that he caught me with surprise, and I looked up sharply. Shows how lonely this place is. Otters are awfully shy things. I don't mean that, of course, he interrupted. I mean, did you think it really was an otter? What else, in the name of heaven? What else? You know, I saw it before you did, and at first it seemed so much bigger than an otter. The sunset, as you looked upstream, magnified it, or something, I replied. He looked at me absently a moment, as though his mind were busy with other thoughts. It had such extraordinary yellow eyes, he went on, half to himself. That was the sun, too. I laughed, a trifle boisterously. I suppose you'll wonder next if that fellow in the boat... I suddenly decided not to finish the sentence. He was in the act again of listening, turning his head to the wind, and something in the expression of his face made me halt. The subject dropped, and we went on with our caulking. Apparently, he had not noticed my unfinished sentence. 5 minutes later, however, he looked at me across the canoe, the smoking pitch in his hand, his face exceedingly grave. I did rather wonder, if you want to know, he said slowly, what that thing in the boat was. I remember thinking at the time it was not a man. The whole business seemed to rise quite suddenly out of the water. I laughed again boisterously in his face, but this time there was impatience, and a strain of anger too in my feeling. Look here now, I cried. This place is quite queer enough, without going out of our way to imagine things. That boat was an ordinary boat, and the man in it was an ordinary man, and they were both going downstream as fast as they could lick, and that otter was an otter, so don't let's play the fool about it. He looked steadily at me with the same grave expression. He was not in the least annoyed. I took courage from his silence. And for heaven's sake, I went on, don't keep pretending you hear things, because it only gives me the jumps, and there's nothing to hear but the river and this cursed old thundering wind. You fool, he answered in a low, shocked voice. You utter fool. That's just the way all victims talk, as if you didn't understand just as well as I do. He sneered with scorn in his voice and a sort of resignation. The best thing you can do is to keep quiet and try to hold your mind as firm as possible. This feeble attempt at self-deception only makes the truth harder when you're forced to meet it. My little effort was over, and I found nothing more to say, for I knew quite well his words were true, and that I was the fool, not he. Up to a certain stage in the adventure, he kept ahead of me easily, and I think I felt annoyed to be out of it, to be thus proved less psychic, less sensitive than himself to these extraordinary happenings, and half ignorant all the time of what was going on under my very nose. He knew from the very beginning, apparently, but at the moment I wholly missed the point of his words about the necessity of there being a victim, and that we ourselves were destined to satisfy the want. I dropped all pretense thenceforward, but thenceforward likewise my fear increased steadily to the climax. But you're quite right about one thing, he added, before the subject passed, and that is that we're wiser not to talk about it, or even to think about it, because what one thinks finds expression in words, and what one says happens. That afternoon, while the canoe dried and hardened, we spent trying to fish, testing the leak, collecting wood, and watching the enormous flood of rising water. Masses of driftwood swept near our shores sometimes, and we fished for them with long willow branches. The island grew perceptibly smaller, as the banks were torn away with great gulps and splashes. The weather kept brilliantly fine till about 4 o'clock, and then, for the first time for 3 days, the wind showed signs of abating. Clouds began to gather in the southwest, spreading thence slowly over the sky. This lessening of the wind came as a great relief, for the incessant roaring, banging, and thundering had irritated our nerves, yet the silence that came about 5 o'clock, with its sudden cessation, was in a manner quite as oppressive. The booming of the river had everything in its own way then. It filled the air with deep murmurs, more musical than the wind noises, but infinitely more monotonous. The wind held many notes, rising, falling, always beating out some sort of great elemental tune, whereas the river song lay between 3 notes at most, dull pedal notes, that held a lugubrious quality foreign to the wind, and somehow seemed to me, in my then nervous state, to sound wonderfully well the music of doom. It was extraordinary, too, how the withdrawal suddenly of bright sunlight took everything out of the landscape that made for cheerfulness, and since this particular landscape had already managed to convey the suggestion of something sinister, the change of course was all the more unwelcome and noticeable. For me, I know, the darkening outlook became distinctly more alarming, and I found myself more than once calculating how soon after sunset the full moon would get up in the east, and whether the gathering clouds would greatly interfere with her lighting of the little island. With this general hush of the wind, though it still indulged in occasional brief gusts, the river seemed to me to grow blacker, the willows to stand more densely together. The latter, too, kept up a sort of independent movement of their own, rustling among themselves when no wind stirred, and shaking oddly from the roots upwards. When common objects in this way become charged with the suggestion of horror, they stimulate the imagination far more than things of unusual appearance, and these bushes, crowding, huddled about us, assumed for me in the darkness a bizarre grotesquerie of appearance that lent to them somehow the aspect of purposeful and living creatures. Their very ordinariness, I felt, masked what was malignant and hostile to us. The forces of the region drew nearer with the coming of night. They were focusing upon our island, and more particularly upon ourselves. For thus, somehow, in the terms of the imagination, did my really undescribable sensations in this extraordinary place present themselves. I had slept a good deal in the early afternoon, and had thus recovered somewhat from the exhaustion of a disturbed night, but this only served apparently to render me more susceptible than before to the obsessing spell of the haunting. I fought against it, laughing at my feelings as absurd and childish, with very obvious physiological explanations, yet, in spite of every effort, they gained in strength upon me, so that I dreaded the night as a child lost in a forest must dread the approach of darkness. The canoe we had carefully covered with a waterproof sheet during the day, and the one remaining paddle had been securely tied by the Swede to the base of a tree, lest the wind should rob us of that too. From 5 o'clock onwards, I busied myself with a stew-pot and preparations for dinner, it being my turn to cook that night. We had potatoes, onions, bits of bacon fat to add flavour, and a general thick residue from former stews at the bottom of the pot. With black bread broken up into it, the result was most excellent, and it was followed by a stew of plums with sugar and a brew of strong tea with dried milk. A good pile of wood lay close at hand, and the absence of wind made my duties easy. My companion sat lazily watching me, dividing his attentions between cleaning his pipe and giving useless advice, an admitted privilege of the off-duty man. He had been very quiet all the afternoon, engaged in recorking the canoe, strengthening the tent ropes, and fishing for driftwood while I slept. No more talk about undesirable things had passed between us, and I think his only remarks had to do with the gradual destruction of the island, which he declared was not fully a third smaller than when we first landed. The pot had just begun to bubble when I heard his voice calling to me from the bank, where he had wandered away without my noticing. I ran up. "Come and listen," he said, "and see what you make of it." He held his hand cupwise to his ear, as so often before. "Now, do you hear anything?" he asked, watching me curiously. We stood there, listening attentively together. At first, I heard only the deep note of the water and the hissings rising from its turbulent surface. The willows, for once, were motionless and silent. Then a sound began to reach my ears faintly, a peculiar sound, something like the humming of a distant gong. It seemed to come across to us in the darkness from the waste of swamps and willows opposite. It was repeated at regular intervals, but it was certainly neither the sound of a bell nor the hooting of a distant steamer. I can liken it to nothing so much as to the sound of an immense gong, suspended far up in the sky, repeating incessantly its muffled metallic note, soft and musical, as it was repeatedly struck. My heart quickened as I listened. "I've heard it all day," said my companion. "While you slept this afternoon, it came all round the island. I hunted it down, but could never get near enough to localize it correctly, Sometimes it was overhead, and sometimes it seemed under the water. Once or twice, too, I could have sworn it was not outside at all, but within myself, the way a sound in the fourth dimension is supposed to come. I was too much puzzled to pay much attention to his words. I listened carefully, striving to associate it with any known familiar sound I could think of, but without success. It changed in the direction, too, coming nearer, and then sinking utterly away into remote distance. I cannot say that it was ominous in quality, because to me it seemed distinctly musical, yet I must admit it set going a distressing feeling that made me wish I had never heard it. "The wind blowing in those sand funnels," I said, determined to find an explanation. "Or the bushes rubbing together after the storm, perhaps." "It comes off the whole swamp," my friend answered. "It comes from everywhere at once." He ignored my explanations. "It comes from the willow bushes, somehow." "But now the wind has dropped," I objected. "The willows can hardly make a noise by themselves, can they?" His answer frightened me, first because I had dreaded it, and secondly because I knew intuitively it was true. "It is because the wind has dropped we now hear it. It was drowned before. It is the cry, I believe, of the—" I dashed back to the fire, warned by the sound of bubbling that the stew was in danger, but determined at the same time to escape further conversation. I was resolute, if possible, to avoid the exchanging of views. I dreaded, too, that he would begin about the gods or the elemental forces, or something else disquieting, and I wanted to keep myself well in hand for what might happen later. There was another night to be faced before we escaped from this distressing place, and there was no knowing yet what it might bring forth. "Come and cut up bread for the pot," I called to him, vigorously stirring the appetizing mixture. That stew pot held sanity for us both, and the thought made me laugh. He came over slowly and took the provision sack from the tree, fumbling in its mysterious depths, and then emptying the entire contents upon the ground sheet at his feet. "Hurry up," I cried. "It's boiling." The Swede burst out into a roar of laughter that startled me. It was forced laughter, not artificial exactly, but mirthless. "There's nothing here," he shouted, holding his sides. "Bread, I mean." "It's gone. There is no bread. They've taken it." I dropped the long spoon and ran up. Everything the sack had contained lay upon the ground sheet, but there was no loaf. The whole dead weight of my growing fear fell upon me and shook me. Then I burst out laughing too. It was the only thing to do, and the sound of my laughter also made me understand his. The stain of psychical pressure caused it, this explosion of unnatural laughter in both of us. It was an effort of repressed forces to seek relief. It was a temporary safety valve, and with both of us, it ceased quite suddenly. "How criminally stupid of me!" I cried, still determined to be consistent and find an explanation. "I clean forgot to buy a loaf at Pressburg. That chattering woman put everything out of my head, and I must have left it lying on the counter, or— The oatmeal, too, is much less than it was this morning," the Swede interrupted. Why in the world need he draw attention to it? I thought angrily. "There's enough for tomorrow," I said, stirring vigorously, "and we can get lots more at Comorn or Gran. In 24 hours we shall be miles from here." "I hope so. To God," he muttered, putting the things back into the sack. "Unless we're claimed first as victims for the sacrifice," he added with a foolish laugh. He dragged the sack into the tent, for safety's sake, I suppose, and I heard him mumbling to himself, but so indistinctly that it seemed quite natural for me to ignore his words. Our meal was beyond question a gloomy one, and we ate it almost in silence, avoiding one another's eyes and keeping the fire bright. Then we washed up and prepared for the night, and, once smoking, our minds unoccupied with any definite duties, the apprehension I had felt all day long became more and more acute. It was not then active fear, I think, but the very vagueness of its origin distressed me far more than if I had been able to tick it and face it squarely. The curious sound I have likened to the note of a gong became now almost incessant, and filled the stillness of the night with a faint, continuous ringing, rather than a series of distinct notes. At one time it was behind, and at another time in front of us. Sometimes I fancied it came from the bushes on our left, and then again from the clumps on our right. More often it hovered directly overhead like the whirring of wings. It was really everywhere at once, behind, in front, at our sides and over our heads, completely surrounding us. The sound really defies description, but nothing within my knowledge is like that ceaseless muffled humming rising off the deserted world of swamps and willows. We sat smoking in comparative silence, the strain growing every minute greater. The worst feature of the situation seemed to me that we did not know what to expect, and could therefore make no sort of preparation by way of defense. We could anticipate nothing. My explanations made in the sunshine, moreover, now came to haunt me with their foolish and wholly unsatisfactory nature, and it was more and more clear to us that some kind of plain talk with my companion was inevitable, whether I liked it or not. After all, we had to spend the night together, and to sleep in the same tent side by side. I saw that I could not get along much longer without the support of his mind, and for that, of course, plain talk was imperative. As long as possible, however, I postponed this little climax and tried to ignore or laugh at the occasional sentences he flung into the emptiness. Some of these sentences, moreover, were confoundedly disquieting to me, coming as they did to corroborate much that I felt myself. Corroboration, too, which made it so much more convincing from a totally different point of view. He composed such curious sentences, and hurled them at me in such an inconsequential sort of way, as though his main line of thought was secret to himself, and these fragments were mere bits he found it impossible to digest. He got rid of them by uttering them. Speech relieved him. It was like being sick. There are things about us, I'm sure, that make for disorder, disintegration, destruction, our destruction, he said once, while the fire blazed between us. We've strayed out of a safe line somewhere. And another time, when the gong sounds had come nearer, ringing much louder than before, and directly over our heads, he said, as though talking to himself, I don't think a gramophone would show any record of that. The sound doesn't come to me by the ears at all. The vibrations reach me in another manner altogether, and seem to be within me, which is precisely how a fourth-dimensional sound might be supposed to make itself heard. I purposely made no reply to this, but I sat up a little closer to the fire and peered about me into the darkness. The clouds were massed all over the sky, and no trace of moonlight came through. Very still, too, everything was, so that the river and the frogs had things all their own way. It has that about it, he went on, which is utterly out of common experience. It is unknown. Only one thing describes it, really. It is a non-human sound. A sound outside humanity. Having rid himself of this indigestible morsel, he lay quiet for a time, but he had so admirably expressed my own feeling that it was a relief to have the thought out, and to have confined it by the limitations of words from dangerous wandering to and fro in the mind. The solitude of that Danube camping-place, can I ever forget it? The feeling of being utterly alone on an empty planet. My thoughts ran incessantly upon cities and the haunts of men. I would have given my soul, as the saying is, for the feel of those Bavarian villages we had passed through by the score, for the normal, human commonplaces, peasants drinking beer, tables beneath the trees, hot sunshine, and a ruined castle on the rocks behind the red-roofed church. Even the tourists would have been welcome. Yet what I felt of dread was no ordinary ghostly fear. It was infinitely greater, stranger, and seemed to arise from some dim ancestral sense of terror, more profoundly disturbing than anything I had known or dreamed of. We had strayed, as the Swede put it, into some region or some set of conditions where the risks were great, yet unintelligible to us, where the frontiers of some unknown world lay close about us. It was a spot held by the dwellers in some outer space, a sort of peephole whence they could spy upon the earth, themselves unseen, a point where the veil between had worn a little thin. As the final result of too long a sojourn here, we should be carried over the border and deprived of what we called our lives, yet by mental, not physical processes. In that sense, as he said, we should be the victims of our adventure, a sacrifice. It took us in different fashion, each according to the measure of his sensitiveness and powers of resistance. I translated it vaguely into a personification of the mightily disturbed elements, investing them with the horror of a deliberate and malefic purpose, resentful of our audacious intrusion into their breeding place, whereas my friend threw it into the unoriginal form at first of a trespass on some ancient shrine, some place where the old god still held sway, where the emotional forces of former worshippers still clung, and the ancestral portion of him yielded to the old pagan spell. At any rate, here was a place unpolluted by men, kept clean by the winds from coarsening human influences, a place where spiritual agencies were within reach and aggressive. Never, before or since, have I been so attacked by indescribable suggestions of a beyond region, of another scheme of life, another revolution not parallel to the human. And in the end, our minds would succumb under the weight of the awful spell, and we should be drawn across the frontier into their world. Small things testified to the amazing influence of the place, and now, in the silence round the fire, they allowed themselves to be noted by the mind. The very atmosphere had proved itself a magnifying medium to distort every indication, the otter rolling in the current, the hurrying boatman making signs. The shifting willows, one and all, had been robbed of its natural character, and revealed in something of its other aspect, as it existed across the border to that other region. And this changed aspect, I felt, was now not merely to me, but to the race. The whole experience whose verge we touched was unknown to humanity at all. It was a new order of experience, and in the true sense of the word, unearthly. It's the deliberate, calculating purpose that reduces one's courage to zero, the Swede said suddenly, as if he had been actually following my thoughts. Otherwise, imagination might count for much, but the paddle, the canoe, the lessening food— Haven't I explained all that once? I interrupted viciously. You have, he answered dryly. You have indeed. He made other remarks too, as usual, about what he called the plain determination to provide a victim. But, having now arranged my thoughts better, I recognized that this was simply the cry of his frightened soul against the knowledge that he was being attacked in a vital part, and that he would be somehow taken or destroyed. The situation called for a courage and calmness of reasoning that neither of us could compass, and I have never before been so clearly conscious of two persons in me, the one that explained everything, and the other that laughed at such foolish explanations, yet was horribly afraid. Meanwhile, in the pitchy night, the fire died down and the woodpile grew small. Neither of us moved to replenish the stock, and the darkness consequently came up very close to our faces. A few feet beyond the circle of firelight, it was inky black. Occasionally, a stray puff of wind set the willows shivering about us, but, apart from this not very welcome sound, a deep and depressing silence reigned, broken only by the gurgling of the river and the humming in the air overhead. We both missed, I think, the shouting company of the winds. At length, at a moment when a stray puff prolonged itself as though the wind were about to rise again, I reached the point for me of saturation, the point where it was absolutely necessary to find relief in plain speech, or else to betray myself by some hysterical extravagance that must have been far worse in its effect upon both of us. I kicked the fire into a blaze, and turned to my companion abruptly. He looked up with a start. I can't disguise it any longer, I said. I don't like this place, and the darkness, and the noises, and the awful feelings I get. There's something here that beats me utterly. I'm in a blue funk, and that's the plain truth. If the other shore was different, I swear I'd be inclined to swim for it. The Swede's face turned very white beneath the deep tan of sun and wind. He stared straight at me, and answered quietly, but his voice betrayed his huge excitement by its unnatural calmness. For the moment, at any rate, he was the strong man of the two. He was more phlegmatic, for one thing. It's not a physical condition we can escape from by running away, he replied, in the tone of a doctor diagnosing some grave disease. We must sit tight and wait. There are forces close here that could kill a herd of elephants in a second, as easily as you or I could squash a fly. Our only chance is to keep perfectly still. Our insignificance, perhaps, may save us. I put a dozen questions into my expression of face, but found no words. It was precisely like listening to an accurate description of a disease whose symptoms had puzzled me. I mean that so far, although aware of our disturbing presence, they have not found us, not located us, as the Americans say," he went on. "They're blundering about like men hunting for a leak of gas. The paddle and canoe and provisions prove that. I think they feel us, but cannot actually see us. We must keep our minds quiet. It's our minds they feel. We must control our thoughts, or it's all up with us." "Death, you mean?" I stammered, icy with the horror of his suggestion. "Worse, by far," he said. "Death, according to one's belief, means either annihilation or release from the limitations of the senses, but it involves no change of character. You don't suddenly alter just because the body's gone. But this means a radical alteration, a complete change, a horrible loss of oneself by substitution, far worse than death, and not even annihilation. We happen to have camped in a spot where their region touches ours, where the veil between has worn thin. Horrors! He was using my very own phrase, my actual words. So that they're aware of our being in their neighborhood. But who are aware? I asked. I forgot the shaking of the willows in the windless calm, the humming overhead, everything except that I was waiting for an answer that I dreaded more than I can possibly explain. He lowered his voice at once to reply, leaning forward a little over the fire, an indefinable change in his face that made me avoid his eyes and look down upon the ground. "All my life," he said, "I have been strangely, vividly conscious of another region, not far removed from our own world in one sense, yet wholly different in kind, where great things go on unceasingly, where immense and terrible personalities hurry by, intent on vast purposes, compared to which earthly affairs, the rise and fall of nations, the destinies of empires, the fate of armies and continents, are all as dust in the balance. Vast purposes, I mean, that deal directly with the soul, and not indirectly with more expressions of the soul. I suggest just now," I began, seeking to stop him, feeling as though I was face to face with a madman. But he instantly overbore me with his torrent that had to come. "You think," he said, "it is the spirit of the elements, and I thought perhaps it was the old gods, but I tell you now it is neither. These would be comprehensible entities, for they have relations with men, depending upon them for worship or sacrifice, whereas these beings who are now about us have absolutely nothing to do with mankind, and it is mere chance that their space happens just at this spot to touch our own." The mere conception, which his words somehow made so convincing, as I listened to them there in the dark stillness of that lonely island, set me shaking a little all over. I found it impossible to control my movements. "And what do you propose?" I began again. "A sacrifice, a victim, might save us by distracting them until we could get away," he went on. "Just as the wolves stop to devour the dogs and give the sleigh another start. But I see no chance of any other victim now." I stared blankly at him. The gleam in his eye was dreadful. Presently, he continued. 4. "It's the willows, of course. The willows mask the others, but the others are feeling about for us. If we let our minds betray our fear, we're lost utterly." He looked at me with an expression so calm, so determined, so sincere, that I no longer had any doubts as to his sanity. He was as sane as any man ever was. "If we can hold out through the night," he added, "we may get off in the daylight unnoticed, or rather undiscovered." "But you really think a sacrifice would—" That gong-like humming came down very close over our heads as I spoke, but it was my friend's scared face that really stopped my mouth. "Hush," he whispered, holding up his hand. "Do not mention them more than you can help. Do not refer to them by name. To name is to reveal. It is the inevitable clue, and our only hope lies in ignoring them, in order that they may ignore us." "Even in thought?" He was extraordinarily agitated. "Especially in thought. Our thoughts make spirals in their world. We must keep them out of our minds at all costs, if possible." I raked the fire together to prevent the darkness having everything its own way. I never longed for the sun as I longed for it then in the awful blackness of that summer night. "Were you awake all last night?" he went on suddenly. "I slept badly a little after dawn," I replied evasively, trying to follow his instructions, which I knew instinctively were true. "But the wind, of course." "I know, but the wind won't account for all the noises." "Then you heard it too?" "The multiplying countless little footsteps I heard," he said, adding after a moment's hesitation, "and that other sound." "You mean above the tent? And the pressing down upon us of something tremendous, gigantic?" He nodded significantly. "It was like the beginning of a sort of inner suffocation?" I said. "Partly, yes. It seemed to me that the weight of the atmosphere had been altered, had increased enormously, so that we should have been crushed." "And that?" I went on, determined to have it all out, pointing upwards where the gong-like note hummed ceaselessly, rising and falling like wind. "What do you make of that?" "It's their sound," he whispered gravely. "It's the sound of their world, the humming in their region. The division here is so thin that it leaks through somehow. But if you listen carefully, you'll find it's not above so much as around us. It's in the willows. It's the willows themselves humming, because here the willows have been made symbols of the forces that are against us." I could not follow exactly what he meant by this, yet the thought and idea in my mind were beyond question the thought and idea in his. I realized what he realized, only with less power of analysis than his. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him at last about my hallucination of the ascending figures and the moving bushes, when he suddenly thrust his face again close into mine across the firelight and began to speak in a very earnest whisper. He amazed me by his calmness and pluck, his apparent control of the situation. This man I had for years deemed unimaginative, stolid. "Now listen," he said. "The only thing for us to do is to go on as though nothing had happened, follow our usual habits, go to bed, and so forth. Pretend we feel nothing and notice nothing. It is a question wholly of the mind, and the less we think about them, the better our chance of escape. Above all, don't think, for what you think happens." "All right," I managed to reply, simply breathless with his words and the strangeness of it all. "All right, I'll try, but tell me one more thing first. Tell me what you make of those hollows in the ground all about us, those sand funnels." "No," he cried, forgetting to whisper in his excitement. "I dare not, simply dare not put the thought into words. If you have not guessed, I am glad. Don't try to. They have put it into my mind. Try your hardest to prevent their putting it into yours." He sank his voice again to a whisper before he finished, and I did not press him to explain. There was already just about as much horror in me as I could hold. The conversation came to an end, and we smoked our pipes busily in silence. Then something happened, something unimportant, apparently, as the way is when the nerves are in a very great state of tension, and this small thing for a brief space gave me an entirely different point of view. I chanced to look down at my sandshoe, the sort we used for the canoe, and something to do with the hole at the toe suddenly recalled to me the London shop where I had bought them, the difficulty the man had in fitting me, and other details of the uninteresting but practical operation. At once, in its train, followed a wholesome view of the modern sceptical world I was accustomed to move in at home. I thought of roast beef and ale, motor cars, policemen, brass bands, and a dozen other things that proclaim the soul of ordinariness or utility. The effect was immediate and astonishing even to myself. Psychologically, I suppose, it was simply a sudden and violent reaction after the strain of living in an atmosphere of things that to the normal consciousness must seem impossible and incredible. But, whatever the cause, it momentarily lifted the spell from my heart and left me for the short space of a minute feeling free and utterly unafraid. I looked up at my friend opposite. "You damned old pagan!" I cried, laughing aloud in his face. "You imaginative idiot! You superstitious idolater! You—" I stopped in the middle, seized anew by the old horror. I tried to smother the sound of my voice as something sacrilegious. The Swede, of course, heard it too, the strange cry overhead in the darkness, and that sudden drop in the air, as though something had come nearer. He had turned ashen white under the tan. He stood bolt upright in front of the fire, stiff as a rod, staring at me. "After that," he said in a sort of helpless, frantic way, "we must go. We can't stay now. We must strike camp this very instant and go on, down the river." He was talking, I saw, quite wildly, his words dictated by abject terror, the terror he had resisted so long, but which had caught him at last. "In the dark?" I exclaimed, shaking with fear after my hysterical outburst, but still realizing our position better than he did. "Sheer madness! The river's in flood, and we've only got a single paddle. Besides, we only go deeper into their country. There's nothing ahead for 50 miles but willows, willows, willows!" He sat down again in a state of semi-collapse. The positions, by one of those kaleidoscopic changes nature loves, were suddenly reversed, and the control of our forces passed over into my hands. His mind at last had reached the point where it was beginning to weaken. "What on earth possessed you to do such a thing?" he whispered with the awe of genuine terror in his voice and face. I crossed round to his side of the fire. I took both his hands in mine, kneeling down beside him and looking straight into his frightened eyes. "We'll make one more blaze," I said firmly, "and then turn in for the night. At sunrise, we'll be off full speed for Comorn. Now, pull yourself together a bit and remember your own advice about not thinking fear." He said no more, and I saw that he would agree and obey. In some measure, too, it was a sort of relief to get up and make an excursion into the darkness for more wood. We kept close together, almost touching, groping among the bushes and along the bank. The humming overhead never ceased, but seemed to me to grow louder as we increased our distance from the fire. It was shivery work. We were grubbing away in the middle of a thickish clump of willows, where some driftwood from a former flood had caught high among the branches, when my body was seized in a grip that made me half drop upon the sand. It was the Swede. He had fallen against me, and was clutching me for support. I heard his breath coming and going in short gasps. "Look, by my soul," he whispered, and for the first time in my experience I knew what it was to hear tears of terror in a human voice. He was pointing to the fire, some 50 feet away. I followed the direction of his finger, and I swear my heart missed a beat. There, in front of the dim glow, something was moving. I saw it through a veil that hung before my eyes like the gauze drop curtain used at the back of a theatre, hazily a little. It was neither a human figure nor an animal. To me it gave the strange impression of being as large as several animals grouped together, like horses, 2 or 3, moving slowly. The Swede, too, got a similar result, though expressing it differently, for he thought it was shaped and sized like a clump of willow bushes, rounded at the top, and moving all over upon its surface, coiling upon itself like smoke, he said afterwards. "I watched it settle downwards through the bushes," he sobbed at me. "Look, by God, it's coming this way. Oh, oh!" He gave a kind of whistling cry. "They found us." I gave one terrified glance, which just enabled me to see that the shadowy form was swinging towards us through the bushes, and then I collapsed backwards with a crash into the branches. These failed, of course, to support my weight, so that with the Swede on top of me, we fell in a struggling heap upon the sand. I really hardly knew what was happening. I was conscious only of a sort of enveloping sensation of icy fear that plucked the nerves out of their fleshly covering, twisted them this way and that, and replaced them quivering. My eyes were tightly shut. Something in my throat choked me. A feeling that my consciousness was expanding, extending out into space, swiftly gave way to another feeling that I was losing it altogether and about to die. An acute spasm of pain passed through me, and I was aware that the Swede had hold of me in such a way that he hurt me abominably. It was the way he caught at me in falling. But it was the pain, he declared afterwards, that saved me. It caused me to forget them and think of something else at the very instant when they were about to find me. It concealed my mind from them at the moment of discovery, yet just in time to evade their terrible seizing of me. He himself, he says, actually swooned at the same moment, and that was what saved him. I only know that, at a later date, how long or short is impossible to say, I found myself scrambling up out of the slippery network of willow branches and saw my companion standing in front of me, holding out a hand to assist me. I stared at him in a dazed way, rubbing the arm he had twisted for me. Nothing came to me to say, somehow. "I lost consciousness for a moment or two," I heard him say. "That's what saved me. It made me stop thinking about them." "You nearly broke my arm in two," I said, uttering my only connected thought at the moment. A numbness came over me. "That's what saved you," he replied. "Between us, we've managed to set them off on a false tack somewhere. The humming has ceased. It's gone, for the moment at any rate." A wave of hysterical laughter seized me again, and this time spread to my friend too. Great healing gusts of shaking laughter that brought a tremendous sense of relief in their train. We made our way back to the fire and put the wood on so that it blazed at once. Then we saw that the tent had fallen over and lay in a tangled heap upon the ground. We picked it up, and during the process tripped more than once and caught our feet in sand. "It's those sand funnels!" exclaimed the Swede, when the tent was up again and the firelight lit up the ground for several yards about us. "And look at the size of them!" All round the tent and about the fireplace, where we had seen the moving shadows, there were deep funnel-shaped hollows in the sand, exactly similar to the ones we had already found over the island, only far bigger and deeper, beautifully formed, and wide enough in some instances to admit the whole of my foot and leg. Neither of us said a word. We both knew that sleep was the safest thing we could do, and to bed we went accordingly without further delay, having first thrown sand on the fire and taken the provision sack and the paddle inside the tent with us. The canoe, too, we propped in such a way at the end of the tent that our feet touched it, and the least motion would disturb and wake us. In case of emergency, too, we again went to bed in our clothes, ready for a sudden start. It was my firm intention to lie awake all night and watch, but the exhaustion of nerves and body decreed otherwise, and sleep after a while came over me with a welcome blanket of oblivion. The fact that my companion also slept quickened its approach. At first he fidgeted and constantly sat up, asking me if I heard this or heard that. He tossed about on his cork mattress and said the tent was moving and the river had risen over the point of the island, but each time I went out to look, I returned with the report that all was well, and finally he grew calmer and lay still. Then, at length, his breathing became regular, and I heard unmistakable sounds of snoring, the first and only time in my life when snoring has been a welcome and calming influence. This, I remember, was the last thought in my mind before dozing off. A difficulty in breathing woke me, and I found the blanket over my face, but something else besides the blanket was pressing upon me, and my first thought was that my companion had rolled off his mattress onto my own in his sleep. I called to him and sat up, and at the same moment it came to me that the tent was surrounded. That sound of multitudinous soft pattering was again audible outside, filling the night with horror. I called again to him, louder than before. He did not answer, but I missed the sound of his snoring, and also noticed that the flap of the tent was down. This was the unpardonable sin. I crawled out in the darkness to hook it back securely, and it was then, for the first time, I realized positively that the Swede was not here. He had gone. I dashed out in a mad run, seized by a dreadful agitation, and the moment I was out, I plunged into a sort of torrent of humming that surrounded me completely and came out of every quarter of the heavens at once. It was that same familiar humming, gone mad. A swarm of great invisible bees might have been about me in the air. The sound seemed to thicken the very atmosphere, and I felt that my lungs worked with difficulty. But my friend was in danger, and I could not hesitate. The dawn was just about to break, and a faint whitish light spread upwards over the clouds from a thin strip of clear horizon. No wind stirred. I could just make out the bushes and river beyond, and the pale sandy patches. In my excitement, I ran frantically to and fro about the island, calling him by name, shouting at the top of my voice the first words that came into my head. But the willows smothered my voice, and the humming muffled it, so that the sound only travelled a few feet round me. I plunged among the bushes, tripping headlong, tumbling over roots, and scraping my face as I tore this way and that among the preventing branches. Then, quite unexpectedly, I came out upon the island's point, and saw a dark figure outlined between the water and the sky. It was the Swede, and already he had one foot in the river. A moment more, and he would have taken the plunge. I threw myself upon him, flinging my arms about his waist and dragging him shorewards with all my strength. Of course, he struggled furiously, making a noise all the time just like that cursed humming, and using the most outlandish phrases in his anger about going inside to them and taking the way of the water and the wind, and God only knows what more besides, that I tried in vain to recall afterwards, but which turned me sick with horror and amazement as I listened. But in the end I managed to get him into the comparative safety of the tent, and flung him breathless and cursing upon the mattress, where I held him until the fit had passed. I think the suddenness with which it all went, and he grew calm, coinciding as it did with the equally abrupt cessation of the humming and pattering outside, I think this was almost the strangest part of the whole business, perhaps. For he had just opened his eyes and turned his tired face up to me so that the dawn threw a pale light upon it through the doorway, and said, for all the world just like a frightened child, "My life, old man. It's my life I owe you. But it's all over now anyhow. They found a victim in our place." Then he dropped back upon his blankets and went to sleep literally under my eyes. He simply collapsed and began to snore again as healthily as though nothing had happened, and he had never tried to offer his own life as a sacrifice by drowning. And when the sunlight woke him 3 hours later, hours of ceaseless vigil for me, it became so clear to me that he remembered absolutely nothing of what he had attempted to do, that I deemed it wise to hold my peace and ask no dangerous questions. He woke naturally and easily, as I have said, when the sun was already high in a windless, hot sky, and he at once got up and set about the preparation of the fire for breakfast. I followed him anxiously at bathing, but he did not attempt to plunge in, merely dipping his head and making some remark about the extra coldness of the water. "River's falling at last," he said, "and I'm glad of it." "The humming has stopped too," I said. He looked up at me quietly with his normal expression. Evidently he remembered everything, except his own attempt at suicide. "Everything has stopped," he said, "because—" He hesitated, but I knew some reference to that remark he had made just before he fainted was in his mind, and I was determined to know it. "Because they've found another victim?" I said, forcing a little laugh. "Exactly," he answered. "Exactly. I feel as positive of it as though I feel quite safe again, I mean," he finished. He began to look curiously about him. The sunlight lay in hot patches on the sand. There was no wind. The willows were motionless. He slowly rose to his feet. "Come," he said. "I think if we look, we shall find it." He started off on a run, and I followed him. He kept to the banks, poking with a stick among the sandy bays and caves and little backwaters, myself always close on his heels. "Ah!" he exclaimed presently. "Ah!" The tone of his voice somehow brought back to me a vivid sense of the horror of the last 24 hours, and I hurried up to join him. He was pointing with his stick at a large black object that lay half in the water and half on the sand. It appeared to be caught by some twisted willow roots, so that the river could not sweep it away. A few hours before, the spot must have been under water. "See," he said quietly, "the victim that made our escape possible." And when I peered across his shoulder, I saw that his stick rested on the body of a man. He turned it over. It was the corpse of a peasant, and the face was hidden in the sand. Clearly, the man had been drowned but a few hours before, and his body must have been swept down upon our island somewhere about the hour of the dawn, at the very time the fit had passed. "We must give it a decent burial, you know." "I suppose so," I replied. I shuddered a little, in spite of myself, for there was something about the appearance of that poor drowned man that turned me cold. The Swede glanced up sharply at me, an undecipherable expression on his face, and began clambering down the bank. I followed him more leisurely. The current, I noticed, had torn away much of the clothing from the body, so that the neck and part of the chest lay bare. Halfway down the bank, my companion suddenly stopped and held up his hand in warning, but either my foot slipped or I had gained too much momentum to bring myself quickly to a halt, for I bumped into him and sent him forward with a sort of leap to save himself. We tumbled together onto the hard sand, so that our feet splashed into the water, and, before anything could be done, we had collided a little heavily against the corpse. The Swede uttered a sharp cry, and I sprang back as if I had been shot. At the moment we touched the body, there rose from its surface the loud sound of humming, the sound of several hummings, which passed with a vast commotion as of winged things in the air about us, and disappeared upwards into the sky, growing fainter and fainter, till they finally ceased in the distance. It was exactly as though we had disturbed some living yet invisible creatures at work. My companion clutched me, and I think I clutched him, but before either of us had time properly to recover from the unexpected shock, we saw that a movement of the current was turning the corpse round, so that it became released from the grip of the willow roots. A moment later, it had turned completely over, the dead face uppermost, staring at the sky. It lay on the edge of the main stream. In another moment, it would be swept away. The Swede started to save it, shouting again something I did not catch about a proper burial, and then abruptly dropped upon his knees on the sand and covered his eyes with his hands. I was beside him in an instant. I saw what he had seen. For just as the body swung round to the current, the face and the exposed chest turned full towards us, and showed plainly how the skin and flesh were indented with small hollows beautifully formed, and exactly similar in shape and kind to the sand funnels that we had found all over the island. "They're Mark," I heard my companion mutter under his breath. "They're awful Mark." And when I turned my eyes again from his ghastly face to the river, the current had done its work, and the body had been swept away into mid-stream, and was already beyond our reach, and almost out of sight, turning over and over on the waves, like an otter.
The Tree of Life by Pall. It was cold. God, it was cold. Outside the cabin, a blanket of February snow showed leaden white under the heavy mid-afternoon clouds. A keening wind growled through the bare-limbed trees. It rattled the dry boughs like the fingers of skeletons, and stole between the slats of the crude window to twitch at the shroud of the thing beneath. It was from that sheeted, stark figure on the long bench that the greatest cold seemed to emanate. Nothing can be colder than a corpse. Nothing. A corpse seems to radiate a deathly chill that numbs the heart of whoever is near it. Because of the shrouded body, more than because of the actual temperature, I was chilled to the bone in spite of my inches of heavy clothing. I got to my feet and walked up and down the one room of the cabin, averting my eyes from the figure on the bench. Then, in an effort to conquer fear with familiarity, I crossed the room and lifted the shroud from the hatchet face beneath. An old woman, looking far older than her years because of her lifetime of toil and disappointments. The hair was scant and yellow-grey. The eyes, open and staring, were like grey stones. The nose seemed to have projected even farther in death than in life. It jutted out like the point of a wedge. There was nothing lovely in this pilgrim, set out for the farther shore. There was nothing reposeful here. It was Mrs. Wylam, wife of Ab Wylam, our nearest farm neighbour. The old couple had been swindled out of their modest Ohio farm 5 years before. In their old age, they had been forced to come to Upper Michigan, bare-handed, to wrest a living from the unfamiliar soil. And now, this. That noon, my father and I had hitched up for the 12-mile drive over laborious roads to town. This was before the day of teeming autos and cement highways. In front of the Wylam cabin, my father had pulled up the horses and stopped. Standing before us was Ab, a spare, gnarled man in whom age had curdled like milk in a thunderstorm. "Just a minute," he called, coming to the side of the wagon. "I need help." "Anything we can do?" my father began amiably. He stopped at the look in Ab's eyes. "My old woman's just died," he said. The words were as perfunctory as though he had just announced that his hogs had cholera, but his eyes spoke for him. They were dazed, hollowed out with sense of loss. "Somebody had ought to stay with her while I go to town for the undertaker," continued Ab. "She couldn't never bide being alone. I'd hate to leave her alone now." My father turned to me doubtfully, speculatively. "Think you can keep her company, son?" My look must have showed how repulsive I found the idea of a lonely vigil in the squalid cabin with the dead woman, for he hastened on. "Never mind. I'll do it. You're pretty young." Now the youth of youth is a sore point. His reminding me of my 16 years was sufficient to make me insist on staying there while he drove Ab on into town. So here I was, shivering in the mean little hut beside the dead Mrs. Wylam, blue with a cold that did not come entirely from the winter wind, but that emanated straight from the shrouded thing on the bench under the window. I replaced the sheet over the hawk features and sat down before the fireplace. That psychic cold that struck through jacket and mackinaw, knee-high boots and heavy socks. I huddled closer to the fire, resolutely turning my eyes to the leaping flames. I did not want to look toward the dead woman. I wondered if the body, in life, housed a deathless spirit, as most people claim it does. I wondered where this woman's spirit was. I fancied I knew what other spirit it was with at the moment. Just before the land deal that had cheated the Wylams out of their little farm, Ab's daughter had died. The daughter was an unfortunate creature, born blind and dull-witted and ugly. Her whole life had been filled by Mrs. Wylam, and the old lady, to hear Ab tell it, had concentrated all her frustrated hopes and ambitions in a ferocious maternal flame of love for her unfortunate child. The two had talked without words, Ab had once said. The girl's soul, he said, was twisted around the mother's like a creeper around a tree. Now was the daughter rejoined in death by the only person that had ever meant anything to her, the only light that had shone in her warped, blind world. Her mother? Was the daughter's spirit hovering somewhere near, come to escort the spirit of her beloved parent? I thought of these things as I huddled miserably over a fire that could not warm me, and prayed the time would not be too long in passing, till my father and Ab got back with the undertaker. I turned to the wood box, which was full to overflowing, and dumped a big armful of split branches into the fire. This awful cold. The fire roared higher as I fed it more wood. In an effort to counteract that chilling cold, I built a blaze that threatened the safety of the cabin. The first keen edge of my formless terror gradually wore off, as all keen edges do in time. The psychic chill was less numbing, or possibly it was more numbing. I don't know. Perhaps my fear was now so great that my nerves refused to twitch to its stimulus any more. At any rate, calm of a sort came over me, and with this unnatural, stunned calm there came a relief from the coldness. In spite of the open window, covered only by the few meagre slats, in spite of the low temperature outside, I began to feel suffocated. I was dressed to be comfortable at 0. It must have been nearly 60 degrees now in the low, small room. I took off my mackinaw and loosened my collar. Then, as my feet felt the heat, my boots began to bother me. They were new and stiff as only new knee-high boots can be. I took them off too and padded about in my heavy socks. I opened the door for a foot or so and propped it with a piece of firewood. Trying to make my mind a blank, I sat down, a good way from the scorching fire. Another 2 hours would be needed before the trip to town and back could be concluded. 2 hours, 2 centuries. I sat there, keeping my eyes on the partly open door so that I would not see the way the draughts twitched like ghostly fingers at the edge of the shroud. There was a faint scratching on the bare-swept step outside. A small, tapered head, in which were set 2 beady eyes, was poked inquisitively around the edge of the door. A wood rat, and an astonishingly bold one, driven past fear, no doubt, by the attraction of the warmth and the smell of food in the cupboard. Cautiously, with many a spasmodic retreat, it came into the cabin. It kept its hard little eyes warily on me. I stayed motionless, glad of any distraction. After perhaps 5 minutes of maneuvering, it reached the center of the room and crouched, staring impudently up at me. I reached slowly down beside me for one of my boots. Slowly. The wood rat jerked toward the door, but stopped as my descending hand was stayed. It came back, and now my fingers were around the boot top. My hand snapped back and up. The rat raced for the door, but a foot away from it, the flung boot chanced to catch it squarely. It kicked a little, and lay still, with a fleck of red dabbling its spiky, repulsive whiskers. I started up to throw the dead rat out of the cabin, when another scratching sound on the step outside came to my ears. It was a second wood rat, and this one was either entirely fearless or lost to caution in its discovery of its fellow's fate. Without even a glance at me, it streaked from the door to the furry body lying beside my boot. It sniffed around the dead rat with inquisitive nose and stared at it with beady eyes. Then, almost before I could follow its movements, it had streaked for the door again and was gone. Almost at once it was back again, and in its mouth was a green leaf about the size and shape of an oak leaf. A green leaf. Green, in the middle of February, in a region where winter is unrelenting and iron-bound. My face must have been a mask of stupidity as I stared at that leaf. Where in the name of all that was miraculous could the rodent have found it? There were no green trees in the countryside at that time of year. I knew there were none. Yet here was this leaf. The rat was less quick this time, less bold. It crept slowly toward the stiffening body of its mate. As it advanced, it kept its glittering little eyes directed not toward me, curiously enough, but toward the corpse. There followed a most astounding spectacle. The rat began to scurry aimlessly around the room, as though something were chasing it. Carefully holding the amazing leaf clear of the floor, it dodged wildly from one wall to the other, always keeping its eyes fixed on thin air in front of it. I was as completely disregarded as though I had not been there. Toward the improvised bier the rat scurried, only to double spasmodically away from it and run under my very chair. Had the thing gone mad? I began to fumble for my other boot, fear of a bite overcoming my curiosity to see the outcome of this inexplicable play. The rat approached its dead mate again, keeping its eyes on a spot on the wall over the body, as if there was something there that was invisible to my eyes. With a quick move, it placed the green leaf squarely on the little stark body, and behold, a miracle. The rat that was dead was no longer dead. Under my very gaze it quivered and came to life. The legs jerked once or twice, the body twitched. The creature rose, limping and stiff, and followed its mate out the door. My mind whirled in a blind chaos. That impossible green leaf, its contact with the dead rat, the resurrection of the little pest. As had everyone else who lived in that part of the state, I had heard tales of a fabulous tree of life. Somewhere in the region there was said to be a tree that could raise the dead at a mere touch. The myth had been handed down to the old-timers, by the Indians. My father had heard the yarn from his father, and had told it to me when I was a youngster and begged for a fairy story. It was a myth. Of course it was a myth. There could be no truth in such a thing. But that wood rat had surely been dead, and now it was alive. I stared at the leaf still lying on the floor. Like an oak leaf it was, but of a softer texture and a lighter green. A leaf from the tree. My gaze went, fascinated, from the leaf to the body under the window. A dead rat had come to life. Why could not a dead human being? Both were flesh. Both were made of the same stuff. And here to my hand was this incredible green leaf. I left my chair and picked it up. It seemed to curl about my fingers with a life of its own. It was soft as the softest silk, and warm, like no other leaf I'd ever touched. The feel of it went through me like wine. I seemed to expand, to grow larger than my own self. Clutching the leaf, I started toward the corpse. As I went, the numbing chill that had paralyzed me before laid hold of me again, and suddenly, as though the touch of the leaf had given my eyes new power, I thought I saw something wavering protectively over the dead body. I say thought, because by now it was early dusk, and the misty shape I seemed to see was so intermingled with the gathering shadows that I could not be sure. Also, when I blinked my eyes to test their veracity, the vision disappeared. I lifted up the shroud and started to touch the leaf to the dead woman's face. Icy fingers seemed to catch at my wrist. My hand was torn away. Will! It was like a shower of ice-cold water, that whip-like crack of my name sounding behind me. I gasped with the suddenness of it, combined as it was with the sheer terror that had crept through me at the fancied touch of those unseen fingers. My hand opened convulsively. As though caught by some invisible force, the leaf whirled out the window and was gone. "Has anything happened to upset you?" asked my father, putting his hand anxiously on my shoulder. "No," I mumbled. "No, nothing at all has happened." "I thought I saw something blow out of the window," he persisted. I made no answer. Ab, meanwhile, was taking a last look at the woman who had helped and cared for him for so long. "She's happier now, I reckon," he muttered. "She's with Patty, probably, with our poor, blind daughter." I never told them what had happened in that cabin. A kid of 16 doesn't tell such things. He's too sure he'll be laughed at. It's only now, when I am well along in years, that I dare to relate the affair and speculate about it. Was the rat really dead? Possibly not. I am in no position to prove it. Did I merely imagine that wavering thing by the corpse and the touch of those cold fingers? Perhaps. One's imagination is apt to work overtime during such a vigil. Could the spirit of the dead daughter have really been in that room? And did it first chase the rat and then clutch at my wrist in an effort to keep the mother from being resurrected? It sounds unbelievable. The only fact that I can reiterate is that the leaf in the midst of winter was green. I saw it, held it in my hand. What would have happened had I touched it to the corpse? I don't know, of course, but I think... Fog Country by Alison V. Harding. I am the town recorder here at Elbow Creek. With all that this job is concerned with facts and figures of our community, the assessments and public debts, the levies and rates, the births and deaths, I am not too busy, but that I have time to myself. Time to think. Elbow Creek, named after the shallow, sickly little stream that bends abruptly through our middle and thence to the sound, is thinly populated. People are born here, to be sure. Some of them live their lives here, if they aren't able to move away, and people die here, or disappear. If you come our way, taking Macadam 14 off the main highway, you'll notice Elbow Creek. It forces itself upon you as though you'd crossed an invisible line in some forsaken land. That little white clapboard town hall is where I work. I'm known as Smith, just Smith. Driving through, you might stop at the peak of the hill, up where the big house is, and look at the silver of the creek running away from you with the blueness of the sound, peeking over the toppermost of the trees, way out beyond us. It's a pretty view, all right, but people don't settle here. Oh, a few times maybe, but they move away quick. There's a blight on this place. Fear's a blight, isn't it? It has to do with a lot of things, but I guess you can go back to the HorrorBabble. The family, as represented mainly by grandfather and his brothers, came rip-roaring in here decades ago. It was a wild, unpopulated country then, and I guess they liked that view down to the coast just the way the tourists do now. Only they didn't shudder when evening came and move on. The HorrorBabble are tough and evil. They took most of the land hereabouts, especially the big hill. They built the huge house on top there. They even tried to call the town after themselves, but the state said it stayed Elbow Creek, and the HorrorBabble didn't care too much. They had just about all the land. A strange crew, these big men and their wild-eyed woman-folk, descendants, undoubtedly, of the buccaneers that plundered the coast, and of the outlaws and guerrillas who pillaged this section of the country in its early history. Strong, cruel, ruthless men who, with no new lands to conquer, turned to debauches and fighting among themselves. The house on the hill in Elbow Creek became famous through the years as a place to avoid, and each new generation of HorrorBabble men wrote new pages of violence in the evolution of the little town. The other folks hereabouts, too weak to fight the HorrorBabble, too poor to move away, simply tolerated the raids on their chicken coops, the thefts in the night, and the beatings perpetrated on any of their number unlucky enough to get in the way of a HorrorBabble. But there are forces here at Elbow Creek that are eviler than the HorrorBabble and far more powerful. Forces beyond our understanding, and yet all who live here know of them with an inarticulate realization that brings fear deep to the very soul of a man. I remember not such a great many years ago, Jess HorrorBabble, oldest brother and leader of the present generation of the family, lost his huge mastiff. Peculiar it was, too. Jess came to town the next day and marched through the streets, accosting everybody he met, accusing them of taking the animal and knocking them down if they didn't make a satisfactory retort. The night Jess's dog disappeared, and how could he, the eldest HorrorBabble wanted to know, chained up tight to a post back of the house no dog could have pulled loose from. We had one of those fogs. You don't know what that means unless you've been here. It's not like anything you've ever experienced or anything you ever will again, except here. The damp, grey, spongy clouds come rolling in from the sound, following Elbow Creek like a marker, and sitting down on the hill and around it. Damp, thick substance that you can almost feel in your hands and on your face. And the chill that goes through you isn't from the temperature, because you'll swear the fog around you makes noises and is alive with a wet, sticky, gurgling life that puts terror in the pit of your stomach. Like I say, Jess's dog was outside when the fog came that night. He barked and growled and muttered a bit as always, and then later he was gone, just like that. Maybe similar things had happened here. Somebody's calf baby or one of the poor folks' youngsters just disappeared. You don't pay much attention to those stories, though. There was a very old man down in the village who told Jess when he came cursing and roaring the day after the fog, told him the place was evil, and especially the hill where the HorrorBabbles lived. The old man wouldn't shut up and turn aside the way the rest of us did when any of the family came amongst us. He told Jess to take his people and leave the hill. They whisper that Jess hit him, and we buried the aged fellow 2 days later. But nobody saw the blow. Nobody would say anything, and he was very old. The carrying on up at the place on the hill went on, the fighting and drinking and cursing. It seems that young Tom HorrorBabble, the only one of the brothers who ever had much learning, the youngest and the least bad of the brood, wanted to get out, or so the villagers whispered. There was a girl in the valley he'd met once. He wanted to marry her and leave, but Jess was the strong man of the family, and with the other brothers and sisters persuaded Tom to bring his wife up to Hill House to live. I can see the girl so very well. She's just a figure here in my records under deaths, and even that was several years ago, but I can see her as she was, with her black hair and wide frightened eyes, but loving Tom, so she went up to that hell place. The fights got worse, and one night Tom's wife was killed trying to beat off one of the other carousing brothers. They say Tom always suspected it was Jess, and maybe that's the truth. She was buried in the little cemetery on the slope just below town. Only Tom came to the ceremony, and I guess everybody noticed the way his face and hands were working, and they knew there'd be trouble. The records here say accidental death. That was before I, Smith, took over as clerk. But I know that's wrong, and so does everyone else. Her death was no accident. 2 nights later, I think, some of the braver villagers stole up the hill a ways. Most of the folks were sorry for Tom, and they knew something was going to break up there. Tom was strong and tough, but not more so than Jess, and there were the others against him. After a while, Jess and Tom came out of the house, the elder of the two swearing and cursing. They came down the hill to an open space that cut a little dent out of the side of the slope, and they fought. As they battled, and the drinking and carrying on continued unabated up at the house, the moon went under, and the fog started to come. Then the villagers, feeling the stealthy sound dampness on the backs of their necks, crept away and hurried to their homes, barring their doors and windows. Maybe 1 or 2 were brave enough to stay, I don't know. But the story tells of the blanket of slimy wetness that crept over Elbow Creek, crept over the land up the hill, and settled down around the house. And all the while Tom and Jess went on fighting, battering each other with their huge hard hands. When you're mad enough and fighting furiously enough, you don't notice anything. The men probably were aware of the fog but little, and certainly they weren't listening. So when the sounds from the house suddenly stopped, as though muffled in a wet blanket, it was a time before anybody noticed. The fog went away very quickly that night, and the moon was out again. The village folk climbed back up the hill to find out what had happened. Jess and Tom were lying exhausted within a few yards of each other. The young one's face was battered and smashed beyond recognition, and Jess himself wasn't a pretty sight. But the crowning horror of the night came when the village people looked up toward Hill House. The mansion stood in the moonlight, shockingly shriveled and deformed, its board sides wrinkled as though with age, its frame dislocated. No one went any nearer. The silence was too awful. Finally, Jess staggered to his feet and went up the hill. Everybody knows that what he found in the misshapen hulk of his house was nothing, just nothing. 2 brothers and 2 sisters gone. Glasses and bottles and furniture overturned and smashed, and a wet, reeking slime coating the woodwork, floors, and ceiling. But nothing else. You could hear Jess yelling then, his deep, hoarse voice reverberating through the empty house, and there was something indescribably terrible about it. He called them by name, each of his brothers and sisters, and the people watching downhill looked at each other and back at the house. The first streaks of dawn were showing off to the east. Some time before the villagers left, Tom had reeled off, holding his hands to his smashed face. The story goes that Tom went as far away from Elbow Creek as he could. The people in the village knew he'd never be seen around here again. And Jess went to work repairing the mansion. He got a couple of fierce dogs, and he took to muttering to himself, and the wild-eyed look grew more pronounced. But he didn't leave. He was bound to go on living there. He had extra lights put in the place, and you could see Hill House, a beacon blob of lights up there, shining all night, as though that would help. All of the villagers knew that sometime, some day, the same fate that oozed in from the sound and lisped and slopped its way up the hill gently, would come back for Jess living there on the hill where nobody was supposed to live, and he was a Hobell. And even though the Hobells were evil, there were other things that were immeasurably more evil. Time passed, and what fog came to Elbow Creek was small, wispy, harmless. But I always had a feeling that something was gathering out there in the blue night of the Sound, gathering its bigness and deadliness until the right time. I used to sit in my tiny ramshackle room near the town hall evening and look out the window at the darkening sky. I'd think of Jess up there on the hill with his 2 dogs and all his lights that he faithfully put on at dusk. I'd wonder about him, and I'd wonder about the fog. Then, one evening on the walk down the main street to my room, I felt mist on my face, heavy and sticky. The proprietor of the small inn, where I ate my meal, remarked laconically, "Looks like one of the big fogs." I already had a hard knot of anticipation inside of me. It grew dark very quickly, and when I left my room around 9 o'clock, I noticed the streets were virtually empty, and those persons still abroad hurried past me, as though they wished to be through their business and home safely at the earliest possible moment. I trudged out of town along the road that led past the foot of the hill where the Hobell house was. I had a waterproof flashlight in each pocket, and a long hunting knife sheathed at my hip. I used one of my torches as I walked, throwing puddles of bright light on the road ahead of me. After some minutes, I rounded a bend, and as I headed through the trees, I could see the cluster of lights from Hill House. I edged off the road and pushed through the tall grass at the bottom of the incline. Then I started up, cautious to make as little noise as possible. I didn't want the dogs to hear me. I stopped midway in my climb and settled beneath some bushes. I could see the house clearly. Once I saw the giant shadow of Hobell cross in front of a window. Yes, there he was again, obviously pacing up and down. Nervous. The dogs were nowhere to be seen, but I dared not risk approaching closer just yet. An oath came from the house, and I heard a thud and a yelp. Jess was even taking it out on his mastiffs. I settled myself in a more comfortable position, and then turned on my side to look back down the hill. Somewhere off in the darkness, I could not see, there was a whispering and rustling like the first breath of air on a very hot, still summer night. The atmosphere around me was heavy. I was conscious that the moisture in it was plentiful. My face and the backs of my hands felt damp. I looked at the house, and again Jess crossed the window in front of me. I heard him rattling at the locks on the huge front door, testing them. I saw his face at one of the windows then, the gigantic shoulders of the man taking up the whole space, but his expression etched in light was one of terror. He looked out and upward. Then, as an afterthought, he opened the window and hung out for a moment, sniffing at the air and craning his neck. From behind him in the room I heard the uneasy whine of one of the dogs. Jess pulled his head and shoulders in and shut the window, fumbling carefully with the lock. Then he turned away, out of my sight. The vague rustling, as though of wind, seemed to be moving toward the hill, toward me, toward the house from behind. Uneasiness tugged at my brain, and my scalp tingled. Folks who have been in Elbow Creek know those fogs, and they fear them deeply and unreasonably. But they have lived through them, though behind their barred and bolted doors, huddled in their houses, and I was out here in the open. I had the unmistakable feeling that some force was stalking the hill from the blackness behind me. The air began to move in eccentric little cross-currents, and then, as though withdrawn from a vacuum, I found the atmosphere flat, energyless, moist, and wholly ominous. In my growing fear, I lay as close as I could to the ground, with my fingers dug into the soil that was a part of something I still knew and understood. Back of me and above me, I knew this other was coming. I opened my mouth to relieve the pressure on my ears, and a drop of perspiration or fog moisture, I wasn't sure which, plopped from my face. One of the mastiffs inside the house whined, and the other took up the howl. The mournful sound rose and fell and rose again. Then I heard Jess's screamed order to shut up. The sound of rustling that I had noticed behind me seemed to grow into a sound I could only describe as a low, moistureful hiss. I felt clammy fingers of dampness move over me, much as though someone had drawn a wet sheet across my back and head. Instinctively, I unsheathed the knife at my hip. The heavy atmosphere pressed and weighed down on me until breathing was no longer unconscious and automatic, but a labored effort. The pressure on me increased until it was almost as though some soft, gelatinous presence rested on my body. In unreasoning animal fear, I struck with my knife at the air around me. The absurdity of what I was doing took hold of me for a moment and helped me regain control. But a new horror fingered its way into my brain. I could swear that, as I completed my instinctive, frenzied blows, there was a resistance to the knife and hand. Not, mind you, as though one had struck a solid body, a tree trunk, but as if one had driven knife into something softer, much softer, like jelly. I wiped the back of my right hand and felt the oily slime that coated it, but the sudden imperative barking of the dogs pulled my attention back to Hill House. I looked at the rambling mansion, and it seemed much further away. The visual sensation was as though I were looking through the wrong end of an unclean telescope. The light seemed dimmer. Was the electric power beginning to fail? I realized that this impression came about because of the thick, oily layers of fog that were settling down, one after another, around the house. As I watched, my own fright at the feelings of chill, alien dampness transferred into a sort of objective fascination at what I saw unfolding in front of my eyes. The house was being literally smothered. First its lights, and then the very dark bulk of its whole frame became more and more indistinct. The barking alarm of the dogs grew into a crescendo, and then, more awful than anything, the fog over me and around the house seemed to lisp and hiss. It almost sounded as though it were pronouncing in some inanimate and inarticulate way the name of Hobel. But of course my reason dismissed that as a trick of a overwrought imagination. Then Jess, inside the house, began to scream. There is nothing more terrible in the world than the sound of a strong man screaming in unholy mortal terror. The cries went on, and the house and its lights became merely a dimness, and the dimness finally a darkness, and then the cries sounded only in my head, in throbbing time to my heartbeats, for there was silence, complete. I somehow got to my feet, and started down the hill, although each step was like pushing through clamor's mud. I staggered and stumbled several times and nearly fell, but fear gave me both strength and balance, for I knew with a dreadful conviction that if I ever fell here and now, I would never rise again. I gained the road, somehow still running, my breath coming in short, agonized wheezes. All the way along the highway I never dared once break my gait. I never dared turn my head for fear something would be there following me, something monstrous and deadly for all its soft oozing and lack of solidity. I ran and stumbled and staggered until I fell against the door to my room in town. Not once had I seen anybody on the road to or in town. The fog was dispersing slowly, but the villagers preferred to stay indoors. I fell on my bed, and for a long time lay there, the springs creaking with my breathing. When my heart quieted down, I began to shake, first my legs, then my arms, then my entire body, with a chill that seemed to emanate from within, though my room and the night now were warming. I had few doubts about what had happened up on the hill, what had happened to Jess in the house. I knew the stories of the other times when the fog had come, but I realized I had never fully accepted the terrible significance of something that defied explanation, and yet demanded one because it was so very real. It wasn't until the small hours of the morning that I dropped off into fitful sleep. The next morning after breakfast, I headed as usual for the clerk's office in the town hall. The marshal greeted me. "Morning, Smith," he said. "Morning," I answered. "Some fog last night, eh?" "Yes," I replied. Wonder if anything happened. Anything bad?" I shrugged and turned to my desk. The marshal was troubled and wanted to go on speaking. "Some of the folks that live nearest to HorrorBabble swear there was some terrible yelling and screaming from up that way." He paused ominously. "And then all the lights went out. Mighty funny, don't you think?" "I don't know. I suppose so." I turned away so that the marshal wouldn't notice the tremor in my hands. With the sunlight baking Elbow Creek's main street and streaming in the window of the town hall, the memory of my experiences last night were more bearable, and yet when I thought hard enough about them, the fear came back into my joints and soul. "He was an old devil anyway," muttered the marshal, "that Jess HorrorBabble." I nodded in agreement. If anything happened to him, it would be all right. All those HorrorBabbles, they're bad. That place has got a curse on it. Nobody was meant to live up there. As I listened to him talk, I thought of the old man who had warned Jess long, long ago that there was something evil that had a prior claim to the place, something evil that came in from the sound and followed Elbow Creek up the hill, up, settling down mushroom fashion over the land around and killing what it wanted, carrying off in damp, sticky pores of fog. The marshal went on thinking out aloud as I sat at my desk. If anything had happened to Jess, the property would become the state's, the big old house and all the land. No one knew where Tom was or if he ever existed anymore, and nobody hereabouts would take the place over even if they could buy it, and its value was far beyond any local person's reach. After a while, the marshal went out, and I sat at my desk thinking. After all, there must be some reasonable explanation. The old wives' tales of the neighborhood about calves disappearing and children playing in the woods caught unaware by the fog and carried off, those were open to question. The 2 Hobel men and 2 women who disappeared some time ago were, I suddenly became convinced, frightened away, just as Jess, if he'd gone from the hill, had been frightened away last night. Jess and all of them may have sneered at those tales of the fog, but underneath it all, cruel, brutal, superstitious men are the most susceptible to a suggestion of that sort. The fogs that rolled in periodically from the Sound, blanketing Elbow Creek, were unusually heavy. A stupid man's imagination and primitive fearfulness would do the rest. Those stories about the house shriveling, aging, were the human desire to attach human conditions to inanimate objects. A tree shriveling in fear from lightning. A house shrinking and aging overnight in a heavy fog. It was absurd. Several days later, what I had suspected came true. It was evident that Jess was no longer at the hill house. He and his dogs had cleared out, apparently that night. Of course, the villagers called it disappearing, taken by the fog. A week later, Hill House had a new tenant. I was there with my belongings, and it seemed strange at first, very strange, but I grew accustomed to it soon. There'd been some trouble and a great deal of explaining at the town hall, and as I stood in the large downstairs room of the mansion and looked in the full-length mirror at my scarred, misshapen face, I realized that my impatience at the marshal and his surprise was not justified. He'd looked at me when I told him, and his face had gotten white and then pink. "But you can't be Tom Hobel. Why, you don't look like him, man. Your face, it's... I reminded him of the fight I'd had with Jess years ago, of the beating I'd taken, and then I'd shown him these papers I'd had, my birth certificate issued by that very state, a certificate from the county school. He'd wagged his head in wonder, and then the same reticence had come over him that characterized all of the villagers in their dealings with the Hobels. I roared at him until he brought the town commissioner, and the 3 of us signed papers legally binding the house to me as last of the Hobels. I didn't care then what had happened to Jess and the others. I had property now, and the house itself made me a man of potential wealth. I'd waited for years for this to get rid of Jess somehow, and the legend had done it for me. That night I had gone to kill him. In the fog I thought I could get him and dispose of the body, and the villagers would think, the fools would think he'd gone the way Hobels do, the way all people who dare to live on the hill do. I could laugh now at the memory of the way the fog had scared even me, for I had believed, a corner of my mind had, in the foolishness that had been talked about for so long here. I carefully went through the house from top to bottom. Plenty of clothes, foodstuffs, liquor enough to last one man a year or more. I even found the strong box back of the trunks in the cellar where we'd always kept it, but Jess had never let anybody go near it. I thought of the time I'd spent in the miserable little job of town clerk, and I looked at the money in the box greedily. This was one Hobel who was going to enjoy himself. I thought of my wife long dead for a moment, but I could do much better now. I could bring the best woman in the countryside to this place, and I would. One thing bothered that corner of my mind that I'd noticed was still susceptible to the fog legend. The stout old beams and uprights of the house were twisted strangely, and the outside clapboards were warped and swollen in spots. This was what lent authenticity to the villagers' tales of the house that aged in the fog. But I was sure it was some freak result of weather conditions. Perhaps the fog did play a part, and then the blistering sun beating down on the hill's crest. But there was nothing wrong, I told myself. I know little of construction, and the thick, paste-like substance that I found under the shingles like glue, and here and there in the cracks on the floor I dismissed as some kind of tar or wax. I think I looked forward to the next fog with an almost eager anticipation, because the very next day I'd enjoy strutting into town, and the villagers who fondly had expected my disappearance would be so disappointed. Several summer weeks passed, and the weather remained clear. A couple of times I went to the village, and the townspeople avoided me assiduously. It made me angry to think I'd been accepted as Smith, but now they knew me to be a hobel, they hated me and wanted none of me. Well, we'd see to that. I was potentially the most powerful man in the whole neighborhood. I didn't plan to remain a recluse the way Jess had. The carousing and occasional beatings up of villagers perpetrated by my brothers didn't appeal to me. A more methodical system was indicated. I'd put them out of business. I'd squeeze their small, narrow existence even more, and I'd foil their uneducated, superstitious awe of the fog by walking in town where all could see me the day after. It was a couple of months later that the fall began to sweep across the country, turning the sound from blue to grey. I knew on the way home from the village that evening with supplies that there would be a big fog this night. I knew it from the way the villagers had looked at me slyly, almost eagerly. I knew it from the first breaths of clammy mist I felt on my face as I climbed the hill to Hobell House. I ate an elaborate and lengthy supper, and paid no attention to the weather as the hour grew late. There was a chill in the air, and I'd fired some wood in the huge fireplace. I was sitting idly in a chair before the flames, with a drink at my side, when the flames hissed and dipped. I frowned. The embers sizzled again, and steam rose. Water was coming down the chimney flue. I thought of the fog then, but resisted going to the window. The big room seemed somehow dimmer, and I lit another light. Despite my efforts, the fire slowly died away. I must remind myself to fix the flue. It probably wasn't drawing right. I thought of going upstairs to my bedroom, but it was still warmer down here. I heard the rustling outside then, just as I had heard it months ago the night I'd lain on the hill and watched. An ember fell on the hearth, and I jumped. The room was silent now, except for the sound of my own breathing. Outside, the wind rustled the trees. Of course it was the wind. There was the sound of something plumping against one of the windows. Rain? It had not been raining earlier that evening. I downed what was left in my glass in one gulp, stood up. A board above me creaked like the crossbeam in an old wooden ship. I imagined I felt a faint motion of the floor. The rustling outside grew, but I stayed away from the windows. I blinked my eyes. The electricity, it was failing. Was this some trick of the villagers to scare me? The lights were yellow with halos of mist around them. The mist was in here. Of course, it comes down the chimney, I thought. Nobody ever said there wouldn't be fog. I passed my hand before my eyes, and noticed in the failing light that the palm shone with dampness. There was a hiss as the last ember in the grate went out, and a hiss that was not from the fire, but a part of the rustling outside. Or was it in here as well? The lights were candle flame size now, smaller, and then blackness. I had a torch on the table. I found it in the dark. The damn thing wouldn't work. In my pocket were some matches. I fumbled with the cover, struck one. It gave a tiny sighing gasp, and died. I opened my mouth to scream, and felt a wet semi-substance fill the aperture. I kept thinking, I must think, tomorrow I will walk in the village street. Something was against my face, against all of me like jelly. Tomorrow I will walk in the village street. The gelatin mass had filled the room now, and was bursting upward. It was me and I. I became it, rising up with the incredibly high note of something twanging in my head. The last shred of life's consciousness, the last thought. Tomorrow I will walk in the village street. And then to be drawn upward and around in a swirling vortex of incredible sound that is soundless, and sucked out of life to billow and rustle and whisper with the fog, to return again only as part of the greyness and dampness and secret night. Night Must Not Come by Alison V. Harding. Head Defense Warden Charles Higgins of Sector 6 looked up as two of his subordinates came into the OCD office. One of them, a middle-aged woman, white helmet covering grey hair, plumped down into a chair near Higgins's desk. Her companion, a short, swarthy man, stood leaning against the wall.
"How long to go, Chief?"
The woman spoke. Higgins glanced at a card on his desk. "We'll get the sirens at 8:15. The three lapsed into silence. In a few minutes, other wardens entered the office. Higgins spoke to some, nodded to others. He had reason to be proud of his district and his wardens. They were well organized for tonight's job. In less than a quarter of an hour, New Dixon, large eastern metropolis, would have its first citywide blackout. For the first time, all the millions of diversified lights would go out. All activity would cease. There would be complete darkness. Higgins looked around the room appraisingly. His two deputies, the housewife, Mrs. Carey, the stocky corner grocer, Mr. Adreco, were, like the others, plain citizens banded together in a common cause. He was proud of them all, he thought, as he silently went through the roll call. All were present, but his first deputy, Professor James Everett, of New Dixon College. The head defense warden frowned a bit to himself. Everett had been worrying him lately. To be sure, the professor had been one of the first to join up and had always proven himself an enthusiastic volunteer. But recently he had skipped a few meetings. And only yesterday, when Higgins had mentioned the blackout scheduled for tonight, Everett had seemed very perturbed at the news. Oh well, these professors of sociology were unpredictable. Everett would be all right. Higgins's train of thought was brought back to the immediate as he heard his name called imperatively from the hall. All eyes were on the door as Professor Everett hurried in. His face was feverish, and his small frame beneath his rumpled suit seemed to quiver with excitement as he headed for Higgins. He leaned over the desk for a moment to catch his breath. "Professor, why haven't you your equipment?" Higgins started to remonstrate, noting the other's dress. "Man, you know we've got this drill coming up in a few minutes." Everett had caught his breath somewhat now. Ignoring the question, he clutched the chief's arm. "Listen, Mr. Higgins. That's what I've got to tell you. The drill. We've got to stop it. Do you understand me? We can't have the blackout." So saying, Everett collapsed into a chair. For a moment, nobody spoke. Higgins noted that the other wardens in the room showed the same astonishment and bewilderment that he felt. Charles Higgins rose to the occasion. He came around his desk, smiling, and laid his hand on Everett's shoulder. "I know how it is. We're all keyed up. I'll confess I am. But once we get on the job, that'll all disappear. Now you get your equipment, Professor, and we'll go over the assignments once more. I want our district to be 100%. Come on, man, we haven't got much time." Everett shuddered, and then visibly took hold of himself. He straightened in his chair and then spoke, making an effort to keep his voice level. "Higgins, I've stumbled on something. There isn't time to explain, but we've got to call off tonight's blackout." "Impossible," the chief snapped. "If you're feeling ill, we'll get along without you. I'll get one of the others to take your post." "It isn't that. I'm all right. It's just that I know we're making a terrible mistake. We've got to call this thing off until some kind of investigation can be made. There's something I don't understand." The other wardens were staring incredulously. Higgins could see they didn't know quite how to take the actions of the usually dignified, reserved professor. The sector head was as puzzled himself. "In heaven's name, Professor, what do you mean? What kind of investigation? And of what?" Everett spoke now with an effort. "An investigation of the forces that I'm convinced will be loosed on this city if we put all the lights out tonight." Mrs. Carey smiled and spoke accusingly.
"Now, Professor, don't tell us you're afraid of the dark."
It was a relief to hear the answering chuckles from the others. Higgins turned again to Everett. "Now listen, Professor Everett. You've got to hear me," Everett broke in. "Let me finish. Ever since the birth of time, ever since the birth of man, fires were kept at night. Complete darkness was never allowed by any tribe in any age. Areas where cities grew up are particularly susceptible to these forces. Always a little light was kept somewhere, and as time passed and the cities developed, always through the darkness there would be lights. Of course, it was natural in a city to have light. Don't you see, though, that this was more than a coincidence? For lights and movement are the only protection against forces of darkness, and we're going to defy this. For the first time in the ages since man has lived on this earth, tonight there will suddenly be no lights. No lights at all. No street lights, no midnight pinpricks of illumination on top of skyscrapers. Just blackness." In his business, as well as in this volunteer capacity, Higgins was essentially a practical man of action. His first interest was in calculating the effect this scene was going to have on his wardens and their part in tonight's drill. He put his arm around Everett's shoulders. "Come on, you'd better go back up to your apartment." Everett brushed the arm away. He then pulled out of his pocket a red leather-faced book, placed it on the desk. "See this?" He opened the ancient book. Higgins bent over to read the almost illegible title, Kendall's Theories of Tribal Folklore. Everett's hand shook as he thumbed to a section in the middle of the book. Some of the leaves were held together with transparent tape, and the entire volume looked about to fall apart. Everett stabbed his finger at a passage on one yellow page. Higgins bent lower, straining his eyes to read where the professor indicated. "It must be concluded that areas where early tribal gatherings took place were thought to be evil, particularly after sundown. Many persons were needed in these areas where no man dare lie down alone and sleep unguarded through the night. Always someone needed to tend the fires that stood between those gathered in these locations and the strange powers of darkness. It is logical to presume that these forces, inherent in darkness and responsible for the instinctive fear that humans have always held for the dark, will always be a potential threat to mankind. In the future, let no one ignorant of these traditions forget the essential duty to keep light always somewhere in the darkness. For man has a stake in this eternal struggle between light and dark. The stake is his very existence." As Higgins read to himself, the slow, rising note of a siren growled out of the night into the little room. Instantly, the wardens went into action. Draco grabbed the lever to turn off the street lamp in the front. Everett, realizing perhaps that he was too late in his warning message, pulled himself together and reached for his helmet. Higgins noted with relief that he seemed determined to go through with his duty. The chief warden issued last instructions, reached for his own helmet, and followed Everett into the street. Once outside the building, The wardens deployed to their posts. Higgins noted with satisfaction the way apartment and dwelling lights were snapping out within a few seconds of the first warning. But he noticed that Everett, whose post was down at the corner, seemed reluctant to move away from the streetlight. The professor was scared. That was obvious. In a few minutes, the surrounding buildings were completely dark. Higgins frowned down at the dial of his watch. In a few more minutes, the second note of the siren should sound the red warning. This would mean all lights out, traffic would stop, and pedestrians would have to seek shelter. Everett was still near him. "Come on, Professor. Get down to the corner," he ordered. Everett hung back. "Listen, Higgins. Just one thing. Let's leave this light on here in the street." "You're crazy. I know my instructions. Now get down to your post and see this thing through. You're setting a hell of an example, Everett. I thought you'd be a man to fulfill your responsibilities to the fullest. Instead of that, I find you've cooked up some cock-and-bull story about what will happen if we turn all the lights out." Without a further word, Everett turned and trudged off down the street. Higgins pulled at his chin reflectively. It was puzzling. A man like Professor Everett. His thoughts were pulled back to the job at hand by the sudden, rising crescendo of the sirens again. Immediately, Adreco moved to the streetlight and put it out. Another warden, Ed Harley, down on the avenue, motioned some pedestrians into a shelter with a brief flash of his torch. Gradually, the noise of the huge city slackened and stopped. One by one, the last remaining lights winked out. The darkness of the first warning period now became an impenetrable blackness. Higgins himself felt a sudden feeling of depression. Here he was in the heart of a city of millions, and yet he might as well be alone on a desert isle, or the millions around him might as well have died. He shook himself of this mood. By God, he was letting that crazy professor affect him. He must make the rounds of his post now. Higgins realized, with a sudden feeling of surprise, that his other wardens had seemingly dissolved into the blackness. Even Adreco, nearest him, was invisible. Higgins started cautiously along the street. He almost ran into the lamp-post. "Joe," he called. "Joe Adreco, where are you?" There wasn't a sound. Adreco was probably back near the building wall. Higgins moved on. 3 dwellings down, he knew each post by heart, was Mrs. Carey. She should be in front of the apartment there. Higgins groped his way, not wanting to use his light. Suddenly, after several more steps, he realized that he must have walked by the house where she should have been. Higgins began to walk more rapidly. The sound of his footsteps echoed dully from side to side of the street. At last, he nearly tripped over the corner in the dark. Everett's post. Where was Everett? Higgins groped his way for a few yards either way and found nobody. An eerie thought came to him. His wardens had disappeared. In fact, everybody had disappeared. He was alone. For a moment, he tried to grasp the situation, and then cold sweat began to mat his forehead. How could this be? Ed Harley, the wisecracking member of his corps, surely he was at his post. Higgins stumbled on a bit further, and felt for the railing that ran around an old brownstone house off the corner. He knew every inch of this neighborhood, yet in the blackness it seemed strangely alien. His feet dragged over the uneven concrete pavement as he stumbled forward. He would allow himself one brief snap of his flashlight. After all, he could chance that. He turned his light toward where the row of brownstone buildings should be, and snapped the switch shortly. The triggered beam of light darted out for a few short feet, and then was diffused and lost in layers and layers of blackness. He couldn't see any row of houses. He couldn't see anything. Higgins was a logical man, though. Of course, a fog must have come up. Ed, well, Ed must be here somewhere in this murk. Ed! Higgins kept his voice down. Ed, where are you? The sound of his own voice beat back at him as though the wet, oppressive curtain of night were a sounding board. I'll be damned. Higgins spoke to himself and straightened his shoulders. He was not the kind of man to be panicked by things that, temporarily at least, were, well, peculiar. But he wondered at the coldness that he felt in his arms and legs, and the dampness of his forehead and hands. After all, where were his wardens? In sector tests before this, they had always stuck to their posts. It was incredible that all of them should be off post at the same time. It was impossible. His mind flashed back to Professor Everett and his warning before the test. What had the old fool meant with his ancient book of folklore? All this time Higgins had been stumbling forward, and suddenly his outstretched hand came in contact with a rail he had been seeking. He gripped its dripping wet roundness and hung on. He realized why he hadn't been able to see anything. This was a heavy, dripping fog, thick like, well, almost like some strange gas. Higgins tried to shrug away the depression that oozed over him with the same stealth as the fog. He must get along back to post. With carefully rationed pricks of light from his torch, he found his way up the street. And again he met no one where 3, 4 of his wardens should have been. He finally gained the entrance to sector headquarters, and stumbled in the doorway and down the hall to the blacked-out door of their office. He went in, closing the door behind him. He was irritated at the way his hand shook as he reached out to turn on the small desk light. As the light flicked on, Higgins felt a new surge of confidence. Even so, he staggered as he headed over toward the basin in the corner. He stared at himself incredulously in the mirror over the basin. His face was a dead white, his eyes dilated. Good Lord, what had happened to him out there in the darkness? Joe Adreco turned the streetlight off in the same precise way he handled the scales in his grocery store. He had practiced this many times before, and there was nothing to it. As he completed this job, he moved back from the lamppost somewhat and into the area assigned to him in front of a row of tenements. He marveled at the sudden slowing down of the tempo of the city. And finally, the utter silence. He looked up the street to his left, where Head Warden Charles Higgins should be. Adreco was amazed at the impenetrable blackness. Of course, there was no moon tonight, and it was a bit cloudy, but this fog that seemed to begin to swirl around him was a new wrinkle. It hadn't seemed thick a few minutes ago. Adreco shrugged and kept his sharp eyes peeled for any movement or light. The silence and blackness were oppressive. Once he called out, "Mr. Higgins! Chief, are you there?" There wasn't any answering sound. It was as though Adreco was completely alone, on guard in a cemetery. It was funny. There was something kinda scary about all this, thought Adreco. And the old professor was to blame, shooting his head off before the drill the way he had. All of a sudden, Adreco got a funny feeling. It was as though somebody had him by the throat. It was hard to breathe. Adreco shook himself angrily. What was this? He wasn't getting scared. Still, this fog was fierce, like breathing water. Adreco moved down the street to the next post where Mrs. Carey was supposed to be. Their posts bordered. Mrs. Carey would have something bright to say, she of warm face and motherly nature. Adreco beamed his torch ahead and, through the swirling mist, picked out the spot where Mrs. Carey was posted. He gaped. Mrs. Carey off her post? That was unthinkable. But she wasn't to be seen. Adreco called, "Mrs. Carey! Hey!" His voice sounded little and futile. Adreco felt scared. By God, he was alone. Where were those others? Where was the sector chief and Mrs. Carey? Joe gripped his light and huddled down into his overcoat. The fog moved around him and settled down like a damp cloak. Joe wished he was home, upstairs over his store, where there was warmth and brightness again. Mrs. Carey had the row of buildings at the near end of the block. With satisfaction, she noted the lights all out inside. Down the street, she could barely discern Higgins and Adreco standing near the streetlight. As the second siren sounded, she saw Adreco go to the light and turn it off, and then she could see no more. The figures of Adreco and Higgins snapped from view like images on a movie screen suddenly gone blank. As she waited, Mrs. Carey pulled her collar up to protect her throat from the extreme dampness. Funny, she hadn't noticed the fog earlier in the evening. Pretty soon, Higgins would come by, inspecting the posts. She'd be glad to see anybody. It was so lonely. Even that crackpot Everett. What had he meant with all that funny talk earlier? Time passed, and still no Higgins. Mrs. Carey wondered if he had missed her as he walked by in the Stygian blackness. That seemed impossible. Still, she thought she'd walk down toward the street lamp to see if Adreco had seen him. It was then she realized the density of the air and blackness. She inched forward, until finally she bumped her shoulder into the streetlight.
"Joe!"
she called.
"Oh, Joe!"
That was strange. Adreco off his post, too. Mrs. Carey shrugged and resumed her cautious walk up the street. No Higgins either. Very strange. Only her old aunt believed in disappearing acts. She must have missed Adreco and Higgins in the dark. She wished this drill was over. And was it her imagination, or was the air getting heavier, pounding down on her head like pressured steam? Mrs. Carey put her fingers to her ears and grimaced. That professor and his stories would have them all believing in bogey tales. Professor Everett went off down the street with Higgins's last words stinging him. Yet he had tried to do his best. He had tried to warn them. He gripped more tightly at the old leather-faced book he was holding, Kendall's Theories of Tribal Folklore. It was a fascinating work based on the entire history of tribal customs in this country. Indians, Dutch, French, English. Fascinating, that is, until Everett had stumbled on those fateful paragraphs tucked away in the middle of the volume and had done some thinking. But how could he make the others believe him? As he reached his post at the corner, he turned and looked back down the street. He could see a shadow in the darkness that must be Mrs. Carey. Beyond, he could see the faint light in the distance. The two figures beneath were Higgins and Adreco. Then Everett heard the second siren signal, and the faraway dot of light from the street lamp flicked out. Despite himself, Everett began to shake in the thick, chill air. From nowhere, a fog seemed to build up around him. Good Lord, it was black. He beamed his light briefly at the ground. The concrete walk beneath him looked yellow and evil. He wondered when this damn thing would be over. And Higgins should be coming by soon, shouldn't he? Everett inched back to the front of the corner building. He placed his back against the round iron railing that ran its width. The fog was getting worse. The air was so laden with a reeking humidity that it was hard to breathe. Everett felt an indescribable loneliness. It was hopeless to fight any longer. He froze where he stood, his fingers stiffening on his torch, straightening, the torch dropping with a faraway thud to the sidewalk. He opened his mouth to cry out, but he couldn't. He wheezed with the effort to get air. His other hand went rigid. The old book slipped from his fingers, and then the fog swept down over him, covering him up with layers and layers of suffocating black dampness. On the all-clear, Higgins got up from his desk again. By now he had pulled himself together. He was annoyed at himself and at the results of the whole evening. He went out the door to the front of the building. There was a Draco turning on the streetlight. "Where were you, Joe?" Higgins cracked rather irritably. "Never budged but once, Chief, except to mosey down to Mrs. Carey's post. Guess I missed her in the murk, though." For up the street, coming toward them, was the redoubtable Mrs. Carey. Higgins sniffed the air. Strange, but the fog seemed to have disappeared as quickly as it had come. Just then, two figures rounded the corner. One was Warden Harley. The other was a patrolman. Harley called something that Higgins couldn't quite catch. "What?" Higgins answered. Harley came up, puffing and blowing. "It's Everett." Higgins repeated, "What?" "He's dead." Harley waved down to the corner. The patrolman nodded, eyes on a notebook in which he was writing. Higgins half ran down to the corner. The streets were still virtually empty. A first aid helper was standing by Everett. The professor was lying on his back right under the railing. "He's dead, all right," observed the first aider. Higgins dispatched a messenger for a doctor. In a few minutes, a physician from the block showed up. Examination revealed that Everett had apparently died from a heart attack. The blackout test had been too much for him. It was a sober little group of wardens that trooped into the headquarters of Sector 6. The news of Everett's death had come to each of them as a shock, for despite his eccentricities, the professor had always been an amiable and hard worker in their group. Suddenly, Higgins thought of something. He questioned Harley closely. No, nothing had been found near Everett. Higgins waited until the wardens had left the office and then called police headquarters. No book had been found among the professor's effects. The following day, Higgins obtained permission to go through Professor Everett's room up at New Dixon College. Everett had been a bachelor, and his small room overlooking the quadrangle was Spartan in appearance. But nowhere was there a sign of Kendall's theories of tribal folklore. On a hunch, Higgins went to the school library. The librarian showed interest immediately on mention of Everett's name, and, after offering some words of sympathy and admiration for the professor, went to his records. Yes, Everett had borrowed Kendall's theories, and the book had not been returned. Only the fact that Professor Everett had been a staff college member enabled the college to lend out this book, as it was a rare relic, and so far as known, there was only one copy in print. The librarian shook his head at the news Higgins offered that no trace of the book had been found. But nobody ever read the book except Professor Everett, he consoled himself and Higgins. None of the students had reason to call for it, and the professor was the only member of the staff to use it. Of course, a rare book like that, it's most unfortunate. What do you suppose could have happened? The librarian shook his head. Being as diligent and painstaking in his volunteer defense work as he was in his own business, Charles Higgins soon caught the eye of those public officials always on the lookout for men of ability who are willing to serve a good cause. Within a fortnight of the city-wide test, Higgins had been named as assistant director of the whole eastern area. He brought to his new job a stern efficiency, an uncomfortably clear remembrance of the first complete blackout of a large city, and certain definite convictions. It was he, for instance, who initiated a more liberal ruling on lighting in the great cities. With official approval, he ordained that certain traffic and guide lights were to stay on, and, mindful of the numerous inexplicable accidents among wardens in the first complete blackout, these volunteers should henceforth be allowed a freer use of their hand torches. To his new job, and just possibly influencing his decision, although he would have been the last to admit this, Higgins also brought a vivid memory of a page in an old book that had vanished in the darkness, a page warning those in cities ever to keep guardian lights through the night. Night of Impossible Shadows, by Alison V. Harding. My first reaction to Paul's telegram was one of exasperated annoyance. He had sent me an airmail special a few weeks ago, begging me to come to his country home, that it was a matter of great urgency, and he must see me right away. I wrote back and refused as politely and tactfully as I could, explaining that even a lawyer needs a vacation once a year, which was just what I intended taking. And had he forgotten my bride of less than a year, Elaine? My reply was final, or was meant to be, and then my golden-haired wife brought me the yellow envelope. "One of your paroled clients, Mr. Anderson?" she kidded me. I ripped it open and frowned at the Valley Lake sender's address. "Come immediately. Must see you. Life or death. Bring Elaine." It was signed simply, Paul. I would have dismissed the thing, for after all my 3-week vacation was very precious to me. I wanted every minute of it, and with Elaine. But she, standing on tiptoe looking over my shoulder, intervened. Or was it fate? "Jim," she said, "what an intriguing note. Is he serious? And where is Valley Lake?" Before I could marshal my forces, she had a map out, and her carmine-tipped finger was pointing at a spot in the upper reaches of the state. Even on the map the area looked desolate. "Let's go," she said. "It'll be fun. He's asked me." I had 100 objections, and she 100 answers. Paul Oakenden was hardly my choice of a host for a carefree 21-day vacation. I had known him in college and afterward as a major and experimenter in electronic science. He was cynical, disillusioned, a chronic scoffer, but withal witty, highly intelligent, and at times excellent company. It may seem strange that one who is studying the law and another whose interests were along the lines of science should have found a common meeting ground. That common meeting ground was the occult. All manner of things beyond normal. He had read extensively on the subject. I less extensively, and perhaps my tastes were less highbrow. He was amused that, during my college years, I never missed a horror film that came to our local theatre near the campus. Recollections of our talks floated back to me. He had maintained that we were in the infancy of our knowledge of this thing, life, of all that went on and all around us, that it was merely the ignorant and the cowardly who scoffed at any novel suggestion, however outré or outlandish. Paul Oakenden had a small income of his own. He stoutly maintained that he would work at no repetitious, unspectacular little jobs in construction companies or engineering firms. He had ideas of his own, and was going to indulge both himself and his ideas. We exchanged letters often after graduation, but as the years passed, we saw each other less and less frequently. He grew strangely diffident, it seemed, and I was immersed in my increasing law work. Then he wrote me he was taking a 60-acre place in Valley Lake, several hundred miles upstate. He urged me to come and see him in his new home. I think I might have, but I was so very busy, and then I met Elaine, and soon afterward we were married. He had written me a formal little congratulatory note, but I hadn't heard from him again. That is, until now. Elaine seemed so terribly excited about the idea that I found even my own mental reservations disappearing. After all, why not go up and visit the old fellow? I hadn't seen him in a long while. He probably had highly controversial new theories on occultism he wanted to talk over with me. I dismissed the almost hysterical urgency of his telegram as being typical of Paul, who could command a wide range of sympathy-getting procedures to gain his own ends. That evening, I wired him that we were coming, and the next morning, after an early breakfast, we packed my coupe and started off. I hadn't been out of the city for 3 years, except for very occasional weekends, and I must confess my thoughts were on the glories and attractions of a tree and some green grass rather than on Pall. Elaine chatted at my side, with road maps spread out on knees. We followed State Highway 1 faithfully all morning, and at lunchtime, when we pulled up at the side of the road for sandwiches and thermos coffee that we'd brought with us, we figured we were halfway there. Elaine sniffed delightedly at the country air with her exquisite little nose. "It's a treat to be out here, Jim. You and your dusty old law tomes." I agreed with her. We took our time eating and then started off again. As the afternoon wore on, I noticed that the green, lush countryside, although in no way losing its beauty, grew more desolate, more primitive even. What houses there were seemed much fewer and farther between. "How near are we, honey?" I asked Elaine. She crinkled up her blue eyes and squinted at the map. We rumbled over a rude wooden bridge, its planks shaking to the weight of our car. She indicated something on the map. "That must be this, Jimmy, the bridge we just went over. It can't be so very many more miles." The road was narrower now. The concrete had ended back beyond the creek we'd crossed. This highway was dirt. In my rear vision mirror, I could see how clearly the mark of our tire tread stood out, as though other autos had not been along for some time. The trees grew closer to the road here, and the late afternoon sun dropped behind them, leaving the highway crisscrossed with long, sentry-like shadows. Elaine shivered a little and pulled on her coat. "It's chilly up here, Jim." "When the sun goes down," I said. "You're used to the hot pavements, gal." But I felt the chillier air myself and rolled the window up halfway on my side. The gold and light blue seemed to be squeezed out of the sky. Purple took its place, and twilight came on us with the suddenness of an August thunderstorm. Almost involuntarily, I speeded up, and the coupe jounced along the crude road. I fumbled in my suit pocket for Paul's letter. His instructions were explicit. Follow the dirt road until you come to a long hill. You go up to the top and then down about halfway. On the right, you'll see 2 iron gateposts. There's a rusted sign, but I'm sure you'll be able to make out Valley Lake Estate. Elaine frowned at the letter. For the first time, something seemed to strike her. "He seems awfully upset about something, Jim. And that telegram. You don't think he's ill?" "Why send for me, darling?" I replied. "I'm not a doctor." "But you've told me yourself you're probably his closest friend." "Simply because Paul hasn't other friends, to my knowledge. I'm not the closest. Once, perhaps, but you've come between us." Elaine giggled. "You mean those musty old law tomes?" My coupe nosed its way onto the hill road and began to climb. It took second gear to get up to the top, and the car, moving at slow speed, rolled over the brow. In the twilight, we had a wonderful view of the countryside below. It stretched out in front of us in patterns of green and brown, seemingly lush, unbroken wilderness. "Why, it's like a jungle," Elaine gasped. I was thinking myself it looked as though no living creature dwelt here, or could or would want to. My auto picked up speed as we rolled downhill. I braked gently around a corner, and then suddenly coming in sight on the right were the iron gateposts. Even in the increasingly dim light, we could make out the legend on one of the iron plates, Valley Lake Lodge. As we passed through the gates and down an even narrower dirt road, the trees seemed to close more tightly around us. It was dark enough for me to use my headlight. The birch and elm trees gave way to evergreens, I noticed, and then my car lights picked up something ahead. We turned to run parallel to water. "Suppose that's Valley Lake," Elaine suggested in a hushed voice. "Sort of a spooky place, Jim, don't you think?" I felt her soft shoulder pressing closer to me, and I patted her arm reassuringly. We ought to see Paul's place pretty soon. He's really got a chunk of land here." Needles from the evergreens muted our car tires, and we seemed to steal on silent rubber tiptoes deeper into a strange wilderness. And then the tunnel of trees through which we'd been riding opened out. The road curved sharply to the right, and swept toward a large dark bulge of house that loomed up out of the early evening. "There it is," I said with an attempt at cheerfulness. The place did look gloomy. There was one light high up in a wing, a small pinpoint of yellow. The rest was dark, forbidding. It was a trick of the light, I knew, mixed with fatigue from our long journey. But the structure looked like some huge, loathsome monster waiting to spring as we came out of the forest toward it. "Golly, Jim, it's like one of those silly movies you dragged me to. I don't think any man lives here. We'll probably find a dragon." I laughed appreciatively. If Paul's turned himself into a dragon, he's done more in this line than I ever thought he could. No, I'm afraid it's just his odd, egotistical way. He's probably even forgotten where to arrive. We pulled up in front of the steps that piled one upon another onto the porch. I got out and slammed the car door and came around to Elaine's side. "I hope a big meal's waiting for us," I commented. "It's so dark," she said. "Jim, he isn't, well, crazy or anything, is he? As a lawyer, I can assure you Paul Oakerden was never insane in the legal sense of the word. That's all that can be said for a lot of us. Look at me and my musty old tomes." I feigned a jocularity I did not feel. Elaine was clinging to my arm, and we mounted the stairs onto the dark porch. Our eyes, growing accustomed to the gloom, found the door and the black button set at one side. I thumbed it, and inside somewhere a bell sounded sharply. We heard steps, and then a light flooded the porch. We grinned at each other. "Some dragon," I murmured. I could see Elaine was relieved. "Hello, Paul," I called. The door was thrown back, and my erstwhile college companion stood before us. I reached for his hand instinctively, and although he returned my clasp, somehow the coldness of his fingers tempered my enthusiasm. I introduced Elaine, and he led us inside. I could see my wife had recovered from any doubt she'd had about the place, but an edge of uneasiness crept into my mind. As Paul stood before us in the great hall, his face was, well, Paul's, but it was as though a great conflict had raged in the man for some time. I am trained to notice such things in court, and quite obviously to one like myself who had known him for so long, Paul was highly elated about something, and at the same time also in deadly fear. With conventional small talk out of the way, Paul showed us our room, a large, dark-panelled chamber made more depressing by its ancient mahogany furniture, its windows revealing nothing but the rustling blackness of trees at the corner of the house. I felt the driveway should be down there somewhere, but it was too dark to see even the outline of our coupe. Elaine was humming in the background as she unpacked the bags. When we had readied ourselves to go downstairs, we found Paul bustling in the large old-fashioned kitchen like any suburban housewife. "Can't get anybody nowadays, especially to work way out in the country like this, as I wrote Jim in one of my letters," he explained to Elaine. "Now let me do things," Elaine said, her attention already attracted by a sizzling pot on the stove that needed water added. No, please." Paul smiled with a charming diffidence that I remembered from earlier days. "Just because I'm without a staff and entourage is no fair excuse to press my guests into service." But Elaine made herself helpful, and I leaned against the white enamelled table chatting about this and that. With dinner ready, Elaine led the way toward the dining room. Paul followed, and I brought up the rear with a fistful of silver, which made me feel useful, but much to Elaine's amusement. As we pushed out of the kitchen through the planked pantry door into a little serving hall, I noticed that the light from behind threw Paul's and my moving shadow against the wall, and he stopped suddenly, as though surprised or in fear. I know, because I almost rammed into his back with my handful of knives and forks. He didn't answer to the small joke I made, but I thought no more about it at the time. The meal was pleasant. When a man cooks well, and Paul did, he is usually exceptional, and our long trip had made us hungry. We talked of old classmates out of the past, gone from one's life, and the small tragedy of it. Then we adjourned to the living room, a room even larger than the dining chamber, with a high ceiling and a small balcony on two sides. The evening passed quickly, and I found myself stifling yawns. The country air will do that to a man who's been in the city too long. Paul had spoken superficially of his own interest in psychic and occult research. Elaine tied in a reference to me, pointing a finger accusingly. Jim's work has none of the elements of intrigue and adventure that keeps a man young. The law turns you old before your time, Paul. She mocked me pityingly. Look, he's yawning already. But Paul's expression, as he looked at me, was one very hard to describe. I think envy is the nearest I can come to an evaluation. Say, I broke in, I've got to stick my car somewhere, Paul. This castle must have some sort of garage. Even a shed'll do. Of course, replied Paul, rising. How stupid of me to forget. Come on, Jim. Will you excuse us a moment, Elaine? We went through the great hall out onto the porch, and Paul produced a small flashlight. Golly, I said. I didn't know it could get as black as this. I miss those electric signs. Paul played the thin beam of light across the drive to the car. I got in. He followed. Half a turn around the center, he directed. Then there's another gravel drive leading to the right. There's a big shed at the end of that. I started the coupe's motor, and we moved away in gear. The headlights picked up the turn, and then a few yards further a square shed at road's end. You've still got room for a couple of stagecoaches here, I joked with the coupe put away in the big barn. Got your torch? Paul nodded. I switched off the lights. As I did so, I felt his hand suddenly on my shoulder. Did you see that? He hissed, and the thin beam of the pocket flash played around the huge shed, making grotesque and gigantic shadows. What? I demanded. His grip on my arm slackened and fell away. His silence was ominous. The beam caught the painted white inside of the shed door. As we were about to pass outside, I saw Paul's face. It was ashen in the light that reflected back. His skin bloodless, something had shaken him to the innermost of his very being. Outside of the rude structure, the starless darkness settled around us, the torch beam small in the gloom. A pinpoint of light showed ahead, far ahead. I hadn't realized the house was so distant. Paul's steps beside me quickened. What's wrong, Paul? What did you see? I questioned again. His only answer was to turn his head and look back. Although nothing could have been seen in the impenetrable gloom behind us, I followed suit, and cold apprehension needled up and down my back. Paul's steps speeded up almost into a half-run. His breath had the sound of a fleeing animal, and I was caught up in the spirit of fright. We reached the circular driveway, and then finally the porch steps loomed ahead. I slackened speed abruptly. For God's sake, man, what was all that about? I exploded, more than a little ashamed of myself. Paul slowed too, and my eyes, grown more accustomed to the darkness, could make out the dejection of his figure. I'm terribly sorry, Jim. He took my hand and squeezed it. Won't you put it down to a man who's lived too long alone out here? I guess my nerves are jumpy. Silly of me. His laugh was forced, and his fingers in my hand had the same coldness I had noticed before. Fear causes that. We climbed the porch steps and went inside. Soon after, Elaine and I went upstairs to our room. The open windows let in cool, fragrant air as we settled ourselves for bed. The last thing in the world I wanted was to suggest any fear thoughts to Elaine. In fact, the happiest part of our vacation so far was the enjoyment my citified wife seemed to be getting out of this country visit. With the light out, I shut my eyes, but sleep was elusive. Long after I heard my wife's breathing become regular in slumber, I lay on my back, thinking, staring up at the ceiling. Paul's actions this night had been strange, to say the least. I wondered if living alone had affected his mind. The thought of sleeping in the same house with someone unbalanced was not conducive to restfulness. The late moon threw thin, grey light into the room, shadowing bedposts, chairs, and bureau. There was the occasional chirp of a cricket or humming noise of other small insects from outside, and then I heard a faint noise in the corridor outside our bedroom. There was no sound for a second, and then the heavy iron handle turned, and the door began to open, so slowly at first I thought it a trick of my staring eyes. I raised myself higher in bed. Then the opening was large enough for me to see Paul's figure touched by a shaft of moonlight, standing there solemnly. He raised his fingers to his lips, and then motioned me to come. I silently slipped my bare feet into slippers and stole out of the room. Elaine still slept. I followed Paul down the long, gloomy corridor lit by one small bulb, down the stairs that led to his room. It was not until we were inside with the door closed that he spoke. "I had to talk to you, Jim, and right away. I hoped to pass off the earlier events of tonight, but my resolution—" He made a hopeless little gesture. "Well, it didn't work out, did it?" I nodded. "I want you to tell me, Paul. I want to help you." If the man were unbalanced, this would be the only way to handle him. One side of his bedchamber was lined with bookcases, and here and there I spotted a familiar title. Books of pseudoscience, of psychical research. There were many more I did not recognize. We sat down, Paul facing me. He began speaking. "As you know, I have been interested in the unusual, the outre, Jim. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of scientific folderol because a lawyer is even less of a mathematician than I am. But as you may have guessed, knowing me of old, I took this place frankly because I wanted to be undisturbed in my experiments. Now that you've driven here yourself, I think you will believe it when I tell you that this is one of the most out-of-the-way spots in our section of the country." I nodded, wondering what would come next. I had no set idea when I came here, but there were many that I wished to follow up. The creation of some Frankenstein monster is spectacular but thoroughly impractical. My interests were directed toward other fields, yet, as I now have found out, none the less spectacular. He stopped. "Well, go ahead," I urged. "Tell me more about it, Paul." The man's enthusiasm grew as he talked on. "I became interested in light, not as a scientist, for my training is not profound in that direction, but in its relation to the psychic, to the occult. Light simply is a form of imagery which, by its action upon our organs of vision, produces sight. Without taxing your legal mind, Jim, I think you can grasp that light is transmitted by undulations of the ether, a sort of radiant energy." I bobbed my head. "Fine, but what—" Paul raised his hand. "The next step in the study of light, the logical progression, was the study of shadow. Shadow, we know, is a sort of obscurity or shade within defined limits in a space from which rays are thrown off by an interposed body. I think you can visualize shadow easily as the image made by such an obscure space on some intercepting surface, a wall or ceiling. You follow me, Jim?" To the limits of my legal mind, I grinned, but Paul Oakerden had no time for humour. I have discovered something that you, with your conventional mind, will not accept, for I, with my willingness to believe almost anything, would not accept. At first. No, not until its truth was forced upon me. I leaned forward in my chair. What is it? A shadow, Jim, is not a detached secondary visual experience. It is something of its own, a living entity in some peculiar way, whose purposes, for reasons not yet apparent to me, have been served best by subordinating itself, by mimicking and imitating man. You mean? I started with a frown. I mean that your shadow, my shadow, is not a meaningless, harmless little patch of darkness and nothingness. It's something far more ordered, more sinister, more progressive than any of us have ever guessed. I settled back in my chair, studying Paul's face. My worst fears were realized. He was obviously unbalanced. I censured myself for bringing my wife hundreds of miles to live under the same roof with a lunatic. I can see the 5-letter word doubt written across your face, Jim. And Paul's smile was not a pleasant one. There has always been doubt of those who discovered anything new and revolutionary. You've been out here too long, old man. You need to get away from this place. Come into the city and see people. Forget your dabblings in the occult arts for a while. I realized I'd said the wrong thing as his face clouded. Dabblings in the occult arts? He repeated after me. I pray to God another had discovered what I have uncovered instead of me. Mankind has lived with its shadows for many centuries, Paul. What do you think is going to be different? I don't know. I just don't know, he replied miserably. But this place here, Jim, it's haunted by them. By what? By shadows. Shadows without any rhyme or reason, without the God-created form of human or animal structure that should give them being. Shadows that are independent of us and that have a malign, monstrous power of their own. I feel I'm a prisoner here now with this knowledge. That's absurd, I burst out. You're talking like a little boy afraid of a graveyard. My restraint was gone. I suppose you realize, Paul, that you're giving every indication of having worked much too hard and of having been alone much too long. You mean you think... He tapped his own forehead significantly and smiled. No, Jim, I'm afraid not. Perhaps it was selfish of me to have you come up here. Yes, it was. But I had to have someone I could trust, someone I had known out of the past. I boasted we were friends, you know. I like to think of you as the best one I have. You know about me and my past, and the type of unusual research I've always been interested in. I had thought I could impart some of this discovery to you, before whatever revenge was meant for me was meted out. This would make for some permanent record the means of my death, date, time, in a way to certificate it. But now, Jim, I'm very much afraid that through my eagerness, my selfishness, if you will, I have gotten you and your lovely young wife into almost the same predicament I am in. These shadow forces are more powerful than I thought. I'm afraid, Jim, we're all prisoners here now till some sort of death relieves our vigil. The man was obviously insane. I believed it now with my whole heart. His threats against me and Elaine were typical. I knew I must josh him into a more reasonable mood. Come on now, Paul. I slapped his knee. Don't let this thing get you down. You're coming back to the city with us. Even after what I've told you? He looked at me penetratingly. You don't believe me? Of course not, I said. I don't think you really do either, Paul. You're far too sensible, too intelligent to be afraid of shadows. There was silence then between us, a silence that seemed to come from every corner of the huge old house. And then, shattering the silence with soul-shocking suddenness, came a shriek of mortal terror. In an instant I was on my feet and out the door, dashing up the stairs toward the screams. "Elaine!" I cried. "I'm coming!" Pall was at my heels. I burst into our bedroom and rushed over to where my wife was sitting upright in bed. The table lamp beside her was on. I took her in my arms and cushioned her blonde head against my shoulders, soothing her sobs. Pall stood gravely by. "What's the matter, darling?" "Oh, Jim," she gasped. "Something so horrible. It must have been some sort of awful nightmare." "What was it?" whispered Pall. "Something in the room," Elaine replied against my chest. "Something huge and horrible. It was so real, though, darling." She turned her frightened face upward toward me, and I kissed her forehead tenderly. "It seemed to envelop me, to smother me. It was like a huge black distorted shadow." I turned my head and found Paul's eyes boring into my own. There was a smile on his face, not nice to see, and I again squeezed Elaine's head protectively to my shoulder. My mind worked at top speed as I stood there trying to control my own emotions. I looked again at Pall. His face was a mask now as he leaned against the bureau, watching us. "Is there anything I can do?" he asked me. "Thanks, no. Elaine's had a fright. Anyone can have a mean nightmare like that." Paul's acknowledgment was the suggestion of an enigmatic smile. Elaine had regained her composure now. "I'm sorry," she said simply. Pall withdrew then. My wristwatch said 1 o'clock. I came to a quick decision. This was no place for Elaine, for us. I told my wife some of what had happened earlier, omitting the details of Okedon's talk about the shadows. "He's ill mentally," I summed up. "I'm afraid our coming here has been the very worst thing. It's disturbed him and upset him. I'm for slipping out." My wife looked at me wide-eyed. "You mean to leave now? In the middle of the night?" My overwrought nerves gave way a bit then, and I blurted out, "Your experience, Elaine. It may not have been entirely a dream." Her face paled again, but I felt a sense of growing urgency. I was convinced that we were in the greatest peril, only of precisely what sort I was not sure. "You mean someone was in this room? But who, Jim?" I shook my head. Far better to let Elaine think of this in a logical, normal manner than even consider the outre possibilities of the situation. What fiendish forces were at work in this accursed place I did not know. But Pall was a man of tremendous intellect, of resources beyond normal. It was my job to get my wife out of here as soon as possible. "We'd better dress," I said, and Elaine did so without further questioning. It was then I turned to the bureau. My car keys were missing, and Pall had been leaning there not long ago. Elaine had followed the direction of my eyes. I could see her quick mind had grasped the situation as my gaze came back to her face. I walked to the door and was not entirely surprised to find it locked on the outside. Anger welled up in me, and I rattled the heavy fixture in my hand and pounded on the thick panel. "Okedon!" I yelled. "Let us out of here! What's the matter with you, man? Is this some stupid sort of joke?" I knew better, but this was the only way to talk to him. Paul's steps came along the hall and paused outside. "Ah, Jim," he said, "I didn't want you to do anything rash like leaving hurriedly, so I took the precaution of shutting the door. Believe me, you're better off in there. Your quick mind has probably considered the window as an avenue of escape. I dare say you and your pretty wife could make it that way. But there are things outside, Jim, things I fear you would not like. And I, as you have no doubt already noticed, also took the precaution of removing your car keys. It would be quite impossible to walk to the nearest house. There is no nearest house." His laugh punctuated the sentence, confirming my belief that we were in the house of a maniac. I thought back to the previous evening, to our experience in the shed. Certainly Pall seemed compelled by some fear greater than anything of a subjective nature. Elaine was at my side, her finger at her lips. She had her purse, and on her own keyring was a duplicate ignition key for the coupe. My wife often drove, and we both kept a set. I smiled. It was the first card we had held all evening, but my exultation was short-lived. The table light dimmed, dipped twice, and then flickered out. The sudden blackness was stifling. The thin rays from the moon outside shone feebly here and there, but Paul's reaction outside the door was truly horrible. An animal sound in his throat grew to vile curses and entreaties, heathen prayers and threats. I could make out little that was intelligible, but now and then I could understand a phrase. Don't destroy them, take them, let me alone, don't. I heard the sound of a striking match, and a flicker of yellow light came under the door. Okedon had been caught without his flashlight, apparently. I headed quickly to the window, guiding Elaine with me. There was a tree limb barely out of reach. The noise from the hall kept up. I stretched mightily for the limb, and made it. I reached my hand back for Elaine, grasped hers. "Come on," I ordered, and she forced herself away from the windowsill with her other arm. Paul's screams were now accompanied by a tremendous knocking on the door. Almost as an afterthought, I could hear metal scraping. He had inserted the key. I completed our trapeze act, lowering Elaine to the ground and dropping by her side myself. I turned and looked up then. Pall came to the window, his face framed in the yellow flicker of a match. He screamed at us, and I expected any minute he would vault from the window in pursuit. Pushing Elaine behind me, I was fully prepared to fight, but Okedon remained there in the window. "Don't go out there!" he screamed. "For God's sake, don't leave me! Jim, please!" The match flickered and died, and I heard the frenzied scraping as he lit another. The man's face above us was frightening beyond description. Madness is one thing, but lunacy induced by stark raving fear is far more horrible. I heard Elaine give a little cry. She had covered her face up with her hands. I turned away then, and we started along the circular drive. Paul's shrieks and entreaties rose and fell. Some were to us, others to something else, begging them not to take him, not to destroy him. Indistinctly, every now and then he screamed one word over and over again. Elaine heard it and looked up at me. "Shadows," she shuddered. The gravel crunched beneath our feet as we hurried. I knew the direction, but it was a considerable distance to the shed. My straining eyes could barely discern the turnout path from this we were on. Our quick steps took us out from beyond the shadow of the great house. The moon seemed to rise up behind its bulk, and the way was somewhat brighter. The mansion we'd fled from was completely dark, except for the flicker of light that was Pall in the window, calling, crying, cursing. It was Elaine, strangely, who noticed it first. She grabbed my wrist tightly. "Jim!" Close behind, where none should be, was a long, thin shadow. A second appeared. This was a bulky, monstrous one. I turned my head, even though I knew there would be nothing behind to have caused these shadows. "Run!" My voice rose. "Run like hell, Elaine! Don't look back! Get your keys out and give them to me!" We sped over the gravel. Then the shadows behind us, coming closer, taking all shapes and forms, reaching out tenuous, monstrous appendages toward us. And behind, Pall Okedon shrieked and yelled. The dim outline of the shed was ahead. I fairly pushed Elaine before me. The door was only a few yards away. Jim!" Elaine sobbed and staggered a bit. Oh, God, I had felt it too. Something soft as cotton yet with strength, touching, gripping for a moment on my flying legs, shaking me off balance for a second. "Keep on!" I screamed, and we flung ourselves forward. I gave Elaine a last push toward the door and threw myself after her, against the increasing weight of a soft, velvet pressure on my shoulder, another at my thigh, soft yet iron in strength, reaching out, groping, and a third tight-viced at my left wrist. I hurled myself forward, and the resistance slipped away. We leaped into the car. I switched on the lights, cranked the motor, and accelerated madly out of the garage. "Keep the windows up," I yelled, and as we headed toward the great circular drive, soft things plopped and swished at the glass. We were running through patches of dark and light. There was a stripedness on each side of us, and the car bumped and jerked a few times, but I kept the coupe in second gear, the gas to the floor. Only when we reached the drive did I notice the flames climbing out of the window, where we had last seen Pall, shooting up the front of the old house. Before we had gone 100 yards more, the fire had spread, and the old mansion was a flaming pyre. The flames lit up the desolate forest we passed through, and even when we reached the iron gate and headed out on the country road, the flames were still visible behind us in the sky. There was no use turning back, even if we had dared. Pall was by now beyond any human help. We sped through the lonely countryside for miles, and finally it was safe to slacken speed. I put my arm around Elaine and tried to quiet her shaking. "Darling," I said, "it was a terrible experience, but we're through it." "But the shadows," she cried. "Jim, things like that can't be, but we saw them. I felt something." "We were wrought up," I argued. "Paul's collapse was shocking to both of us, poor devil. But as for anything else, that was imagination, darling. You've got to forget it." My own mind had already started to reject the memories of our sprint across the grounds, our race against the shadows. As I squeezed Elaine with my right arm, my left wrist gave a painful twinge. I looked at it in the dashlight. It was bruised severely. The welts were red and angry, raised around my wrist in perfect symmetry, unlike anything I had ever seen before.
The Red Brain by Donald Wandre. One by one, the pale stars in the sky overhead had twinkled fainter and gone out. One by one, those flaming lights had dimmed and darkened. One by one, they had vanished forever, and in their places had come patches of ink that blotted out immense areas of a sky once luminous with stars. Years had passed, centuries had fled backward, the accumulating thousands had turned into millions, and they too had faded into the oblivion of eternity. The earth had disappeared, the sun had cooled and hardened, and had dissolved into the dust of its grave. The solar system and innumerable other systems had broken up and vanished, and their fragments had swelled the clouds of dust which were engulfing the entire universe. In the billions of years which had passed, sweeping everything on toward the gathering doom, the huge bodies, once countless, that had dotted the sky and hurtled through unmeasurable immensities of space, had lessened in number and disintegrated, until the black pall of the sky was broken only at rare intervals by dim spots of light, light ever growing paler and darker. No one knew when the dust had begun to gather, but far back in the forgotten dawn of time, the dead worlds had vanished, unremembered and unmourned. Those were the nuclei of the dust. Those were the progenitors of the universal dissolution which now approached its completion. Those were the stars which had first burned out, died, and wasted away in myriads of atoms. Those were the mushroom growths which had first passed into nothingness and a puff of dust. Slowly, the faint wisps had gathered into clouds, the clouds into seas, and the seas into monstrous oceans of gently heaving dust, dust that drifted from dead and dying worlds, from interstellar collisions of plunging stars, from rushing meteors and streaming comets which flamed from the void and hurtled into the abyss. The dust had spread and spread. The dim luminosity of the heavens had become fainter as great blots of black appeared far in the outer depths of space. In all the millions and billions and trillions of years that had fled into the past, the cosmic dust had been gathering, and the starry hood had been dwindling. There was a time when the universe consisted of hundreds of millions of stars, planets, and suns, but they were ephemeral as life or dreams, and they faded and vanished, one by one. The smaller worlds were obliterated first, then the larger, and so in ever-ascending steps to the unchecked giants which roared their fury and blazed their whiteness through the conquering dust and the realms of night. Never did the cosmic dust cease its hellish and relentless war on the universe. It choked the little aerolites, it swallowed the helpless satellites, it swirled around the leaping comets that rocketed from one black end of the universe to the other, flaming their trailing splendor, tearing paths of wild adventure through horizonless infinitudes the dust already ruled. It clawed at the planets and sucked their very being. It washed, hateful and brooding, about the monarchs and plucked at their lands and deserts. Thicker, thicker, always thicker grew the cosmic dust, until the giants no longer could watch each other's gyres far across the void. Instead, they thundered through the waste, lonely, despairing, and lost. In solitary grandeur they burned their brilliant beauty. In solitary defeat and death they disappeared. Of all the stars in all the countless host that once had spotted the heavens, there remained only Antares. Antares, immensest of the stars, alone was left, the last body in the universe, inhabited by the last race ever to have consciousness, ever to live. That race, in hopeless compassion, had watched the darkening skies, and had counted with miserly care the stars which resisted. Every one that twinkled out wrenched their hearts. Every one that ceased to struggle and was swallowed by the tides of dust added a new strain to the national anthem, that indescribable melody, that infinitely somber paean of doom which told a solemn harmony in every heart of the dying race. The dwellers had built a great crystal dome around their world in order to keep out the dust and to keep in the atmosphere, and under this dome the watchers kept their silent sentinel. The shadows had swept in faster and faster from the farther realms of darkness, engulfing more rapidly the last of the stars. The astronomer's task had become easier, but the saddest on Antares, that of watching death and oblivion spread a pall of blackness over all that was, all that would be. The last star, Mira, second only to Antares, had shone frostily pale, twinkled more darkly, and vanished. There was nothing in all space except an illimitable expanse of dust that stretched on and on in every direction, only this and Antares. No longer did the astronomers watch the heavens to glimpse again that dying star before it succumbed. No longer did they scan the upper reaches. Everywhere swirled the dust, enshrouding space with a choking blackness. Once there had been sown through the abyss a multitude of morbidly beautiful stars, whitely shining, one. Now there was none. Once there had been light in the sky, now there was none. Once there had been a dim phosphorescence in the vault, now it was a heavy-hanging pall of ebony, a rayless realm of gloom, a smothering thing of blackness eternal and infinite. We meet again in this hall of the mist, not in the hope that a remedy has been found, but that we find how best it is fitting that we die. We meet not in the vain hope that we may control the dust, but in the hope that we may triumph even as we are obliterated. We cannot win the struggle, save in meeting our death heroically. The speaker paused. All around him towered a hall of space rampant. Far above spread a vague roof whose flowing sides melted into the lost and dreamy distances, a roof supported by unseen walls and by the mighty pillars which rolled upward at long intervals from the smoothly marbled floor. A faint haze seemed always to be hanging in the air because of the measureless lengths of that architectural colossus. Dim in the distance, the speaker reclined on a metal dais raised above the sea of beings in front of him. But he was not, in reality, a speaker, nor was he a being such as those which had inhabited the world called Earth. Evolution, because of the unusual conditions on Antares, had proceeded along lines utterly different from those followed on the various bodies which had dotted the heavens when the deep was sprinkled with stars in the years now gone. Antares was the hugest sun that had leaped from the primeval chaos. When it cooled far more slowly than the others, and when life once began it was assured of an existence not of thousands, not of millions, but of billions of years. That life, when it began, had passed from the simple forms to the age of land juggernauts, and so by steps on and on up the scale. The civilizations of other worlds had reached their apex, and the worlds themselves become cold and lifeless at the time when the mighty civilization of Antares was beginning. The star had then passed through a period of warfare, until such terrific and fearful scourges of destruction were produced that in the 2 days of war 7 billion of the 8.5 billion inhabitants were slaughtered. Those 2 days of carnage ended war for eons. From then on, the Golden Age began. The minds of the people of Antares became bigger and bigger, their bodies proportionately smaller, until the cycle eventually was completed. Every being in front of the speaker was a monstrous heap of black viscidity, each mass an enormous brain, a sexless thing that lived for thought. Long ago, it had been discovered that life could be created artificially in tissue formed in the laboratories of the chemists. Sex was thus destroyed, and the inhabitants no longer spent their time in taking care of families. Nearly all the countless hours that were saved were put into scientific advance, with the result that the star leaped forward in an age of progress never paralleled. The beings, rapidly becoming brains, found that by the extermination of the parasites and bacteria on Antares, by changing their own organic structure and by willing to live, they approached immortality. They discovered the secrets of time and space. They knew the extent of the universe, and how space in its farther reaches became self-annihilating. They knew that life was self-created, and controlled its own period of duration. They knew that when a life, tired of existence, killed itself, it was dead forever. It could not live again, for death was the final chemical change of life. These were the shapes that spread in the vast sea before the speaker. They were shapes because they could assume any form they wished. Their all-powerful minds had complete control of that which was themselves. When the brains were desirous of traveling, they relaxed from their usual semi-rigidity and flowed from place to place like a stream of ink rushing down a hill. When they were tired, they flattened into discs. When expounding their thoughts, they became towering pillars of rigid ooze, and when lost in abstraction, or in a pleasurable contemplation of the unbounded worlds created in their minds, within which they often wandered, they resembled huge, dormant balls. From the speaker himself had come no sound, although he had imparted his thoughts to his sentient assembly. The thoughts of the brains, when their minds permitted, emanated to those about them instantly, like electric waves. Antares was a world of unbroken silence. The great brain's thoughts continued to flow out, Long ago, the approaching doom became known to us all. We could do nothing. It does not matter greatly, of course, for existence is a useless thing which benefits no one. But nevertheless, at that meeting in an unremembered year, we asked those who were willing to try to think of some possible way of saving our own star, at least if not the others. There was no reward offered, for there was no reward adequate. All that the brain would receive would be glory, as one of the greatest which has ever been produced. The rest of us, too, would receive only the effects of that glory, in the knowledge that we had conquered fate, hitherto and still considered inexorable. We would derive pleasure only from the fact that we, self-creating and all but supreme, had made ourselves supreme by conquering the most powerful menace which has ever attacked life, time, and the universe, the cosmic dust. Our most intelligent brains have been thinking on this one subject for untold millions of years. They have excluded from their thoughts everything except the question, how can the dust be checked? They have produced innumerable plans which have been tested thoroughly. All have failed. We have hurled into the void uncontrollable bolts of lightning, interplanetary sheets of flame, in the hope that we might fuse masses of the dust into new, incandescent worlds. We have anchored huge magnets throughout space, hoping to attract the dust, which is faintly magnetic, and thus to solidify it or clear much of it from the waste. We have caused fearful disturbances by exploding our most powerful compounds in the realms about us, hoping to set the dust so violently in motion that the chaos would become tempestuous with the storms of creation. With our rays of annihilation, we have blasted billion-mile paths through the ceaselessly surging dust. We have destroyed the life on Betelgeuse and routed their titanic developers of vacua, sprawling, whirling machines to suck the dust from space and heap it up on that star. We have liberated enormous quantities of gas, lit them, and sent the hot and furious fires madly flashing through the affrighted dust. In our desperation, we have even asked for the aid of the ether-eaters. Yes, we have in finality exercised our willpower to sweep back the rolling billows. In vain! What has been accomplished? The dust has retreated for a moment, has paused, and has welled onward. It has returned silently triumphant, and it has again hung its pall of blackness over a fear-haunted, nightmare-ridden space. Swelling in soundless sorrow through the hall of the mist rose the racing thoughts of the great brain. Our chemists, with a bitter doggedness never before displayed, have devoted their time to the production of superbrains in the hope of making one which could defeat the cosmic dust. They have changed the chemicals used in our genesis. They have experimented with molds and forms. They have tried every resource. With what result? There have come forth raging monstrosities, mad abominations, satanic horrors, and ravenous foul things howling wildly the nameless and indescribable phantoms that thronged their minds. We have killed them in order to save ourselves, and the dust has pushed onward. We have appealed to every living brain to help us. We appealed in the forgotten dream-veiled centuries for aid in any form. From time to time we have been offered plans, which for a while have made terrific inroads on the dust, but plans which have always failed. The triumph of the cosmic dust has almost come. There is so little time left us that our efforts now must inevitably be futile. But today, in the hope that some brain, either of the old ones or of the gigantic new ones, has discovered a possibility not yet tried, we have called this conference the first in more than 12,000 years. The tense, alert silence of the hall relaxed and became soft when the thoughts of the great brain had stopped flowing. The electric waves which had filled the vast hall of the mist sank, and for a long time a strange tranquillity brooded there. But the mass was never still. The sea in front of the dais rippled and billowed from time to time, as waves of thought passed through it. Yet no brain offered to speak, and the seething expanse, as the minutes crept by, again became quiet. In a thin column on the dais, rising high into the air, swayed the great brain. Again and again it swept its glance around the hall, peering among the rolling, heaving shapes in the hope of finding somewhere in those thousands one which could offer a suggestion. But the minutes passed, and time lengthened, with no response, and the sadness of the fixed and changeless end crept across the last race, and the brains, wrapped in their meditation, saw the dust pushing at the glass shell of Antares with triumphant mockery. The great brain had expected no reply, since for centuries it had been considered futile to combat the dust, and so, when its expectation, though not its wish, was fulfilled, it relaxed and dropped, the signal that the meeting was over. But the motion had scarcely been completed, when from deep within the centre of the sea there came a violent heave. In a moment, a section collected itself and rushed together. Like a water-spout, it swished upward and went streaming toward the roof, until it swayed, thin and tenuous as a column of smoke, the top of the brain peering down from the dimness of the upper hall. "I have found an infallible plan. The red brain has conquered the cosmic dust." A terrific tenseness leaped upon the brains, numbed by the cry that wavered in silence down the hall of the mist into the empty and dreamless tomb of the Father Marble. The great brain, hardly relaxed, rose again, and with a curious whirling motion, the assembled horde suddenly revolved. Immediately, the red brain hung upward from the middle of a sea which had become an amphitheatre in arrangement, all brains looking toward the centre. A suppressed expectancy and hope electrified the air. The red brain was one of the later creations of the chemists, and had come forth during the experiments to produce more perfect brains. Previously, they had all been black, but perhaps because of impurities in the chemicals, this one had evolved in an extremely dark, dull red color. It was regarded with wonder by its companions, and more so when they found that many of its thoughts could not be grasped by them. What it allowed the others to know of what passed within it was to a large extent incomprehensible. No one knew how to judge the red brain, but much had been expected from it. Thus, when the red brain sent forth its announcement, the others formed a huge circle around, their minds passive and open for the explanation. Thus they lay, silent, while awaiting the discovery. And thus they reclined, completely unprepared for what followed. For, as the red brain hung in the air, it began a slow but restless swaying, and as it swayed, its thoughts poured out in a rhythmic chant. High above them it towered, a smooth, slender column, whose lofty end was moving ever faster and faster, while nervous shudders rippled up and down its length. And the alien chant became stronger, stronger, until it changed into a wild and dithyrambic paean to the beauty of the past, to the glory of the present, to the splendor of the future. And the lay became a moaning praise, an exultation. A strain of furious joy ran through it, a repetition of, "The red brain has conquered the dust. Others have failed, but he has not. Play the national anthem in honor of the red brain, for he has triumphed. Place him at your head, for he has conquered the dust. Exalt him who has proved himself the greatest of all. Worship him who is greater than Antares, greater than the cosmic dust, greater than the universe." Abruptly, it stopped. The puzzled brains looked up. The red brain had ceased its nodding motion for a moment, and had closed its thoughts to them. But along its entire length, it began a gyratory spinning, until it whirled at an incredible speed. Something antagonistic suddenly emanated from it, and before the brains could grasp the situation, before they could protect themselves by closing their minds, the will impulses of the red brain, laden with hatred and death, were throbbing about them and entering their open minds. Like a whirlwind spun the red brain, hurtling forth its hate. Like half-inflated balloons, the other brains had lain around it. Like cooling glass bubbles, they tautened for a second. And like pricked balloons, as their thoughts and thus their lives were annihilated, since thought was life, they flattened, instantaneously dissolving into pools of evanescent slime. By tens and by hundreds they sank, destroyed by the sweeping, unchecked thoughts of the red brain which filled the hall. By groups, by sections, by paths around the whole circle fell the doomed brains in that single moment of carelessness, while pools of thick ink collected, flowed together, crept onward, and became rivers of pitch rushing down the marble floor with a soft, silken swish. The hope of the universe had lain with the red brain, and the red brain was mad. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,